Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of WhickTV, cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, we have a show for you tonight. We are going to be talking about medical assistance in death, um, government-assisted suicide, basically. What is it? Is it ethical? Is it moral? Under what conditions? Is this something that is the only empathetic choice when someone is facing severe, crippling conditions? Or is it a dystopian nightmare that has the government basically getting rid of its citizens that it finds problematic? I guess we'll find out. I've gathered a team to talk about this. I have very big opinions on this, but we will start by giving all these lovely individuals a chance to introduce themselves, tell us what they think, and we'll go from there. We're going to start with 𝕵𝖎𝖎. Go ahead.
Okay, hello. I love this subject matter. Do you want me to do I just go straight into the subject matter, right? You don't
Yeah,
care who
go
I am,
ahead.
right? I'm just a
This is
person.
you. Yeah.
Okay. So I have been talking about this for a decade or so on my channel, in my work at least, because I'm a big proponent of advocating for the self, the individual. You have the right to live, you have the right to die how you want. It's pretty simple. And so for me, I would love a compassionate program with government assistance to help people leave this world if it seems to be a need for them, not a want, a need. I want to clarify for my audience and anyone listening that sometimes you might find yourself positioned to be desperate for a release. I want people who seek out this kind of medical care to be ready for this kind of release, not desperate. I think people who are desperate need care and compassion, and people who are just ready, there is another path for them, and this might be something like this, right? So I'm a big fan as long as it's done with the right kind of people, for the right kind of people.
I guess we'll figure out what those kind of people are as we get into the discussion. Thank you for being here. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you have to say. Corey Campbell, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me, as always. Super grateful to be here. And well, I pretty much echo all the same sentiments that Brittany just went through in terms of, like, just as hopefully you have the right to live, you have the right to die. And there are certainly, and I'm actually proud of pretty much the steps that Canada has taken in terms of implementing this, but there are clear shortcomings in how it's being done currently. But I have faith in my country to correct all the shortcomings. And if anything, I'm glad that more eyes and more scrutiny is pretty much being placed on the country and like the socioeconomic conditions, where it exposes a lot of flaws in the system that went unnoticed, that now we can no longer brush aside. And then hopefully once we adjust those shortcomings, like we actually have the system working as intended. And I'll leave it there for now.
Well, thank you for being here. Always appreciate your perspective on this, and we'll see where it goes. Next up, first time guest on my show, but long time listener, apparently. Lawson Harrison, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, my name's Lawson. I think I think I'm here to argue more on the moral side of things. My knowledge of how they implement this in Canada is based on like a 3 hour documentary I watched on YouTube earlier. But I think the desire to continue to living is hardwired into our biology and every living organism, and that a deviation from this is and should remain the most significant sign of a mental defect, or kind of what um, I'm sorry, what Brittany said. It's hard to tell when something is a need versus a want, especially something as slippery as this. So as long as we have a lot of scrutiny over that, then I am okay with it. So yeah.
Hey, well, thank you for being here, and we'll see how it goes. I appreciate you coming by. Last but certainly not least, until the rest of my panel shows up, not so erudite. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, there's nothing worse to me than, like, watching human beings have, like, worse deaths than, like, the animals that we care about. And so that's, like, one of the major reasons why I'm gonna be for I think that some level of euthanasia is required, for, like, a liberal democracy. yeah, I can't imagine giving my grandma a worse death than my dog. That's just awful to me. The issue is that I want to ensure that there's been flags being raised right now about Canadians' form of MAID, and that like some of the policy might be too lackadaisical, or maybe more importantly, the implementation of the policy is too lackadaisical. And I think it's pretty simple that if people are killing themselves because they're too poor and too disabled to manage things, that's bad. That's not a MAID program that I stand for or that I support, and I doubt anyone here would. It's pretty simple. And if it's the case that that's what's going on in the Canadian MAID system, then yeah, I vehemently oppose the current Canadian, especially I guess the 2024 revisions possibly as well. But again, we have to make sure that we substantiate that that's what's happening.
And with that, we'll get into it. I guess I'll start off, right, by giving my take on it and the reason why this is important to me. I think probably of everyone here, I have the strongest stance against government-assisted suicide. I think that it incentivizes some really, really bad behaviors. And while, yes, in cases of imminent terminal illness, I understand that there should be allowances made. I think that I draw the line very strictly on that for a lot of reasons. So even if you were in chronic, constant pain, or even if you were just severely, untreatably depressed, or any of these things, I think that being alive, right, and being able to endure is something we should encourage. I can't stop anyone from killing themselves, but I can, right, advocate that the government does not help you in this path. There are better ways than going down this path. But I just wanted to kind of not only talk about MAIDs today and the Canada system, but also the system as a whole, like conceptually, the idea of euthanasia even, right? And why we think so. Erudite, you mentioned, for example, that you can't imagine giving your grandma a worse death than your dog. Can you elaborate on that a little bit for us, please?
Sure. So I grew up working on farms. I'm an old farm girl, which means I've seen lots of death, specifically animal death. And then I don't have grandparents. I was never close, but I watched my husband's grandma pass away this February. And the most startling thing, so she wasn't offered MAID or anything. It was kind of one of these like tragic circumstances of a stroke and then like not really sure how to offer care. Then she went downhill and she basically opted to refuse a feeding tube until she like died of starvation and dehydration. And it was awful. She was blasted on morphine to manage the painfulness of the death experience. She had death battles for hours on end. It was super stressful for the family. And the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, I've literally like personally put down lambs who have had a better death than this. Like, you know, when like we get like premature lambs born or something like that, we have like a big stock of just suppressant basically to put them under if like their lungs are malformed or anything like that. And we'll just hold them and inject them and make them really calm until they pass away. And it was really sad to see that like I was giving like farm lambs a better death than Nick's grandmother had. That to me, I was just like, this is fucked. Like this is not okay. So that's what kind of inspired that.
Wick, can I clarify your position? So,
Sure.
is it more permissible for you of, let's say, using California's model, or at least what some United States states have in terms of the oral protocol, as in like a doctor can prescribe you, let's say, medication, and then it's pretty much on the patient's responsibility. If they want to end their life, they have to take that medication. And like I believe California specifically has that type of protocol. Is that more permissible to you?
Again, I do not believe that the government should be giving people these kind of tools to end their life, specifically designed to end their life. I think that this creates this weird incentive, especially when the government does it, right? Especially when the government. Now, like I said, if someone wants to take matters into their own hands, I understand. But giving this tool into the hands of the government just encourages the government to, because it's expensive to treat people. Palliative care is expensive.
Yeah, but
Right?
let me just to clarify. So obviously I'm not an expert on the ins and outs of the American healthcare system, but from what I understand, there's a private aspect, and so it's like in California you might be able to get it through private healthcare. Of just like, so is that permissible too? Like the oral protocol through a private health system.
Morally, no.
Th-
I have less problems with it, but I still have problems with it. But I wanted
okay,
to give before
yeah.
we
So
go
is it?
before we
Yeah,
engage too much in this, Millie has arrived, and I want to hear her stance on this before we get too much into the weeds. I'm not dodging you. I'm just trying to include Millie here.
I understand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Wick. Hey, I'm Miss Millie. I have come in against essentially MATES, PAS, or PAD, and for stateside, physical assisted suicide or physical aid in death. I think it is morally and ethically unjustified to allow this in cases where people do not have extreme terminal illness. So essentially, like, the pull the plug method or something like that, where somebody is only being able to live based off of medicine or machinery, advanced machinery. So essentially, like, they're already at death's door. So in cases outside of that, I do not think it is moral or ethical to do, or even to ask our physicians or doctors to partake in that.
Can I just clarify your position? Just because we'll have to get into the nitty gritty. When you say like terminal illness, because that can be kind of dicey. Like in Canada, we had the stanza that was removed in 2021, but that said foreseeable death, right? So it wasn't just specifically terminal illness, but it was essentially like it was predicted that based on the course of your disease, you were inevitably going to die, and it was going. Is all of that considered terminal
Yeah.
illness for you? So even
Yes.
if your death is 5 years away, you would still consider that person applicable for MAID.
No, I'm
Okay.
speaking on cases where they are waiting in a bed, and their body is like extreme
Okay, so like
deterioration.
palliative terminal
Yeah.
illness. That's what I want, because terminal
Yeah.
illness can mean 10
Yes.
years from now you're gonna die, right?
No, not in those cases. I'm
Okay.
speaking solely on, like, you are essentially like a few steps away from death's door, and that's why I clarified, like, you have medication or advanced machinery that is solely keeping you alive, and cannot survive without it. So in those cases, I think it is applicable, but outside of that, I do not.
Do you think then it would be immoral? So say somebody finds out that they're gonna have 5 years left to live. Say it's like a early Alzheimer's. So early Alzheimer's, a lot of people misunderstand it.
Mhm.
It starts early, but the most important thing is it's really fast and aggressive, right? So people get it at
Mhm.
40 and could be dead by like 43. So say somebody gets diagnosed with early Alzheimer's, but they're solely coherent right now. Would you be opposed to that person choosing to kill themselves by suicide to prevent the next 3 years of like very aggressive deterioration?
Hmm.
So not medically assisted, just offing themselves privately.
Yeah, in those cases, I don't think so. I would have to disagree. I mean, in instances like these, it's difficult to determine, right? But I still would not allow, if you are still physically capable and mentally capable of living a fulfilling life. I don't think a doctor should have any partake in that, right? Because doctors, when they go in and essentially, like, their Hippocratic oath is not to kill, and I think asking doctors to partake in this, um, I
The
see
Hippocratic
something
oath
that-
isn't. He's saying no because the Hippocratic oath isn't not to kill. It's do no
It's
harm.
not that.
But yeah.
Okay. Well,
So just to clarify though, because I removed the
right,
doctor.
when doctors, okay.
Oh, so just
But
removing the
even
doctor for now, because I just want to build up.
okay,
I just want to make sure. I think you're
sure,
the only
sure,
like
go for
major
it.
opposition. So I just want to
Sure.
make sure that I've fleshed out your position before we like fight with you on it. Obviously.
Absolutely,
Um,
absolutely.
So I said so exclude the doctors. So this is just a person diagnosed at 40 with early onset dementia. She's not
Mhm.
going to doctors. She's just going to go and kill herself. Do you think that her making that decision is immoral and her acting on it?
Yes, if she's
No
fully
doctors
coherent.
involved.
Yeah,
Okay,
if she's
okay,
fully
okay,
coherent and physically, yes, I think it is
okay,
immoral.
okay. So your issue with the morality has very little to do with doctors and more to do with the action itself.
But the action as well as involving doctors.
Sure, that might be a step up, but even if you
Yes,
exclude doctors, you still think it's immoral. Okay.
yes.
Could you maybe outline for me what specifically is immoral about an individual choosing to terminate their life when they know in the next 3 years they're set up for like an excruciating end?
Yeah, so in cases like these, and they have happened many of times before, when a doctor tells you that you are going to die in, like, in the next couple months or year or so, and it turns out you don't, and things end up not planning out how the doctor told you. And in these cases, like, you will not know unless you go through that. And allowing suicide to take place in these actions is just saying, you know what, like, uh, we're gonna just give you an easy out, and not even attempt to see if you can still continue to live a fulfilling and healthy life. You're not even willing to take that risk. And it's, we're what was it? Oh goodness, give me a minute, because I literally like just walked in the door.
No, no,
So
take your time.
yeah, it was a great day. Yeah. Um, I, saying that the solution to people's struggles, the solution to your struggles is just death, I think is an extreme. There are other things that you can do outside of that to manage those pains and those struggles that you're going through.
If I may,
Mhm.
I have questions for the other side here. Those who are pro maze. I know, Brittany, you said that you think people have the right to die, right? The right to choose their own death. And you specified that you don't think they should be ready for it, right? They shouldn't need it. They shouldn't desire it. They should need it, sort of deal. Can
Yeah,
you
yeah,
kind of explain to me like where your line is here? So again, so in Erudite's situation, right? Erudite's hypothetical she put up, someone's diagnosed early onset or Alzheimer's. It's going to be rapid. It's going to be aggressive. They're coherent now, but they know in a year from now they're probably not going to be. Would you consider that a need?
yeah. So I'm gonna give a really, I'm probably gonna have the most extreme stance here. Maybe I think anyone at any stage of any part of their existence has the right to end it, and they have the right to end it whether they're terminally ill or not. I don't need someone to be terminally ill to know that they're ready for chosen death. I think a lot of the time in life, people are suicidal, meaning they're like facing a struggle. I like to specify the difference here. I feel like sometimes, as a person who's attempted, as a person who dealt with it since she was 9 till about 30, I wasn't someone who wanted to die. I was someone who was indifferent to living and was living a painful life. And I didn't need a way out. I needed a way to exist without wanting to die. And so for my journey, I avoided death and suicide specifically because I found a way to want to exist. And I found a way to want to exist knowing that I had the right to not only die when it was the right time, but I found like a more philosophy reason for existing, right? A more understanding of my existence. I think we're just like animals evolved on a planet. So I think this construct we have as a society is a construct. So the construct has to reflect the society. And I think as society heals, the construct can include things like assisted chosen death without it being malpractice or ill used. But I just think we're like on the baby steps of that. So from my stance, I think anyone has the right to die, just like anyone has the right to live. But
What
how
if
and yeah.
let me interrogate this a little on my end, right? So what if you had children? Do you still think you would have had the right to die? Like you have
That is a
people who
great
are
question.
relying on you for their
Right.
support,
Yeah.
right?
I really think that the responsibility once you have children does go to them. So I'm a little stricter on that front. I think if you force a child into existence to exist, you must then support that child through their existence until they're at like a reasonable age. And then I think you become sort of like a person again, right? And you have agency on your life because parents are people and parents deserve to have lives as much as their children. They grow too. But yeah, well, the children are children. Obviously, I think you should postpone your desire for chosen death as long as possible or suicide for the sake of your children.
Uh, I don't understand, and maybe I don't get it, why that goes away when they're suddenly self-sustaining. I think that while they may be able to feed, clothe, and take care of themselves, um, at least the bonds we form with people. So one of the reasons
I
I
mean, you
think that,
never stop being a parent.
yeah, one of the
For sure, I
reasons,
agree.
yeah, one of the reasons I think that like suicide in general is immoral, just across the board, except for in terminal illness, 6 months to live type of deal, is simply because you have people like suicide doesn't happen in a vacuum. Like we think this is our choice because it only affects us, and ultimately it does not. Suicides in almost every single case will leave lasting scars on everyone around you, even the people that aren't very close to you. I have experienced this personally in my life. I've also seen others go through it as well, where they had loved ones that killed themselves and removed themselves, and seeing the just terrible ramifications that have had on you. So I guess what I would ask like
Do you think
is
that's in part though because of the way society engages with death? Like I
what
feel
do you
like our
mean?
society has well, I think our society is like probably one of the most immature ways of engaging with death. Most young people just don't think about it. I know tons of people who are literally utterly terrified of death. Basically, nobody wants to talk about it. And it seems like our society is constantly obsessed with like minimizing and mitigating people's confrontation with death. Um, I mean, the lack of open caskets is a good example. And again, like as somebody who grew up on the farm, death does suck, and it can be really stressful. But there's also this piece that you like come to accept of like death is part of life, right? It's just like this necessary part of life, and there can be like beauty wrought from it. And I agree, like the way that suicides are occurring almost always are a tragedy, but that's in part because of the it's not because of the death in and of itself. It's because of all of the factors that led up to that death, right? It's a tragedy because a suicidal person is like, usually there's a high sense of burdenness where they think that if they die, that they will be alleviating everyone around them. There's high levels of hopelessness and loneliness. There's deep levels of despair. And like when we look at these types of like suicidal deaths, we go, this could have been changed with like a little bit of love, which is oftentimes really true. And so in that case, yeah, that death is a tragedy because it's preventable by just like kind words and a bit of community. But like somebody dying before their terminal illness ravages their body isn't necessarily the same thing. And so, like, I'm willing to have the contention about like mental illness and should that be sign upable for MAID. I'm not sure where I fall on that one. But when it comes to terminal illness, I just don't know how to square that we don't offer people a choice in how they transition from life to death because it is like a necessary fundamental transition in
Well, I
life.
think that this idea that death is this necessary part of life. I mean, yes, it happens, it's inevitable, but I think death is really the enemy at the end of the day. We have these kind of Stockholm syndrome around it because we can't stop it. But at the end of the day, for me, the more we can put off death and the less death that we can have in this world, it's almost across the board the better. Yes, there are exceptions. I admit, if you have 6 months to live, if there's absolutely nothing anyone can do, fair enough. But anything outside of that, and I 6 months is a little bit arbitrary here. I can be swayed a little bit on either way here, but there has to be an imminent kind of there is nothing we can do. There's very little hope of anything being done in the time you have allotted. So yes, again, we allow that in that case. But outside of that, there's like the right to die. I do not think that people have the right to die. They have responsibilities, and we shirk those responsibilities. It's like the ultimate selfish act to kill yourself, in my opinion. I think it's the
I
ultimate.
feel like it's
Can
pretty
I?
selfish though
act.
to keep people alive.
Yeah,
Like
can
to
I address
force
that
people.
point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you so there are actual like qualitative studies, trying to get actual patient testimonies, largely out of Belgium, trying to pretty much get patients that are going through MAID to share their experiences. And it's not just you can see based off what they say that they actually do. There are some patients that have very conflicting feelings of like one of the only things that is, let's say, keeping them going is their connection to families, and they take into account into the calculation of like, yeah, this is going to hurt my family, and there's this very serious inner conflict that's occurring, and so to think that this doesn't go through the mind of a patient that is trying to apply for MAID, even for psychiatric illnesses, I think that kind of like dismisses it. And then I'd also put it on the table for those who are opposed, let's say WhickTV and Miss Millie. So what do you do with, let's say, the ALS patient, the Lou Gehrig's patient, that pretty much they're just going to slowly deteriorate, and at some point trapped in their own body? This is like one of the rare reasons, one of the clear shortcomings of the oral protocol. They will be in a position that they cannot take the medication. Let's say if you're in California, this is like pretty much the test case of like, well, yeah, in California you can get a doctor prescribe and you can take the medication and it'll kill you. But if you have ALS, you at some point you kind of like are incapable of taking those measures. So what do you do with this patient?
You want me to take that one, Millie, or you want this?
Yeah, sorry. So in cases, I stated this like in my opening statement, like in cases where it is, you're going to be incapable of living a full fulfilling life, natural life. In those cases where it's rapidly going to deteriorate you, like I said, extreme terminal cases.
It's not necessarily
don't see-
terminal. That's the tricky. Like think of Stephen Hawking. That's not every case of Lou Gehrig's
Okay.
disease,
Right.
but that is sort of I think a nice example of like
You'll
this
have
person.
you'll
They
have
live for
a
decades. They live for decades
indeed
before
you'll have
they
a very
They
reduced
can
standard
still,
of living, but you'd still be able to
but
live, which is the important
yeah,
part, right?
absolutely. Yes.
Is it
Well,
though?
So in
for
that
you,
Yes.
case,
not necessarily for you, but not every single ALS patient. That's the problem.
Do you think that so where do you draw this line? So the ALS patient who has a very reduced standard of living, you say that it's morally okay for them to end their lives. What about blind people? They have a reduced standard of
Mhm.
living, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Should they
Why
just
not?
off themselves
I would
I'm
not
opposed to that.
advocate for that. But
if
if
they
it's
want to?
if that's part of the
so
calculation,
anybody
as in
with a disability, they have the option. They should just be able to off themselves. And
hypothetically, yeah, assuming that that is the actual variable at play of like if someone as a result of vision loss no longer wants to continue living their life and it's directly a result of that, I see no problem with giving them that option.
so you're willing
Just to be
to
clear,
any
I'm
mon-
opposed to what Corey's saying there. I would
Fair
say
I
enough.
I
understand.
don't agree with that. Yeah,
So
just so that we know.
you
this.
just want to eliminate any human suffering, right?
Uh,
You just want to take out any chances of human suffering,
n-
unless you're
no,
you're
He
absolutely
wants to
not.
give maximal individual like autonomy, basically. That's what he's saying. He's like maximally being liberal right now. He's saying I want people to be autonomous, to make their own choices. They get to live and they get to die, and that's like all part of them. He's making like a liberal argument for it. Sorry, Corey, I don't mean to like.
No, that's
Yeah.
fine. I'll take the liberal label when appropriate.
It's
Yeah.
you understand how this can lead to very horrific kind of, especially when you involve the government in this. This can lead to some very horrific kind of outcomes.
I-
not even
Go-
just involving government, right? Even in like private physician or care, whatever it may be. I think this is going to implement some untrustworthiness when it does come to medicine. Because if you go to a physician and you say I'm suicidal, and they say, well, you know what? Here's the option: you can just kill yourself, right? And what if this becomes something that is a profit for them? Like there's the big scream of like big pharma, right? But what if then it becomes better financially to say, hey, well, you know what? You can just take the easy way out. Just go ahead and kill yourself. Like, what if they do that?
Well,
Right?
if you think
You've tried everything. Let's
sure.
just, you know what? Let's just kill you.
I can grapple with that. If you think I'm advocating for a healthcare system where if you stub your toe and then the first treatment offer that they give you is made, that's not the system that I'm advocating for.
I'm even someone. So I'm talking. Let's say someone that comes in right because I think I missed quite the introductions and everybody's like clear understanding. So I'm trying to get a gauge for where it is that you stand, right? So if someone comes in and they have struggled with severe depression, they say I just can't put up with it anymore. It's just too difficult. I just can't continue living on life. Would you be okay in saying, yeah, you've tried every other option, you just can't do it anymore? Here's another option. Take your life.
Yeah, hypothetically. Because there are very patient testimonies, again, coming out of Belgium, that speak to that, of people that have been going through therapy for years, tried multiple different modalities, and that like pretty much there's nothing that keeping them going, or they're just like barely clinging to life. And like they make that choice for themselves.
I think the issue
I would be
too
a
is,
hard
like,
no on that hypothetical. Just for the record.
Okay, I want to hear from Brittany, then I want to hear from Lawson. Go ahead.
when I think of the systems we have in place now, they're not great. People are suffering now. So if this could be an option to help less people suffer, let's do it. But people will always suffer. Life itself is suffering. And then you learn to have joy with that suffering. But not everybody's release from that suffering is the same. And the more options we have, I think the more joy can occur. But I think sometimes we're just uncomfortable with how people seek joy. Not fulfilling, like, again, we don't want people who are desperate, who have other options, killing themselves. But I think people are dishonest with how we treat suicidal patients. I've been one of them in therapy. They just wanted to give me drugs, didn't help, never took them. I got the right therapist who diagnosed me with the correct thing and helped me not have to do that. But again, I had to go from one therapist to another until I found the right one who saw me as a real person, like a consciousness, right? So we have a system right now in place that objectifies patients. Adding another option for our patients is not the issue. Having unethical practitioners is. So the issue has nothing to do with giving patients options.
I think the main like pushback that I would basically give is like in the Canadian MAID system, it's possible that when you were applying, like when you were suicidal, you wouldn't have, you might have been offered an alternative, particularly under the mental health clause for MAID, and therefore you would have never met your therapist because you would have been offered this euthanasia option. And therefore, like when it comes, so like I'm all for like the terminal illness and like chronic long-term suffering stuff. Like I'm all for that. I have no problem with that. The stuff that I get stuck on is like, I don't know if I can buy into the mental health stuff specifically because I know how badly we address mental health. And I don't love the idea of basically saying, well, it's too expensive and too hard to treat you. So it's probably just better if we kill you. And I just don't think that that's a precedent policy wise that I want to see in my country because I don't really trust, like, I don't really trust a bureaucratic system to handle that super well.
I mean, I don't
Based
trust
on
them
like
now
the
to
numbers
handle
that
it, right?
I do wanna in the States, I don't know specifically MAIDs or whatnot, but in states, there are 9 states currently that, by law allow PAS. And to clarify, those 9 states, a majority of those states do not require a mental health professional to evaluate you throughout that process.
I don't think anybody answered, or at least those on the opposing, that I don't think they answered my ALS test case, as far as I know.
No, I
Maybe,
wouldn't
maybe I
allow them to
missed
kill
it.
themselves. I think it would be
Oh.
immoral if they
I
did.
would be fine with
Yeah.
that. I would be fine with that because
I
I'm
would
all for
probably
the
be okay
terminal
with
illness
that
stuff.
too.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Lawson.
I would probably be okay with that too. I don't think we have. I'm not expecting us to like stay in the confines of the Canadian system, but I read that how they kind of go about measuring it. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. Was an advanced state of irreversible decline. Now, we don't have a cure for ALS, right? And I haven't looked at the research on it. I don't know if there's one in the foreseeable future. But like things with mental health, I don't think you could ever call depression that it's in a state of irreversible decline as much as you could ALS.
You could with some forms. So like MDD, there are forms of severe MDD that basically we know seem to be quite biological in nature, highly heritable. They're only really semi affected by like antidepressants. And there are individuals where like basically shock therapy is our last resort for them to try to like kind of restart the brain. And if that doesn't work, we have nothing to offer them. And I do have family members that do have this sort of MDD that have gone through every treatment and they're basically like permanently in like a mental health ward because they're almost catatonic from their MDD. So we do have certain select mental health cases. The problem is that like that's a pretty niche diagnosis that I would be fine like potentially writing into law expressly that I don't know if I'd be okay like writing just like immense suffering from mental illness stuff. Like MDD severe is a very specific thing. So that's me.
I
That's
do
my
want to say, even with the position that I hold, there is a dilemma as well on trying to write these into laws, or even clauses within how doctors proceed forward. Is where do we determine the line is, and how do we go about determining that? So say you do have let's say cancer or ALS or whatnot. At what stage do we determine that hey, it's okay? And how do we and how do we protect those patients? How do we go about determining when it is okay to say, yeah, you know what, now you can do it? That there's so many illnesses, there's so many physical and mental ones. How do we go about determining that to make sure that the patient is protected? And personally, I don't think there is a way to do that. I don't think it's possible to go through everything and determine ethically and morally at what stopping point there is.
And by the way, I kind of worry for the doctors and family members as well who seek on behalf of the people in their lives like this form of release, right? Because I know from my partner and I, we talk about this all the time. We talk about this with family members. Like there are certain illnesses I've dealt with. I've helped people die before medically, like with hospice and stuff. And I've helped people die and they're dying. You know, it's very painful to watch people die, and it's interesting. And I've watched Lou Gehrig's. My friend died from Lou Gehrig's. It was awful. Hers hit very quickly and she was gone. It was very hard to watch. And so I do worry for family members who are seeking relief for their people, for the doctors. I'm worried that people are going to see them as just like murderers instead of people who are really seeking a release for these people that they love.
There is like this kind of tendency to paint people in the worst possible light that are on the other side. So I'm trying not to do that, right? But there does come a point where you have to say, because it's hard to watch, are these family members actually looking out for what is in the best interest, or are they just, I can't take this anymore, I can't watch this anymore, I just want it to end? And there is people like who, again, I've talked to personally, who have felt a lot of guilt because the death of their loved one that they've struggled to keep alive, struggled to help, comes as kind of a relief. Kind of like, oh, good, I don't have to deal with this anymore. And this causes a lot of guilt, causes a lot of stress, causes a lot of pain. Death is a problem, right? And it's not something that we can unfortunately solve at this moment, but we can't. And what I fear about maids and government assisted death and all these kind of things is it makes it too clean. Death should be messy. It should be painful. We should look at it and it should be a horror to us. To make it so clean, to make it so kind of anodyne, this papering over, this pleasantly kind of
Have you
folding
done
over
existential
this.
therapy? Because it feels a little bit like you maybe have some stuff to wrestle through with death. Like the idea that death should just be a horror is like the most like
It
North
is
American
a
modern.
horror.
It's
Well,
not. No,
Are you
it's not.
you're
It's
advocating
absolutely
for
not.
like every person just go through the Passion of the Christ
Right?
and be
Some
crucified?
deaths are a horror, right? Some of them are, but it's almost always the context and circumstances around the death that's making it. For example, if Nick's grandma had just been allowed to basically go home and die in her house surrounded by loved ones at like a timed euthanasia, where she could have died 5 days before she slowly starved herself to death, that would have been so much better. Her death was kind of a horror, but because it was fucking tragic, because she couldn't go in a good way, right? There are lots and lots of ways. So I agree, some deaths are a horror, but the idea that death by itself
Even if
is a
it's,
horror.
well, let me talk about this with you because I 100% disagree. So even if, like, say tomorrow, right? You snapped your fingers, or someone snapped their fingers, and think of a loved one. Let's use Nick as an example. He disappeared. He's dead now, gone. No pain. He didn't feel any pain. He didn't even know what was happening, right? Clean, easy. That would still be horrific to me.
Yeah, but that's
right?
again because of the context. First of all, it would be a surprise. Surprise deaths are often extremely distressing, whereas euthanasia is never a surprise death. It's pre-planned, it's organized, everyone's notified, you get grieving time, right? So like if Nick had ALS and he was going to die in the next 10 years and he opted for euthanasia and set a date, it would still be sad when he dies. Of course, like I'm not saying death doesn't mean no grief, right? When my childhood dog died, it was extremely sad. And also, it like he needed to die, and I'm glad that he was able to like die in the way that he did before he had this massive like cancerous cyst that was potentially going to rupture. He was going to bleed out internally. So it's like I'm glad he went in a peaceful way at home with us than like him having an internal hemorrhage and bleeding to death, and like me watching him like his belly swelling as he's like internally bleeding out, right? That would have been way worse. I'm so glad because as somebody who's watched lambs die with bute versus lambs die without bute, I've held little baby lambs as they like struggle to die, and I didn't have anything to put them down easily with, and it was awful. It was fucking horrific. However, afterwards, I got bute, and so that when these premature baby lambs were dying, we could put them down before they started having like really hard time breathing, and it was so much better. It doesn't mean that's not sad, but that doesn't mean that all death has to be horrific. I think that's a really bad orientation to death in North America.
I think again, I think that we have this collective Stockholm syndrome of well, we can't stop it, so we have to be okay with it, and so it's like a coping mechanism that we use. Like, well, no, it's actually better this way. No, what would be better is if we could treat these conditions, right? I agree with you
And just
that someone
never
dying
die.
in terrible pain is a bad thing, right? It's a bad thing.
But you just said it should be the maximal suffering, practically.
What are you talking about? It should be maximal suffering.
You said it should be horrific. If I could be
Crucifixion.
I could be misquoting you.
What I'm saying is that death in and of itself as a concept, the cessation of existence, is a horror.
I'm not afraid to die. I'm not afraid to die.
Fair
and
enough.
I think that
You
that
don't
is
have
a
to be
place people
afraid
should
of
get
it to be.
But I think when you're not afraid to die because you've made peace with the fact that you will, which is a practice most people do have to go through, and like if you're going like suicidal ideations, you have to have a relationship with your death and your life. you realize like death is a part of life. You don't have to cope with its reality. You can have a peaceful, maybe I'm too spiritual, very connective, beautiful way you go out. You can be surrounded by family and friends. You can love, like, so many people have died in my family and they were lucky to be surrounded by people they loved. It was such a beautiful death. I mean, really spiritual. So maybe it's too religious for this conversation, but there is a way to have a beautiful relationship with people passing into the next life or into whatever you believe in, right? So I think like we should go for a more peaceful relationship with death so we can do medicine in a more compassionate way to suffer with, right?
Any other thoughts on this? The horrors of death or anything?
I
like
do
that?
agree
Go
with
ahead.
what Brittany said. I don't know if this like government program is the path to that necessarily.
Well, so like again, I'll put on the table. Like, so then you're okay with, let's say, a private healthcare delivering it? Like, I don't understand this government aspect.
No. Sorry, no. Just any institution. I think this is a social.
Okay, well, yeah. So
thing, you said,
then maybe we should stop talking about the government then, because I don't think the government is the issue then.
Well, the
Well, I
government
think when
absolutely.
maybe I'll steelman the government position. Most people are concerned about the government specifically because it intrinsically brings in this politicized nature to the conversation, right? This is where something I think actually Canada has done well in abortion is that it's like not a very politicized topic here. It's exclusively a medical conversation between the healthcare providers and their college. And as a result, I actually think that we have a really, really good abortion policy, which results in anyone can get an abortion and there's almost never any late-term abortions, and abortion's handled quite well in Canada. And so when people are saying, I don't know if that's what they're saying, but that would be the political argument of like, well, we don't want our government touching it because we don't want it to be, I don't want to like see Trump up on stage screaming about euthanasia. It's just like, yeah, that could be their argument. I'm not sure.
So
I wasn't gonna bring up
Go
the
ahead.
tax dollars thing either, because that's not. A lot of times I would be on the other side where like I don't want my tax dollars going to something I disagree with. But this is one case where I'm not willing to take that stance. I had an argument about this with a certain libertarian streamer friend of mine that most of you know, but it when it involves death, it's such a different thing. And I did have one other thing I wanted to ask. My concern is the expansion into the mental illness and erudite. I'd be curious what you would say about this, especially is if you look at the success rates of addiction, they suck really bad. And I'm wondering, or if Canada would consider like the fact that someone has I think it's a 11% rate of success with addiction. Well, I mean, that potentially means that 89% of the other people are going to qualify, and that's a lot of people. And
Yeah, the addiction one's complicated. Depends on what you mean by success. So the 11% means 11% go to treatment and never relapse ever again. Success for me doesn't include relapse. I expect addicts to relapse. Success to me is that they like maintain a longer life and their life quality improves, and we see relapses slowing down. So if you want to talk about that success rate for treatment for like you'll have a couple of relapses, but over time you will like essentially terminate the addiction. It's about 60%. So it's actually a lot higher than people realize because the stats that we see is for any relapse.
Is that Canada specifically?
No, I think that's actually an American stat. I'd have to.
Okay. I used to be a lot more familiar with these a few years ago. I did some work in addictions counseling a while ago, but
yeah. So like in the cases of addiction, it's complicated as well because I have a very different view of addiction. Because I view there's like a difference between like a stress formed addiction versus like a chronic relapsing addict, where like no matter what you do in treating the mental health, the addiction permeates. Where in this case, typically when you treat the stress and mental health, the addiction alleviates as well. I think those are two different populations. So again, I'm assuming you're talking about this chronic relapse prone group that seems to have like almost a compulsive need to use.
Yeah, that's maybe. I mean, there's not a consensus, I don't think, on like what addiction is. It's very not quite understood yet. But.
Yeah, it's super contended. So this is like my position. I don't know if I'd be for assisted suicide for addiction. Just because there does seem to be a lot of treatments coming down the pipeline, like DMT specifically, that are really hopeful. Any mental health condition other than like really specific ones, I'm really reticent to approve for MAID because I just don't think we even have a good enough grounding of what mental health even is to be saying, yeah, you're just not treatable anymore. I'm just not for that. And the greatest concern for me with MAID is signing off on people's suicidality when 2 years from now, if we hadn't, they would have been grateful for it and they're living a
Yep.
fulfilled life. That's like the worst case scenario. In the case of terminal illness like ALS, that's not what I'm worried about, because we're almost guaranteed, barring Jesus giving them a miracle, basically, of this like life progression. And that's why with mental health, I'm very reticent for MAID.
I
Well, do
mean,
we
there can
have
be
this-
beauty that can come. There can be beauty that can come from struggling, right? I think Brittany, you stated that you dealt with those. I personally dealt with ideations myself. I sought help, and though yeah, we talked about being a parent and whatnot. There's some responsibility, but even still being a person, those were things that I had struggled with personally. And coming through that suffering, I get to have the beauty of knowing that I persevered. I struggled with it, and I overcame that, as well as being able to be here for my family and for myself, and allowing myself those better moments outside of being stuck in that hole, essentially. And in cases of where people are struggling with mental illness, not something, we're removing the where you're already at death's door. If we're just talking about mental illness, or someone just coming in and saying, you know what, I just can't deal with my life anymore, it's just a little too hard. In those cases, no, I think persevering and pushing through that, you can find things that you wish that you would have, had you gone through the step of taking your life. You never would have known those wonderful experiences that came out of it. So
Yeah. I do want
That's
to
a
say, just
retrospective, though.
Go ahead, Brittany.
if I can like clarify too, I want to say, like, I don't think the system we have in place is really ready to handle the reality of the layers of mental health, including even patients like myself. Like, I think I did a lot of the work myself there. And I think that's why you always need like philosophy mixed in with therapy. You need physical health mixed in with therapy. You need everything mixed in with therapy for things to work for people. But I will say that I think if we could just start with terminally ill people getting a way to have relief through their suffering, we eventually can follow through with maybe talking about mental illness. But I do think that if we, like Kyla said, there are going to be circumstances in which mental health can apply. I think if we actually worked as a society to value people as a consciousness, like a real individual person, and then we helped them as individual people instead of generalizing everyone's experience, less people would want to die. But we don't do that because we're
why
worried
not
about systems.
why not advocate for that and push for that, instead of just telling people to kill themselves, or that there's an option just to kill yourself, right? Because I mean, there's no difference in saying for a doctor prescribing you a lethal dose or giving you a loaded gun. At that point, it's just aesthetics and the instrument, right? And
Yeah.
you could find that on your own without having to involve a physician. So instead, why not, instead of pushing for MAIDs, why not push for better mental health care?
Yeah, I think the issue I'm having is that people are already dying as it is. One more person dying is not the issue. It's what we're doing to prevent everyone else from dying. So, like, people aren't always going to be caught on time, right? The miracle of getting caught on time before you commit is one thing. So, what I do in my work is obviously I advocate for the individual to seek the health to make sure they're absolutely sure before they seek out this particular path, right? But I want them to know I'm not going to take it away from them. My job is not to make you feel any more trapped than you already do. My job is to say, of course you can take that option. You have the right over your body and what you do with it. But before we do that, let's do like 100 other things first. So I don't ever want to take away people's options. I want to say, look, you have all these options. So wait a second. Let's talk it through first. And then last resort, we can talk about this thing if we really need it.
I hate to.
I guess.
Go ahead.
Could I ask you guys a question? What is a person's obligation? Oh, sorry, I'm muted on my side. What is a person's obligation or responsibility to continue living and enduring life if they don't feel it's worth living? Like,
Great
what is that
question.
individual's?
I think they have a
Responsibility.
lot of responsibility because, again, your life isn't in a vacuum, and we are connected in more ways than anyone knows. Even if you think you have no friends or no one that cares about you, your death is going to affect other people. Like, we would never be okay. We would never be okay. No one here would be okay with, okay, well, to make myself feel better, can perform an action that hurts another person, and it makes myself feel better though, so it's okay to hurt that other person. Like, if I could ease my suffering, get relief from my suffering by punching a baby in the face, you'd be like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Right? Like, I think we do have a responsibility to other people. Your life is one of responsibility. Now, again, it's not entire and total responsibility, but I think the bare minimum we can ask people is to, yes, to live, right? To live.
So I guess,
I would
can I
ask the
test the extent of affecting other people?
Sure.
Because I think you would agree that there's tons of circumstances that people will choose that is better for their life, that other people are opposed and upset by, and yet they choose it anyways. So I think of every single homosexual person with very Christian parents. They're going to make choices for their well-being that their parents think are damning them to hell. So it's even more serious than death. It's eternal death. And they make that choice knowing that it's going to hurt all of their family. So I'm assuming that you're fine with that choice. So yeah.
Here's the difference. The difference is that you remain for them to interact with, to have context with, and to grow from, whereas suicide, you don't. You're gone.
I think it's also kind of a lie that some people aren't completely alone. I also think it does a disservice to not acknowledge how alone some people are, and so their death really won't impact anybody. Like, I think that is true for some people, and I really want to acknowledge their existence because I think they're really suffering, and I think they should be validated in the reality they're really existing in. And so I think you're right, Wick. Most people have family and friends, and most people have plenty of reasons to exist. But if they don't have a good relationship with the fact that they were forced to be alive in the first place, we can't actually, I don't think, ask people, because I don't know why you think we're here, but I don't believe in a God, girl. So, like, I think I'm just here. And so where is this obligation I have, right? Especially coming from communities that, one, do want to take away my civil rights because my parents are super religious, love them to bits and pieces, that do not believe in my mental health crises, and I have to work on those by myself. A community that's telling me all the time I'm a cult leader. Even the internet's not a safe place for any of us. So what is this world we're obligated to, really? It's the relationship we're having with ourselves and existence. It has nothing to do with other people. It has to do with ourselves in relation to other people.
Any responsibility to any other people, person?
I have responsibility to the people I've consented to have responsibility to.
I don't think that's true.
Wait, Wick, do you have a responsibility if someone's coming to you saying, "Hey, I'm suffering. I've tried everything to alleviate my suffering," and they now want to no longer live? Do you have an obligation to help, or just say, "Well,
you
yeah"?
You have an obligation to try to help them relieve their suffering. Yes, but that does not mean
that's it.
That does not mean by relieving them of their existence.
What if at some point it does, like in the case of ALS?
And also, you do realize...
I disagree that the ALS, right? I disagree that Stephen Hawking's life wasn't worth living.
Right, but it's not for you to decide.
I disagree.
He has the right to make that assessment.
I want to put something on the table, because again, if you go into some of the qualitative research, like being offered the option of MAID actually provides hope to some patients, actually. As in, if you actually put it on the table of like, hey, once we try, it's pretty much like a bait of like, hey, if we try all these other things, well, then once we exhaust all our other options, then we can try MAID. As in, once you put it on the table, that actually convinces some patients to actually try other things, knowing that, hey, if all other things try, I can actually get MAID.
I would have to know how many people that helps based on how many people that take MAIDs is offered to them that otherwise would not choose suicide. I would have to know the difference in numbers. And so it would be a cost-benefit thing, right? But if you could show me, right, that a substantial number, there's a substantial difference in this, then maybe, right? Then maybe. But until I see that number, I remain unconvinced. I think that we see the absolute increase in MAIDs, right? Like, I think it was a 34% increase from 2020 to 2021.
Well, there would be a natural increase, just like with trans kids. If you give people an option, the people who've been hiding in the shadows will take opportunities. Like, I don't think the increase is...
I think, yes.
No. Why don't we want them to? We want people to have relief from suffering.
No,
but not even that. They have the right over their bodily autonomy matters. Like, people have the right.
It does to an extent.
What? Okay, but what is this
extent? You don't have the right to do anything or everything just because you want to.
To your own body?
Even
you
to
better
your own
be
body.
able to.
If you want to cut out your own eyes, right? To gouge out your own eyes, I don't think you have the right to do that.
I don't know why you're so eager to...
Would you arrest people? Would you arrest people that are gouging out their own eyes?
I don't know if I would arrest them, but
we'd lock them up for sure.
The difference is what we have to do is a stamp 𝕵𝖎. Would it be okay for a world where doctors are medically removing your eyeballs for you?
No,
because
that would be bad.
You want. No, I'm saying that to Corey. Like, that's what we need to establish, right? Because right now, Wick, here's the issue that I'm having. Your argument for why in cases of terminal illness, because I think that's the one we're still stuck on, right? Because when it comes to mental health, it's a much more complicated argument. Your issue with terminal illness is essentially you're responsible to the other people who will be upset if you die sooner than you otherwise would have, which feels really weak to me as an argument for why terminal illness shouldn't be considered.
Again,
even if it's not acute.
Even terminal illness in 6 months or something, 6 months down the road, I'm fine with that. But terminal illness in 10 years from now, yeah, I think that the robbing them of the 10 years you would otherwise, or the 9 years.
You're not robbing them. You're
absolutely
forcing
are.
them. No, because if a person is electing to give up the 10 years because they go, yeah, it's really not worth it. You're saying your 10 years of suffering that you don't want is worth less than the 10 years everyone else will feel that they got to have time with you. That's what you're saying. You're saying everyone else's feelings about the next 10 years of your suffering matters more than your personal feelings about the suffering that's going to come up. And
Sometimes it
that's a really
absolutely
difficult,
does.
right? But you need to substantiate why other people's
Okay.
feelings matter more.
Well, first of all, there are more of them, and so simply from a utilitarian perspective, which I don't agree, we should look at it from strictly a utilitarian perspective. But from even that perspective, like just a egregious what's the word for it? The sum of happiness, right? Your happiness is worth less than 10 other people's happiness, right? Just straight up the board. So that's the first argument I would make. The second argument I would make is that in those 10 years, you are not just going to be constant suffering with nothing else. You are also going to be experiencing some form of joy, some form of, there is also going to be good with the bad. But when you remove that, when you rob yourself of that, right? Not only are you hurting others, but you are hurting yourself. You are robbing yourself of the potentiality to experience anything, right? Anything in those 10 years.
Wait, I'm just curious how far this extends, this analysis. So should someone never break up with another person, or let's say if they're involved with polyamorous relationship?
Absolutely not, because again, you remain there for the people to
But
deal with, and for
it's other people's feelings.
Yes, but you can
Like,
also
so
make
how-
amends
so
by helping them
who's-
feel better about it and helping them through it. Whereas if you're dead,
You have no.
cannot.
You think
You have
think
no
when
ability
difference.
to act when you are dead. You have the ability to act
Oh,
when
wait,
you are
no.
alive.
You think when
Absolutely,
ending a
yes.
romantic relationship,
You are
it's your
removing
obligation to
you
alleviate
are
their
removing the
their
possibility
heartbreak?
of
Yes, you
anything.
have an obligation if you hurt someone to help them if you can. I
Oh,
absolutely believe that.
Okay, so okay,
Do you
okay,
not
so
believe that? If you
yeah,
break
I believe-
someone's
yes,
heart, you have
absolutely.
no obligation towards
Absolutely,
them?
absolutely. This is how people
Sometimes,
get
wait,
trapped.
not
this is-
always. Wait,
This is how people get
literally
trapped in
no.
abusive relationships. So what do you say to the person that says, "Oh, my partner's going to kill themselves if I break up with them"?
What about a
you would
non-abusive
say,
relationship? What about a non-abusive relationship?
but you didn't address my question.
This is the clarifications that we need. Yeah, like what you just said is if you hurt somebody, you have an obligation to help them.
If you
Not
can.
necessarily. No, that I have hurt friends of mine who were really toxic for me. And when I said, I'm sorry, I can't have this friendship anymore, it really hurt their feelings. I still see them and it's fucking awkward. I have no obligation to correct it because my past, present, and future self all consent to that choice. I think it was the best choice for me and probably for them, even though they resent me for it. It's still correct. So, not always when you hurt somebody do you now have a moral responsibility. I would say if you hurt somebody doing something that you know is wrong or later come to realize was wrong, then you have a moral obligation or responsibility. But that's tied in inextricably with knowing or later knowing that you've done a wrong action, not just like unintentionally, like you bumble up
there are
against
some
somebody.
people out there
In the
who
case
just
of
do not
killing
believe what
yourself.
they do is
but
wrong at
engage,
all.
please engage with my example.
Sure.
Like,
Yes,
with the romantic
someone
partner
who
that's
is in
threatening
an
to kill
abusive
themselves.
relationship, okay?
Even not abusive. Let's just this is a manipulation tactic. I'm going to end my life if you break up with me. This person is now trapped forever in perpetuity in the relationship.
No, because they can use other methods to fix this problem, right? They can get them therapy. They can.
Is that person's
otherwise
responsibility to
help
do that? Is it that person's responsibility to do that?
No.
I think to an extent, if I see someone who is suicidal, I do have a responsibility to try to get them help. Yeah. I recognize that again, we have to have limits because I can't save the world. But yes, if I see someone starving on the street, I do have some responsibility.
That's not
to
the
feed
example
them.
that I gave.
If I see someone who wants to kill themselves, I have a responsibility to try to get them help.
Yeah, but that's not the example.
That is the example you used.
Well, okay,
in your example, someone wants to kill themselves. You have a responsibility to try to help them.
Absolutely. That's
okay.
why.
Then we agree.
Wait. That's why I brought. I brought in my opening statement where it's like, yes, this is exposing clear shortcomings not only in the healthcare system but in Canadian society as a whole. Of like, yeah, I don't want a person clinging to life As in, I want maximal agency of like, yeah, if they're actually being driven to MAID as a result of like inappropriate housing or not access to housing, well, then we should address housing. If their socioeconomic conditions are also pushing them to MAID, well, then yeah, we need to address their socioeconomic conditions. But on the flip side, like you have in the United States, you have not MAID, you just have aid, you just have assistance in death. You just call them deaths of despair. You have it, but you don't do anything about it. And now, given the fact that this is on the table, given the fact that this is exposed, you were having a panel now talking about it. But as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, you've never held a panel on the deaths of despair, the approximately 200,000 deaths of despair in the United States.
About the opioid crisis. We've talked about this several times.
That's 80,000. What about the alcohol, liver disease? What about suicides by firearms and all a bunch of other things?
We talk about gun control. We talk about
this you had a panel specifically on
yes.
So you've had a panel on deaths of despair. You've had that and the increasing. Okay, fine. I could be totally mistaken.
All right, hypothetical question for you guys.
Go ahead. I want to get other people in on this too, because I feel bad taking Millie Sunday.
Okay, the most feisty. So okay, I'll give it to Millie first.
I got big thoughts on this.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Okay. So we've got somebody. They've been diagnosed with diagnosis X, and that means doctor said in the next 10 years, your functions will slowly shut down. You are guaranteed to die. You'll probably have another 2 years of like decent functioning, and then things are just going to become increasingly difficult at a medical level. Okay, and so they say, and in 10 years you'll die. Okay, so this person, because MAID is blocked in their country, they can't commit MAID, or they get convinced by WhickTV's argument that they have a duty to the people that love them, that based on their feelings, they shouldn't commit MAID. So they do that. So 10 years goes by, and then right on their deathbed, we wave a little magic wand and we ask them, was that the right choice? And they go, no. Holy fuck, I wish I'd just killed myself like 7 years ago. Do you think that that was still the moral choice to make them hold on? Again, this is a hypothetical. It could never happen. I'm asking hypothetically, do you now say, yeah, the decision to prevent the suicide was still justified, still moral?
Okay, so I mean, if someone chooses within their own life to take, I mean that I think that is their choice. I came in to essentially argue the point of like I still think it's wrong. I still think it's inappropriate, but I can't stop. I mean, we can do everything we can to stop someone, to prevent them from taking their own life, but they still have the autonomy.
They got it. They regret not getting a medically assisted suicide. Okay.
Yeah, my issue is when it comes into medically. Yeah, I do not think it should be.
That's not your issue. But that's not your issue. We already sussed this out because you said you did have an issue with people morally deciding to kill themselves, even with a doctor excluded. You had said, yeah, with the Alzheimer's chick, you said, yeah, I would still be opposed if she killed herself before the 3 years. So the medical assistance isn't really what you care about. I get that it's an added layer, but you said from the very beginning, it's about the person choosing to kill themselves. So I'm asking you, if this person does suffer and then they go, holy fuck, I wish I had gotten MAID. Were they morally right? Would you still stand by this decision to prevent MAID?
I mean, so if they're looking at their entire life, everything that they went through, they saw nothing but suffering. Everything was just awful and
doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. At the end of it, they wave a wand. They go, objectively, it would have been better for my life if I had died.
I think this is kind of sets up a
we don't
a moment.
It's a hypothetical. It's not real.
But
I understand it's not real.
It's hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't.
Just real quick. We don't need to make it hypothetical because we do have data on regret rates for attempted suicide. We have that.
That's
data.
totally different.
No, it is not.
This is totally different.
It's not different, though.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. You cannot generalize attempted suicide stats to MAID stats, especially terminal illness MAID stats. You can't do that. It's not the same population.
Yes, because it is not. There is overlap. You would agree?
I would have to look at the data, but probably not. There's probably not a high amount of overlap.
Or there's not.
I didn't say no. I said that there's probably minimal enough that we couldn't generalize it well.
I disagree. I think that.
Okay.
You would need to substantiate that your selection population has enough terminally ill people that also regret trying to kill themselves to generalize this.
Let's use
chronically ill. How about that?
Yes. And I
mean, like chosen death versus suicide, like. People can choose.
What do you think suicide is other than chosen death? I mean,
suicide often when people are impaired under the influence, under mental health distress, feeling desperate. Specifically, they're not in their healthiest state of being. They're not making a conscientious decision. There was like a famous case in the US of a girl named Brittany who had terminal stage 5 cancer. She was with her families, her husband, her siblings, her parents. She is not suiciding herself. She's gathering all of her loved ones around her. They're choosing to have a death. Very different than feeling pressured, desperate, alone in a dark alley. Look, I've had people commit suicide. I've had people have hospice. I've seen people die. I've helped people die.
If
Life
you were
is
choosing death, you were,
Mhm.
by definition, in my opinion, not in your right mind.
Okay, see, that's very weird to me.
Fair.
But I think that that's a lived experience. When you meet enough people or you bubble hop enough, you realize like death is a relationship people have. They're having a unique relationship with it. Not everybody has a universal relationship with death. Look, we're afraid doctors might kill people unnecessarily. I'm afraid you might stop people from living their lives in a fulfilling way by denying them a way out peacefully. We want to give people more choice, then it starts with trusting people to make decisions about their lives and putting things in place to mitigate and harm reduce, like mitigate harm and harm reduce, right?
Go on.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we want to give people choice. Like, we want to give trans kids the
Again,
right
I
to
don't
be
think
trans, but we want to harm reduce
it's
their
not the
possible
same.
regret. It is. It comes down to bodily autonomy. You're
No.
one life on Earth, Wick. You have one life. You have the right to choose what you do with it.
You don't have the
Then you
right.
shouldn't toss it out though either.
Yeah, you don't have the right to throw it away.
The
No,
question
according to
is,
who?
do you
believe in
the
God? Is
issue
this a
is
religious stance? Who tells me
Yeah,
what
the
I should
issue
do with
is
my life?
you have to
Society.
establish that
Fuck
community has a
society.
right to impose life on you, to enforce life on you despite your lack of consent. That's what you have to substantiate. And to be honest, the argument that your friend's feelings will be hurt is kind of a weak argument because you could set up a MAID program that accommodates for that. So essentially, they need to have a large number of their family and friends sign off on the decision and go, yeah, I've gone through the process of like talking this through with them. Like you can have things that accommodate this. I don't think the argument like your friends and family will feel sad about it is the best argument
But
for
it's
why.
not
Again,
just,
we're talking
like,
about
we're
just to be
reducing
clear,
this.
we're talking about terminal. We're talking about chronic, long-term terminal illnesses right now.
Again, we're
that's what we're stuck at.
Again,
I-
like reducing this to feeling sad. It doesn't just make people feel sad. It's much more devastating. Than
Depends
that
on the
to
people.
families,
That's
Depends
right?
on the
an
people.
assumption.
Depends on the people.
And people can
Hold on.
think they're okay with it, and then it happens, and then it like whether you want it to or not. And I understand people are different to different degrees, and will deal with grief differently. But whether they think it will or not, it absolutely will hurt them.
But everything hurts. Making
yeah.
someone live can hurt you. Making someone exist, like again, my culture, death is a beautiful thing. It's a thing you do with family. It's a peaceful thing, even when it's painful.
It's
and
also
I'm-
not immoral to devastate your family. It's not immoral
so
to make your family feel
can I address
devastated.
that?
It's just not.
So Wick, I'm curious if the opposite side of the coin, like pretty much holds. Of like, so let's say you're a cancer patient, and like you're sort of maybe near the end stage of your advanced cancer, but maybe treatable. Does this patient have the option to refuse cancer treatment? And also, can that refusal be overridden if there's enough people around them saying, hey, if this person dies and they refuse treatment, that hurts our feelings, so we need to override that patient's autonomy, and therefore we need to force cancer treatment on this person?
If someone has treatment that will work, right? We know it will work. It will cure them of the cancer, and they don't want to go through it. Is that the hypothetical, to be clear?
I mean, you could put it down treatment, but how about we don't? It's a coin toss, just as with any cancer treatment, you don't
50-50,
know.
Okay, so a 50-50 chance, but there's a 100% chance of death without it. Is that the hypothetical?
I think that's fair to say, yeah, for pretty much
100%
all cancers that I know of.
in the next year if they don't go through with it, but they have 50-50 shot to live if they do. I think, yeah, that in those odds, I think care should be mandatory. I think they should be, yeah, I do think that.
So you do want the government to come in and regulate people's bodies?
To an extent, I think you do too.
No. Weren't you?
I have to disagree with Wick here. I don't.
I'm sowing seeds of doubt. Absolutely.
Okay, look, because I don't want government to be involved in this, and I don't think that private care should mandate that you do anything. If you want to die of a natural death, and you know that's what's going to happen, that's fine. You can opt out for that, and that is what it is. It's naturally going to occur. But having a private unit providing this, I think, creates moral and ethical dilemmas especially within medical practice.
Well,
and
then let me ask you this. You know that your daughter, your son, your brother, your sister, your mom, or your dad is going to kill themselves. You know what's going to happen, right? They're going outside, they're getting a gun, and they're about to do it. Do you stop them?
Will they
Yes.
shoot me if I try to stop them?
No.
Yeah. I've actually had I actually was involved in a case where me and my husband saved someone's life because they had attempted suicide with pills.
But more
Yes.
this is more to Simon and more to Corey though. It's their choice, right?
Well, do I have the right to well, depends. Like, are you asking? Do I have the
They
right
said
to?
they want to. They're going outside right now. They're getting that gun. Do you stop them?
I would not tackle them per se. I wouldn't assault, but I wouldn't advocate for them not killing themselves, depending on what they're just. If they're
I would
not
stop
talking
them,
to me.
just to be clear.
Yeah,
I would
I
stop
think most
them.
people would and
Hold
should.
on, but you're still fighting over terminal illness, which is the fucking worst argument ever. The argument you're making is about mental health, and there's an argument there to be made. But terminal illness, you're literally saying, if I devastate my family, it's immoral to do that because it'll make them really, really upset, which is your stance right now with terminal illness. This is not the same thing as preventing somebody impulsively shooting themselves in the head.
Yeah, there is
right?
a difference
There's
between a
big
family
gap
member
between
coming
these
in and then the government or private care coming in and preventing you, right? There's a difference between those.
But
And I think
even
as
if
a family member,
member-
yes, you can absolutely go in, right? I think that's okay. And the family member has every right to be able to call police officers in,
Yes.
and you as a family
Yes.
member make that
No,
decision.
okay, then hold on. We're missing why these
I-
two situations are disanalogous.
What I'm trying to get.
You're trying to outline why they're disanalogous and you're missing it. The reason why the maid situation is disanalogous from the situation with shooting yourself in the head is the context around it. In the case of shooting yourself in your head, we haven't substantiated. Do they have a terminal illness? Have they expressly been rejected by doctors for an easier way of death? Part of why I'd be opposed to the shooting yourself in the head is that, you want to talk about devastating your family, shooting yourself in the head is a pretty solid way to traumatize your family, whereas euthanizing yourself tends to be a lot cleaner and have less blood and guts everywhere.
The only
right?
difference between that is the instrument and the aesthetics of it.
No, it's not, because assuming
yes.
that they're okay, if you don't think that the aesthetics around death matter, then I don't know why we're having this conversation. Of course, there's a difference between blowing yourself in the head with a shotgun versus peaceably going to sleep surrounded by your family and friends. There's obviously a difference here, and I don't really know how else to explain it if you don't see the difference. Can you agree that there's a difference between shooting yourself in the head and being surrounded? Okay, thank you.
There is
it's not just
difference,
aesthetic.
But the thing is, right? The thing is that and I know this is going to sound strange to say, so bear with me, please. But I think that, it should be more, again, one of the insidious things about maids in programs like it is that it takes away the bad of death, right? It takes away the aesthetics of death. And I think the aesthetics are portion, because aesthetics don't matter to the person who dies, right? The person who dies, it doesn't matter to them because they're dead. Nothing matters.
How can you be arguing? How can you be worried about how the devastation, the psychological devastation of your family is the main reason why you should prevent terminally ill people?
That's not my main
reason.
That
is the main argument that you have substantiating that right now. And now you're saying the reason why we should allow them to blow themselves in the head and it's better is because then the aesthetics are more messy. Wouldn't that be more devastating to the family?
We should allow them. I specifically argued for them to be
You're saying it's preferable. You're saying it's preferable.
I'm one of the only people on here, except for you, and you have said that you'd stop them too. But Corey, apparently, and Simon here are yeah, just let them go. Just let them do it.
Well, first of all, I don't think I ever said.
I don't think I ever said that.
I don't think I ever said yeah, buddy, let you go. I don't think I ever said that.
Sure, but
I also actually
toss them a garbage bag to throw over their head to clean up the mess, so that it's
I don't
less
know how
messy
much
for
lived
them.
experience too we're supposed to go off of anecdotally, but I live in a mentally ill community. Suicide is just breathing air. Who doesn't want to kill themselves? I don't even understand this world where people don't want to die. So yeah, I come from a world where people are mentally ill, so we have problems. So suicide is a casual conversation we have about our life, and when we can seek help, we do. We go to therapists when we can, but the medical system is expensive. It's expensive to save yourself. And also we have to go to work and pay our bills and do our taxes. So, and I've helped people in their last minute for hospice. I've done that with family members. We want a peaceful the most tools give people the most peace, and I think it really does start with respecting the individual's agency and not guilting them because of their family's feelings, and not guilting them into existing, and not guilting them into being alive. When what are you offering them in being alive, right? Except a trap in which they have to be forced into existence instead of them actually out of joy choosing to be alive. I want people to choose to be alive because they actually want to be. And I think to get to that point, we first have to like respect their bodily autonomy and respect them as a consciousness.
But the problem here is that as soon as they not only choose to not be alive, but then act on that choice, they've taken away all their other choices. You have removed their agency completely. They have removed their own agency completely. They have no longer the ability to make any other choice because they have ceased to exist. As long as
For
you're
sure.
alive, you have agency. So the
Okay,
ultimate
well,
removal of bodily
kinda.
agency is suicide.
For
That's
sure.
the
Let's go
ultimate
back to
removal
the
of bodily agency.
just for assisted medical care for medical assisted suicide. Just to go back to that, because I know for me, I live in Europe now, and my goal is to end up in a country that allows me to get that if I am dementia, Alzheimer's, lose my mind, if I can't actually function as an adult. I would like that option if my husband doesn't want to take care of me. If he wants to put me in a facility, he has to kill me. Like the idea of putting me in a facility because it's too much for him, like, Habibi, just let me go. What are you holding on to, right? Like, now he can make that decision. He's my husband and I trust him to make it. But if it was up to me, if it was purely up to me and it's not a burden on him, or if it is a burden on him rather, I would like him to know it's okay to end my life peacefully with government assistance. You are allowed to do that. I give you permission. If I am so sick, I can't even know who I am anymore and there's no chance for a cure, like, baby, let me go, girl. I was going to die anyways. This idea that we have to trap people we love, the fact that we have to trap ourselves in this existence just to breathe oxygen, I think is so short-sighted.
See, the problem is, it's like this framing of being trapped. Like, there is always something. Like, there's, as long as you live, there's always the possibility, no matter how small,
Yeah,
that
but
you
like,
will
why are
enjoy
you living
living.
for?
But as soon
No,
as
but
you
we're talking about
remove
dementia. We're
that,
talking
as
about
soon as you
Alzheimer's. We're
die,
talking about
you have
Lou
trapped
Gehrig's.
yourself forever. There is
But
no
if you're
coming
talking
back.
about terminal illness that deteriorates your functionality and there's no current care and medical facilities aren't working on one, you're going to spend 20 to, like my grandma did with Alzheimer's. We watched her go from not knowing where to put her feces to smearing it on walls to putting oranges in different places to like literally becoming a person she wasn't anymore. And we had, because we couldn't afford it, we put her in hospital care and visited her as often as we could. But she spent a lot of years before she died of Alzheimer's, just like being this shell of a person who couldn't remember anything. Now, they're Catholic. My family's not going to do anything. They're going to keep her alive and pray for her for this miracle that probably won't happen. So you can keep going for a miracle, girl, but I know enough about science right now that there isn't one. And I'm not relying on God. So why are you going to make me suffer just because you're the one who's uncomfortable when it's my life?
Simply because, again, you don't have the option to hurt other people just because it makes you feel better.
Okay, as a queer kid,
You don't have the option
grew up in
to
it.
do
No, no, no.
harm to
No, Wick.
others because
No,
it makes
Wick.
you feel better.
No,
you
that
don't.
sounds like you want to put me in shock therapy next, girl? Come on.
No, do you have the
Just
option?
my
If
existence
it made you feel
harms
better
people.
to beat the shit out of Corey here, it made you feel
Does
better.
Corey give me
It
consent?
relieves
Absolutely,
you.
100%.
It relieves
If he
your
consents,
suffering.
consent is key to everything, right? If he consents, right? And then we have to go down a checklist of what consent looks like. Look, you are literally telling me something I've heard my whole life. Your existence is harmful. Being gay is harmful. Being a sex worker is harmful. Existing Brittany is harmful. Change who you are. So you have to decide where you're going to draw the line. For me, I don't think it's harmful that people exist. I think it's harmful when we force our opinions down other people's throats and we force people into a trap of our own making because of
Death
our
is
own
a trap.
fear.
Suicide is a trap.
Death
Choosing
is
death
not a
is the
trap.
ultimate
Death-
trap
Death
because you
is a
cannot
release.
escape it.
Death is not a
Wick,
trap.
hold on.
You can never
Wick,
come back out of it.
Wick, you really have to reconcile to an issue I'm really having because I think there's something to what you and Millie are talking about, which is this like there's something respect worthy about choosing to rend meaning out of suffering, right? There is something good about that. If somebody has a terminal illness and they go, I'm going to stick it in for the long haul because I'm going to make these last 10 years meaningful. I think that that's beautiful. And I want people to have that option, right? The issue is there's two things in what you're saying that are mutually exclusive, which is one, this is bad. Terminal illness is bad because it does emotional harm to your loved ones. And then also you said made is bad because it takes away the ugly aesthetic of death, which isn't good. So while you want to be reducing, I guess, the emotional harm of your loved ones through death, you also don't want to remove the harm so much that they're not seeing ugly, gory, messy, ugly
Let me
death.
try to kind of square this circle or circle this square. I don't even know how you say
Sure.
it. So there are two different aspects of harm that's being done. One is to society. One is to the immediate circle that you have. the aesthetics being removed harms society because more people are okay with advocating for maids, advocating for programs like that because they don't see it as bad. They're not connected with it. It's very disconnected. They don't have to see it in the news. It's just there and it goes away and they don't have to think about it anymore. That's the harm from that comes from removing the aesthetics. There's a different harm that comes from allowing the aesthetics, and that's to the immediate circle. So it's not contradictory. It's just these are two different forms of harm, right, that are being done, and I have problems with both of them. Does that make sense?
So you would need, so yeah, first of all, you would have to substantiate. Like, I truly feel like all I'm hearing is a little bit of projection where it's like, you need to work through some death anxiety. Like, literally, the idea, because you've said things like, death is the ultimate enemy.
It is.
Death is the most, it's really not.
Okay.
It's really not. I think, like, anybody who's like,
on that, death is the ultimate end and there is no coming back.
it is the ultimate end. Absolutely. But that doesn't make it the ultimate enemy. And it doesn't mean that if society has a healthier, more peaceful relationship with death, that that's somehow bad, right? You need to substantiate the second one, that taking away the ugly aesthetics is harmful to society. Because to me, our society has the worst relationship with death of almost any society I have seen. We're terrified of it. We're putting off death as maximally as possible to the point that we have actual, like, boomer basically should be dead already, people in political power, because we have medications that keep people alive for far longer than they should, and people like miserably fight to not be dead to the point that they're in like diapers, they're drooling on themselves, where like in other societies they probably would have like walked off and like committed suicide on their own to like relieve the burden. And so like,
do you think that would be better to live in that society where the old people just walked off the cliff? Like they actually used to do 100%. That in other societies, right?
I know, and
they
I think it's based.
And die.
How many animals have you seen and been with while they die? I'm curious. I don't know, because I know you were in the military, so you've been around.
I've seen people die. I've seen. Yeah, I don't want to get into.
Have you seen peaceful deaths versus violent deaths?
I've seen more violent deaths than peaceful.
Hey, I gotta cut in real quick. I've gotta go. Something came up that I have to go
do what you need to do, Millie.
Take care.
I love you.
Be well.
Thank you.
Bye, Millie.
Where can people find you? Just shout yourself out real quick before.
Miss_Millie at Twitch. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. So the issue that I'm having is I think meaningless suffering is the great enemy of society. Meaningless suffering is awful. And so the reason why death can often be horrific is because of the amount of meaningless suffering that's attached to it, right? So like in violent deaths, for example, there's tons of meaningless suffering because they suffer. It's terrifying. It hurts everyone around them, and then they're dead. And there's no coming back from that. That's awful. But in the cases of peaceful deaths, it's a totally different conversation. And I wish our society knew how to offer people more peaceful deaths. Absolutely.
The difference between you and me here, and I think it's just a difference of values, is I think death is worse than suffering. In almost every case.
Yeah, no, I just reject that.
Okay, well, again,
that's what I'm torn on too.
I reject the opposite of it. But I want to hear from Corey. And I
want just to be clear, when we say suffering, I'm saying meaningless suffering. I think death is better than excruciating meaningless suffering that then leads to death. Specifically, in the case of terminal illness, we're saying meaningless suffering that later leads to death versus death before the meaningless suffering.
I mean, but then we have to extend this. Like, so again, you were or at least you said it was a better world when the old people would just move off to die, right? And I think that, again, this kind of thinking, to me, is horrific. I think that, like, even life, even when you are suffering, even when you're not at your 100%, even when you're going through all these pains and you have limited to some degree, that it still has value because you are able to experience even suffering is better than no experience at all.
Not to everybody else.
This is
the issue is that you're taking the the issue is that what you're saying is like the best possible rendering, because I agree, there's something noble in people experiencing suffering and rendering meaning from it anyways. I agree with that. The issue is that that's not the minimum moral prescription for society. It's not fair to say that the best that you can possibly do as a person is the bare minimum of existence, right? So while I would say it is good for a person to choose to render meaning in their suffering for the sake of others and their friends and whatnot, that doesn't mean that I'm going to set that as the bare minimum precipice. The bare minimum has to be lower for especially like ethical, moral living in a society.
Go ahead if you want to. Yeah. I'm curious how this, based off of what you've outlined, Wick, how this intersects with some of your other positions. Maybe I'm just not familiar. Like, so it's like you seem to be staking. Yeah, exactly. So
Go
you seem
ahead.
to be staking out that, basically you don't have the right to kill yourself because, like, well, part of it, your argument is that it's going to, potentially induce suffering on the people around you, and you have an obligation to.
And any it traps you. Like it ends
Sure.
any possibility of you experiencing anything at all ever again.
So I'm curious how this intersects or not with, let's say, your abortion position of, like, if someone is, let's say, they're pretty much early stage pregnancy, and, like, they have grandparents or the potential grandparents. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to being a grandparent. Does this person have an obligation to pretty much bring this child to
They
term?
should take it to account, absolutely, but that shouldn't be. They should weigh other matters in. Like we don't look at these things in a vacuum. We have to look at what the effects on everything, right? And I
But
think
you
that
seem to be
I
looking at
personally,
made in a
first of all,
vacuum. Oh, yeah.
right? I don't think that I have the right to tell anyone what to do when it comes to abortion, but I do think I have the right when it comes to maids. I do think I have that right, and here's the difference, okay? Because one, the life isn't there yet; it's not out yet, and one, the life actually exists.
There might be some people that disagree with that,
I don't.
but yeah, no, obviously not. But so it's like, yeah, when it comes to abortion, like, well, yeah, things aren't in a vacuum. And then you take other things into account, like even the equation of, like, how these potential grandparents might feel and how they might feel if they realize that they're not actually going to be grandparents. But then you seem to be sort of removing from the equation, the person's suffering and their potential intractable suffering. You're just saying, well, just on principle alone, I don't really care how you feel. You feel personally,
Because it's
you the
not
person.
just suffering. I understand you guys are attacking this specific point, but when it comes to maids in general, there are so many there's so many perverse incentives from the government that normalizes this. There's all these other problems in addition to the suffering that again.
I'm so on board with you on this. I'm actually super opposed to the current Canadian maid model. The problem is I can't get with you on the terminal illness stanza. That's the issue. Like the 2016
Again,
Canadian
for
maid model made
terminal
sense.
illness that is imminent, I'm with you. I think that in that extreme case, then okay,
Right.
then I cede the right to the individual.
I don't.
Okay,
Right.
but in
But even then,
cases
so
of an old person going off to die because they're old and having struggles, I can't
That's
follow
not
you down that
just
road.
to be clear. Hold on, just to be clear, because I realized my chat also misunderstood when I said yes. I want a society where old people go and jump off
Yeah,
cliffs.
that's
Just to be,
crazy.
hold on. Hold on. It's not crazy if you understand the context of what I'm talking about here. It's not just saying like, oh, well, once you're past your better dues, your libido's down a little bit, you look kind of gross because you're old now, you should go fucking kill yourself. That's not what I'm saying. What we had in society is that, like, when it was pretty predictable that like a decline was inevitable and they could feel their bodies starting to basically ail them in every way, there was often a choice made where people chose to end their life before they basically were a massive burden on their society, and also before like they're a massive burden to themselves because of immense meaningless suffering. So in the case of like old people dying and like getting access to euthanasia, I can't help but come back to Nick's grandma, right? I can't help but look at the situation where she had a stroke and she desperately wanted to go home to die. And she was refused that because good care said she had to stay and get a feeding tube and all these things until sometimes when she was coherent enough. She was like 83. She had a stroke, had complete loss of control for an entire half of her body. And she was like, she could live. Here's the thing, she could live. She could do a little bit of rehab and have some, but she's like, I'm 83. Like, I'm good. I've got like 20,000 great grandkids. I've lived a life. I don't want to like be unable to even speak. I'd rather just die. Like, my time, it's my time now. She wanted to go home and die at home, and that was rejected of her. And so we had to watch her instead slowly decline beyond max amounts of morphine and her refused feeding tubes and water, to the point where they were like trying to squish water into her mouth, and she was like turning away from it because they were trying to get her to be hydrated. And it's like, that's horrible. There's nothing more awful than that, which I know that if we had a society where like she could have just gone and walked off a cliff, basically, she would have been like, could you wheel me to the edge of a cliff? Because I don't want this. And so rather than having old people jumping off cliffs, I'd rather them be able to go home, be surrounded by their loved ones, telling stories, telling memories, which is what lots of euthanasia programs now do. And then they give them the injection and they slowly fall asleep and die. So it's a little bit more peaceful of a way to go, but it's still their choice. So I don't want just old people to be dying en masse, right? But when I'm talking about like chronic illness, it's it's this tension of quality of life as well. Because in the case of Nick's grandma, she wasn't chronically ill. She was projected to continue to live for years. She just had a stroke, but she was still functional. And it was so much better if we could have given her euthanasia. Instead, she had to basically suicide herself, which is in like a grotesque way.
I'm trying. This is a very sensitive topic, and I'm trying.
No, it's fine. I wasn't close to her, so don't worry
I
about
just
it.
want to be.
I'm not trying to weaponize my personal
I understand.
experiences.
I'm trying to be sensitive because you're my friend, and I want to be sensitive to you. But the actually, what would have been better had she not wanted to die, right? Had she chose to live.
No.
I think that
No,
would
not
have
at all.
better.
There's nothing wrong with dying.
At 83,
just
when you
refuse
have
to
no
believe
control
this.
over your body, yeah, at
No, like-
83,
Like, depending on your
No.
spiritual beliefs, like, if you believe in God, you're going to an afterlife. If you believe, like, your
She was
energy that's gonna get
Catholic.
recycled back into the universe, fire. Like, no matter how you face it, death is just so part of nature. You're in denial of nature itself by denying death. You have no right to life. Death will come for you.
There's a lot of things that are part of nature that we think are horrific and bad, right? Like,
Yeah, like
nature
humans.
is red and tooth and claw. Nature is
And
not
just-
happy
yeah.
place that we.
No,
that's
I know, but
sunshine
it's
and roses.
the most natural,
Nature
beautiful
is
thing
rape,
about existence.
Nature is
You're right.
murder. Nature
100.
is oppression. Nature is all these things, and we, as a civilized society, have decided these things, even though they are natural, are not something we want to partake in, and in fact are horrific.
You also keep saying society, and the problem is, like,
Culture.
I moved society so I would have options for dying in my old age when I'm terminally ill, right? Like, that's the point too, is like, you can move to societies. But if you're prescribing something for like 8
My
billion
society's
people on the
better than those
planet,
societies, yes.
that's fine if you believe that, but it's fine for people
is.
like Wick, not for people like Brittany. Yours makes me feel like you just want to control what I do with my body and my one limited time on Earth, and I don't understand why you think it's your business.
I think the crux of the issue in the case of, like, I'll go back to my grandma. And again, it's actually really not sensitive. I wasn't super close. And death to me, we're also Christian.
I don't
she was
want
Christian.
to.
We're
I
good.
know this.
No, I'm giving you the full clear of, like, you can give me pushback on my personal anecdote, and I'm not going to be upset in any ways. The issue with me about the grandma situation is she had to slowly die of starvation and dehydration and be in delirium at the end because we were so obsessed with keeping her from dying that we prevented her from the ability to have any life after she got injured, right? When her ability to live was gone. An 83-year-old with a severe stroke that has lost control of half her body and can't speak, maybe she can be semi-functional again, but her life as she knows it and her desire to live is over. And so instead of just letting her life be over in the way that she wanted to, which is at home with a priest, with her family and friends, we just forced her to try to cling to life for as long as possible for our feelings, right? Because we're so terrified of death, which is, like, I would argue, the most selfish thing that we can do.
Corey, go ahead. And then
Well, yeah,
I
I would.
Lawson. I haven't forgotten you, Lawson.
I would reintroduce like the ALS patient because you keep bringing up the terminal part, but like maybe I just didn't remember, but like the ALS patient that, again, similar to what not so erudite with Nick's grandmother, of like they're projected to live for a long time, but they might just be at some point like literally like almost like trapped in their own body. Like, does this person, and like this is the actual case again that I think is part of the reasons why Canada has moved in this direction. Like Sue Rodriguez, Gloria Taylor, they were part of the Supreme Court cases of like these were patients, ALS patients, that they pretty much were projected of like, yeah, I know my quality of life is going to degrade, and they want to give instructions as in like once it gets to this point, well, and like I'm pretty much like no longer autonomous, as in I can't end my own life. I want you to end my life for me. Like, is that permissible to you?
I think if you were like being kept alive on a machine, right? Is that what you're talking about? Did I mishear that? I'm sorry, I may have gotten.
Well, I mean, we can start introducing machines, but I'm definitely not an expert on AL. But the patients tend to be like, not every patient is the same, but that goes for just about every other condition. But like, it can get to that point of like the extreme example
if your body
of like
can't sustain life without like again, I'm talking an extreme here, like you're in like a fucking tube, right, or something like that, and you can't, like, your body outside of this mechanical contraption that's very elaborate will not survive. Okay. But when we're talking or brain death, for example, like if you're a vegetable, okay, and you have a not a do not resuscitate, but what's the thing where
DNR, yeah.
Is that what it's called, right? When if you're brain dead, they don't keep your body alive. I think that's fine. I think that's different. than someone who is just has ALS and would survive on their own, right? With just normal medication, normal procedures like that,
Okay,
dialysis maybe. Yeah,
sure.
but
Okay, so even so what if it's just like they've lost pretty much like most motor function, or let's say from the neck up, or rather from the neck down, they lost motor function, but they just require assisted breathing. Like, do they have the right to die?
my gut says no.
Okay. Well, I think that's part of the why Canada moved in that direction. Like those were like actual cases. Sue Rodriguez, Gloria Taylor. I would encourage
My gut
everyone
says
to
no.
look
My
those
gut
up.
says again, what death does, and we don't allow people, right, to do everything they want to themselves. We just don't. And I think that's a good thing. Again, we don't allow doctors to remove our eyes just because we want our eyes removed. We don't allow doctors to do a lot of things to us just because we want this to happen. There has to be more to it than that. And I think when it comes to assisted death, to physician-assisted suicide, I think, again, not only does it create a lot of perverse incentives with society, but it is robbing the patient of any choices they will ever make in the future. Like, I don't think would you agree? And Brittany, I'm curious on your chance. Could you sell yourself into slavery if that was your consent? Do you think you should be morally allowed to sell yourself into slavery?
I mean, if you're consenting to it, you can sell yourself into the illusion of slavery.
No,
Slavery
to
is a very
actual
specific
slavery.
thing. Slavery
Yeah.
is a very specific thing. It's a very specific. I don't think you can
But
actually.
consent, though, right? Like consent. You
No,
were
for
consenting
sure,
to it.
consent. Look, I really think you have one life and then you die. So, like, if you want to faux sell yourself into slavery, what does that mean? If you're selling yourself into slavery, I
Yeah,
don't think that
you're
means what we think
consenting.
it means.
Well, what do you think it means?
That's like saying, can you force yourself to be raped? It's like it doesn't work that way. There's an element of non-consent that has to be involved.
No, people sold
You
themselves
can't
into
surrender
slavery.
your consent indefinitely.
But that's what suicide is.
That's
we
that I
recognize
know.
that,
That's
right?
what I
Well,
think Wick and I kind of see it as is a
Well,
problem.
this would be, in the case of MAID, a good MAID system, in my view, ensures that your past, present, and future self are all consenting to this agreement, right? Which is why, in the case of terminal illness, even chronic long-term terminal illness, I think you have a more plausible case because there's good reason to assume that somebody with any sort of like progressive degenerative disorder that might take years to die, that their past, present, and future self will all consent to this, assuming that their future self will be the one experiencing the high levels of meaningless suffering. Whereas in the case of like the situation you're bringing up about like, will my future self consent to being a slave? Probably not. And also probably my past self wouldn't consent to that, even if my present self is, right? And I think like good MAID services should be essentially accounting for that question of the three forms of consent in each patient, which is why, like, again, if we could ever get to the Canadian policy, I think there's a lot to talk about there because I am dissatisfied with it. But
Well, let's.
If I can say,
Sure, go ahead. Say.
one of the reasons I've been so vocal about advocating for my desire, Brittany's only, my consciousness is a desire to like end my life if I become certain kind of terminally ill when I'm older. It's because I don't want my mother, who's Catholic, to keep me alive. I want there to be evidence of me saying on the internet. I want there to be evidence that my husband has the right to do this. I want there to be evidence that I do want my life to be ended and he has the right to do this. I don't want a 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 situation where my family like advocates for me to keep going when that was never my desire in the first place. I want my husband to be the person who makes that decision. But my mother being pro-life, my father being pro-life will fucking fight for my life and they will cause hell. And I want him to be able to be like, just watch her YouTube channel, my bros. Literally watch. She says it. I've said it for over a decade. I value my life enough to live it well. And I value my death enough to have peace when it comes to it. And I want a peaceful death.
I want to get Lawson in, but then if we want, we can dig into the particulars of the MAID system if that's
Sure.
where we want to go with this.
Sure.
Yeah, this is such a hard topic. I don't think there's any hypotheticals that can really be kind of paralleled with this. But in the spirit of that, I'm going to ask a hypothetical. If somebody does experience like 20 years of just agony and suffering, is it possible for them to have one day that would make it all worth it to them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Possibly. But
That's
I think
how, kind of how
the issue is, as an other, I wouldn't force them to endure all those 20 years of suffering in the hope of potentially one good day. If they choose to make that choice, I'm going to applaud them. I think it's cool. I think it's based. The issue is What we're talking about is me as an other imposing my will on their life. So that's why I have this like more distant of like, I don't know if I have the right to tell them you must live in the chance that you have one good day in the next 20 years.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what makes my position so difficult. This is something I'm MS, and she has gone back and forth from suicide to today's the greatest day of my life, which makes this so fucking difficult. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is not easy. Like, I don't want anyone here to be like, oh my God, look at them thinking death is so easy. Nothing in life is easy. But I would argue that life is just as hard as death. And that's why it's so difficult to know what to do.
I think Wick and I just have a problem with the permanence of it. Like,
totally.
there is no like second choices.
As long as you are alive, you have options and you have a choice.
Well, you only have options if your brain functions. You only have options if you have money. You only have options if you have care. You only have options if you have resources.
There's always a chance that even if you don't have it, that you will get it sometime in the future. When you remove that option, like when you kill yourself, then you've removed all options forever.
For sure. There's always an option.
The potentiality argument is a valid one. It's just difficult because then you have to contend with your potentiality argument around abortion because it's a very, very similar line of logic. And the issue is that potentiality by itself, I think, is a personal decision, should weigh in what you think your future self would consent to, which is why I think good MAID programs need to consider all three forms of consent. However, the potentiality factor isn't something that I think like specifically our government should be able to force upon you. That's the main thing that I'm having an issue with.
Before we get into the specifics of MAID, because I do want to talk about that, right? I have some super chats to read, and let's go through them as quickly as possible. $2 from 𝕍𝖎. What if someone is poor or in massive debt? $5 from the same individual. Why are we only limiting it to medical and health suffering? What about economic suffering, leading to low quality of life and painful existence? Again, this will lead into the actual MAID discussion.
This is the MAID policy question, really.
And then $5 from Tessicle Johnson. American made equal guns. This is alternative for the anti-MAID side if you don't allow people to die with dignity on their own terms. Thank you for the money, gang.
We don't have
if you
guns,
want to give me more
Testicle.
money, now's your chance. Like, send me some super chats, support me, etc. But let's get back to the nitty gritty of the policy and how this like a conceptual issue has played out when the rubbers hit the road and we've had to make policy about suicide and government-assisted suicide. How has this played out? What are some of our thoughts on how MAID is going? Does anyone think MAID, as it's currently practiced today in Canada, is based?
If you're using that as a synonym for perfect, then no, I don't think it's perfect.
It doesn't have to be perfect, but better than
more good than bad.
More good
than bad.
Yeah,
on the whole, yes, more good than bad.
I'm mixed. I don't know. I'm a little bit agnostic.
Same.
But because I don't know, I'm extremely hesitant because I think the risk of like the lack of audit is high.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know exactly, but if it gives people more choice, I'm always going to lean towards more choice.
Okay. I know it's bad. I know it's not
I couldn't have guessed from your previous positions.
Fair enough. Let's talk about what like, so I want to interrogate this. You said it's more good than bad, Corey. You seem to be the strongest stance here on that.
Sure. On the whole, yeah.
Positive stance. So tell me on it.
Yeah, I think this is one of the ultimate tests for our country, just as I think it would be the ultimate test for your country and a country of like pretty much the full autonomy to end your life. That's why I say like it's exposing clear flaws in how our society functions. It's an ultimate test of our other policies, our socioeconomic policies of like, yeah, I don't want people driven to MAID as a result of their socioeconomic conditions. And so like now the rubber actually meets the road. Where we have to talk about it, where we have actual cases. I have no problem talking about the cases of, let's say, Sophia, or at least based off of the CTV news story. That was their name. Of like, yeah, they couldn't find affordable housing as a result of, their, I think, allergy or extreme allergy sensitivities. And like literally, I think in one video recording, they pretty much just like said, yeah, the government sees me as pretty much like expendable. I don't want that happening. But I don't think the answer is, well, we just remove MAID. Like now we actually have to talk about it. Now we actually have to we are forced to address the socioeconomic conditions. As opposed to in other countries where they don't have it, it's all just a stat. And you can just brush it aside of like, well, These people just aren't, pulling
Why
themselves up by the
is
bootstraps.
sure? I just fail to see how this is making you actually address it.
Because we're right here talking about it and these stories. So, can you give me any story, of any personal story of any of the, approximately 150, 200,000 depths of the despair in the United States? Any personal story?
I can.
Okay, well, I can give you actual stories in the qualitative research of like, again, going to the mental health aspect of like, this is an actual patient testimony of like, I'm through with therapy. According to me, if you're in therapy, you have to work towards something, but that isn't the case anymore, and hasn't been for maybe a few years. After 25 years of therapy, there's nothing left to work on. The therapy just keeps the engine running. But life is more than an engine kept running. I've taken a lot of antidepressants. I lost faith in them, as there are no pills that can cure me. They barely help me. This is from a 42-year-old woman. So do you have anything analogous to that on your 200,000 depths of despair?
This sounds again. I'm trying to be as sensitive as I can, but this very much sounds like someone who is again in their 20s, early 30s.
42. It's a woman, 42 years old.
Sure.
In
I
Belgium.
don't know of anyone who has the exact age of 42 that's had this, right? So if you want a strict 1-to-1 comparison where I have to find a 42 Belgian woman, I don't.
Any story? No, but that's
Sure.
that
But
is the
when we talk
problem.
about 20s to
of-
30s, I can give you a few where people have expressed to me, right, and have talked to me, taken me aside, and said, I think it's over. I don't see any hope. Economic conditions, especially, they have struggled for years to find a job that they didn't hate. They've struggled for years to find even a place to stay for
Yeah.
longer than 6 months. They've had to basically be homeless for long stretches of
Sure.
time because they live out of their car, etc. I think that if the offer was on the table by the government to end their lives through medically assisted suicide, they absolutely would have taken it. And I thank God that they did not have that option, because if they had that option, they would have taken it. And some of them are still struggling, but some of them absolutely are not. Some of them have found have changed their lives. And again, had they had the option, they would have never had the chance to change their lives. They would never have a chance to experience the joy that they do today, because this option was on the table. I think simply having it as an option is insidious and it's harmful.
Well, the people that, so I guess I should have been more specific with my question. But I guess I would say any stories in the qualitative research. But regardless, I'll even take your testimonies of like, well, I can understand a retrospective and the potentiality, but I think not so erudite address that. Of like that argument for potentiality, I think only goes so far. It doesn't hold actual much water. But like one of the reasons why, like I said, I think on average, on the whole, it's good, but there are clear faults where, again, like I actually want these stories. I want the bad stories out there actually publicized because like that actually gets people's attention. People unfortunately have more empathy for little Timmy down the well than for 80,000 opioid deaths. That's just the reality.
The issue is that I don't really want people being mishandled by the system and dying as a result of it to be like what we utilize as rallying points for like better social welfare. I don't
Sure.
think that that's like an ethical cost, essentially. So like my issue with the Canadian MAID system is in 2021, the moment that we basically got rid of the like foreseeable death clause, there was a whole bunch of UN experts and human rights experts that came out very aggressively against this, basically outlining that there's going to be a high risk of ableism and ageism. There's going to be a high number of social workers very willing to quickly sign off on people's death, because essentially, like, and here's the thing, but the problem with the current MAID system is I feel like when I read like these increasing numbers of like, I think there was 15 cases recently that came out in Quebec specifically where
Yeah,
all 15
oversight.
cases were
Yeah.
where there's major oversight. And to me, I'm like, 15 cases doesn't sound like a lot, but it's not like there's actually thousands and thousands. Like, even though people will be like, 3% of Canadian deaths, I think it's still only 10,000. So even like 15 cases in 10,000 is a much higher marker of error than I'm really comfortable with. And it feels like what's happening is like people are saying in the government, helping these people is too expensive. So we may as well kill them because we're not going to be helping them. We're not going to spend the money to help them. So we may as well just fucking kill them instead. And like the UN concern about like the ableism, the amount of like impoverished people who are selecting basically care that they can't get access to or killing themselves, or affordable housing and killing themselves, is like horrifying to me. It's like the maximal case of like, I think one UN expert literally said this threat to like disabled people in Canada might be similar levels to like the Nazi like eugenics program, and that's probably hyperbolic, but hell, they wrote it in their letter to the UN, so they were willing to stand by it enough. That's really concerning to me. This is the issue: was like the removal of like the terminal illness or the removal of like foreseeable death. I think opens this up to like the Alan Nichols case, where on his MAID form, he was suicidal, and a month later he was approved for MAID, and the reason for MAID was hearing loss, but he had had hearing
Mhm.
loss since he was a child, right? The major shift that seemed to happen is that he was suicidal now, and it's like that these cases are really concerning, and I don't want it to be like, well, now people are going to care about social welfare. That's not really what's going to happen, right? And I don't want people to care about social welfare on the backs of disabled, impoverished
To
people dying.
piggyback
That's
off
just
of
like not
that,
it for me.
yeah, to piggyback off of that, like Corey, when you say that now we have to reckon with it, how it will inevitably be reckoned with is simply by expanding these options, because it's always going to be cheaper for the government. The costs are going to be down, right? Especially for a government-funded healthcare program. It's much easier to kill someone than it is to keep them on palliative care or improve their social conditions.
This might just be
Material.
a difference in culture. Not that I'm all pro Canadian government, but I have a little bit more faith in my government. Then it's like, yeah, it's just a strict like economic calculation of like, well, it's it's a cost
We
saving
can
measure,
already
so we
see
might
it
as well just
happening, though, right? We can
not
already see it
no.
happening.
The majority of MAID, of the individuals that actually get
Sure, the
MAID, the
majority.
average age is about, I think, like 78, 76.
It's mostly
And
old
it's
cancer
yeah, it's
patients.
most, and they're like, I think the majority, about 80%, they're already in palliative care. And so it's like, that's why like I'm totally okay with talking about these cases.
But
And
it
like
isn't
I'm
just the
definitely not.
majority that we have to be concerned about. So even if it was 90% that were fine, 10% is still a fucking lot, right? Like, even if it was only 2% that was non-palliative care and these due to these economic conditions, 2% of what was it? 10,000, 30,000, what was the number?
For
Well,
a total number of MAID
Yeah,
I think it was
cases.
3,000 in 2021, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
All across Canada.
Yeah, that's a
No,
lot.
10,000. I think it was 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000. 2%
I can
of
get the
10,000.
number.
What is that? Like 200?
Well, Wick, I was going to ask, what is
Horrific.
the like failure rate that we'd be willing to accept for this?
Very little, less than that. I understand that you can never have a perfect system. Like, first of all, I pose it on a conceptual level, but when it comes to a practical level, I think again that just the risks of it being there, and even if there is no failure rate now, the risks of sometime in the future having opened this door and it being used to simply get rid of the undesirables in a community is so high. I again, I think that we just shouldn't open that Pandora's box at all.
One question I guess I would have in like weighing this, because whenever it comes to like, this is like a statistical question, right? Where like we have the same question when it comes to like trying people in court for criminal cases and stuff like this, where like there's a foreseeable amount of innocence that will get found guilty that shouldn't. So like false negative, false positives, right? And we try to minimize. So in like a lot of like study and research on like incarceration, we try to minimize false positives like as much as possible. And so one thing I'd be curious to know is like, one thing that we don't have context for is like, what's the rate of false positives amongst like our judicial system? And because you can't really get it to zero, just to be clear. And so say it's like 1%, that would give us context of being like, okay, so say it's 2% for the MAID program, then I would be willing to say like, yeah, that needs to get reduced a lot, right? It needs to at least be at 1%. If not, maybe 1% isn't admissible. But part of the issue is that we don't have like these stats of comparison of knowing like, I mean, it's the same question with like teens being diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Like, what percentage of them are being misdiagnosed or mistreated? We don't really have those numbers, so it's really hard to compare, right? So I could give you the number. Like in MAID, I believe that only 4% of people get rejected as ineligible, but that doesn't mean that 96% of people who apply actually end up getting MAID, and that doesn't necessarily. That could either mean that our vetting process is really, really good, and that only really eligible people are getting through, or it might mean that our standards for approval are too broad. So it's really hard to like judge these things, which is why I want like an audit of the MAID program, basically.
Yeah, which I'm in favor of. Like that's why I said like I believe in our ability to address all these like clear shortcomings. That there are massive failures. And just to I think actually one of our politicians like said this. In many ways, it's easier to get a wheelchair, or rather, it's easier to get made in Canada than a wheelchair. That's a problem. We should address that.
So at what point, like, is there a point where you would say, okay, there's too much failure rate, we've tried to fix it, it's not working, so we should send maids to maids. We should medically assist maids in dying. Is there any point where you would be like, okay, we've tried this, it's obviously not working, we should just shut it down? And what would that point be?
Well, there's a little bit of nuance there. Like, if it's like to the extreme of like this person never applied for MAID and they're still getting it, then that's a massive failure.
Rolling back the specific changes of foreseeable death and the changes that were made in 21, which I think was the verbiage of foreseeable death and
a 10-day waiting period was removed. The second witness signature, and I believe some level of like a mental health counsel period was also required before 2021.
What
I think Bill C7 was terrible.
What would have to happen, or what would have to be shown to you to say, okay, we should probably roll those
back? Probably if there's greater than like 2 or 3% of cases, or like if through auditing, because like I would agree, it seems like one of the glaring shortcomings. I think that not so erudite touched upon of like there's a particular case of like as a result of hearing loss, it seems like they got MAID, and then their family tried to like get more details about like, hey, what's going on here? We didn't actually expect this to happen, and just everything falls on deaf ears. So if there are more examples of that occurring, where like it's like whatever 2 or 3% of cases where it's like people like their families can't actually inquire about like their suspected potential murder, I guess, then like that is a problem. Where it seems like they were just ping pong back and forth between like the RCMP and like whatever a college board or something like that. Like
I'm super curious. I don't know if you saw, there's an investigative. This was basically the thing that swapped my opinion. Is there was an investigative journalist. Maybe I can send you a link to the article afterwards. But they have a recording of a Zoom meeting from some of like the higher ups talking about the MAID service program and talking about like how their social workers vet things. It's a really interesting thing. Now, there's some arguments being made that maybe it's fake, but I haven't. The issue is you have to prove that's false, and there hasn't really been evidence. There's mostly just them being like, this isn't real, and it's like, it looks real, sounds real, like it could be all fake, but like we need some substantive. And basically they're talking about how like they're going to continue pushing forward a certain level of like basically like signing off on maybe like inappropriate maids because it might finally get the government to care about social welfare programs, and basically being like, if we push this and like allow like sketchy levels of like suicides to occur. Eucharist is the one who actually sent me the article, and this is the main thing that switched me to being like, the evidence for me is if this article is true, which it could be false, but if it's true, hearing any practitioner in the field using the suicides as a political tool is immediately the point where I go, stop and roll this back. This isn't okay. So that was the point that switched me. It wasn't really about the evidence. It's about like the bureaucratic orientation of the practitioners, because I don't trust them. I don't actually trust all social workers and doctors to like, especially if they're being politicized, to make good decisions about MAID specifically, especially if they've got really annoying clients that have been like a problem for like 20 years. I really don't trust them, especially with the amount of burnout and case and like compassion burnout with social workers.
It was like listening to the Watergate tapes.
Okay, I want to give space to Eucharist while I use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, gang. But Eucharist is was my backup, but he unfortunately
no longer dodging.
Outage.
Typical
So
Eucharist
is here to give my takes for me in perhaps a more educated way. Go ahead, Eucharist.
I think you might be muted, maybe? Okay. Take it away, Eucharist.
Yes, my toddler likes to come in here and turn off my interface, and I come in and forget that my mic is not on. So I was able to listen to like the first 45 minutes on my phone before it died because my power was out. I wasn't dodging. I will fight you anytime, Corey, or anyone else. I was very frustrated because I feel like for the first time in a conversation about MAID, the opponents should have been not on the back foot. And we have so much evidence now that the Canadian system is failing that like 90% of the conversation, at least that I heard, was like the sort of edge case stuff. Well, don't you care about people with ALS and stage 4 bone cancer where things are growing?
Well, we were
through their
stuck at
eyeballs,
terminal.
right?
We were stuck at like the moral arguments for
like,
terminal versus mental
that.
health.
Okay, fine, maybe. Again,
it was
like,
Wick's fault. Okay, he was like, no to any terminal illness euthanasia. And we're like, that's
on the extreme position. I'll on the extreme position. I'm extremely against suicide. I think it's always bad. But I think that we are in a unique position right now where like stuff is sucking in Canada so badly that I've been proven right. I've been talking about this for many years now, and I've been slippery slope fallacy, all this. I've just been right. So what I want proponents of the policy to do, maybe right now, maybe we don't have time for it, but I'm perfectly willing to defend my extreme suicide stance. What I want proponents to do is to defend the fact that what we know now is that there are people killing themselves now who would not have killed themselves but for this policy. And do you think that's fine and good? And do you think their lives probably would not have been worth living if that policy hadn't existed, right? So we just know we've opened the floodgates. Okay, so another thing, this bothered me. This kept coming up in the 45 minutes I got to listen to. You guys kept getting into the private versus public thing. That's not an issue here because it doesn't matter if the government is the one injecting you. Right?
I agree. That's why I tried to dismantle it.
What matters is the fact that you have a state that is now giving a thumbs up that says in these circumstances, you can kill someone, right?
Look,
that's what matters.
Just because I was effectively rhetorically at cutting down that conversation doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be talked about. I just won, okay?
Like, the issue at hand is, when does a state say you are okay not only to die, but someone else is okay to intervene and kill you, right? We're going to give a thumbs up and say this person is fine. I don't care if it's a private provider. I don't care if it's a public provider. The state has made that prejudgment. This is what, so the investigative report that I sent to 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 has this paragraph that's like death by checkboxes, which is what this is, right? If you meet the checkboxes and someone kills you, you're fine. Okay. So another thing that I think goes unaddressed quite often, and again, I don't feel like I should have to be on the back foot because, okay, by the way, if this didn't come up, the other thing that I sent to Erudite, I just feel like we have to emphasize is that we're on track right now in Quebec for 7% of total deaths to be made deaths. 7% of total deaths in 2023.
Wait. Well, I want to address that. Go ahead.
I'm saying that is an insane amount of deaths compared to the rest of the world.
Yeah, Belgium
doing the kind of system.
Absolutely.
Yeah, compared to
Quebec
the kind of
number
system
one.
that you
I agree.
want, right?
As a Quebecer.
Quebec number one. Okay, so the more people killing themselves, the better it is.
Okay, so
hang on. No, you said it. You said it.
The more Quebecois people killing themselves is better for the Canadian
state.
state. Okay, let's just say it.
I just want to know, and this is a question that I asked Erudite over a year ago in our debate on this. What we're dealing with in the Canadian system, particularly the cases you brought up, the hearing loss people, like cases where someone says, my main reason is that I just don't want to live anymore, but I have this other medical condition, some chronic pain or something, and that's the checkbox that I get. How confident are we that the panels that have developed in Canada, this like 2-doctor check system, doctors who, by the way, don't have to be mental health trained professionals, they can be nurse practitioners, they can be your general practitioner, they just have to check the box. How confident are we that we are sifting through the right types of suicidal people, right? Because in one case, there's a person who wants to die for a reason that you, Corey, and Brittany and everybody else thinks is the right reasons. And in another case, it's somebody who wants to die for maybe a temporary reason, a distress reason, something. How confident are we that we can actually sift through these things? I don't think you are confident. I think you've said things are not working. But Corey, you said there are clear shortcomings in the program, but I have faith in my country. I wrote that down when you said it because it made me so mad. Because the shortcomings are people killing themselves who would not have killed themselves otherwise, Corey. That's not like a minor thing. That's a major thing, right? If you think there's even one case, and we have 15 cases of potentially illegal suicides in Quebec, if you think there's even one case of someone killing themselves who would have regretted it later, if we could hypothetically port their consciousness into the future, if you think there's even one case of somebody who was the wrong kind of suicidal, I feel like that is just like, that's the kind of like moral reflection that I need from people to say like, this is not working the way we thought it would. This is a once and done thing. I can't take it back once you've taken those pills or once I've given you that injection, right?
Okay. So can I start addressing some of your points?
Please.
Okay. So you brought up the 7% issue with Quebec. So I'm curious if we get to the place where we've cured everything except for terminal cancer, and it's it's literally just one person in Quebec, 100%. That's our made case. Are you okay with that?
No, I'm opposed to that.
Okay,
but
okay.
My point,
Yeah,
my
so-
point
so
is,
this
my point
line-
is this should shock people, right? The fact
So,
that you've
yeah,
opened
so then the
floodgates
point is
and that
the
so many
percentage-
people are
the
qualifying and
percentage
taking
doesn't
advantage
matter.
of it should
The percentage
shock
doesn't
people
matter.
morally.
So okay, so would it be okay
Percentage
with
doesn't
you?
matter for me. It should matter for you.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no, hang
would
on,
it be
hold on.
okay?
No,
Would it be
no,
okay?
Corey,
I just want to be clear.
Corey.
I've been letting him cook.
Corey,
Okay,
stop.
this was the thing.
Corey,
I've been
stop.
letting him cook. I've been letting him
Percentage-
maul this whole conversation. Then I'm bringing him in here like a shotgun blast to the face to take you all on.
Corey,
because
stop.
I
Corey,
had
are
to
you okay?
deal
Are you
with
okay if-
being
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
got to
against all
bail
of you.
Wick out from his personal feelings.
Are
you okay if
My
Quebec
feelings matter?
do stitch a
okay?
3%,
Yeah.
like it's below Belgium now, or like what if Quebec had just like? Are you okay with
Corey,
that?
Corey, let me try to
Answer
explain
the
what I'm doing
question.
here. Let me try to
Yeah, I
explain what
know.
I'm doing here, right? Percentage doesn't matter for me. It should matter for you.
I
because what we're
agree.
talking about is a government system that says there are certain types of lives that are not worth living, that introduces the idea to you that your life may not be worth living and you will now kill yourself when you would not have otherwise, right? So the percentage should morally shock you. I think the percentage is bad no matter how many people are taking advantage of it.
So then don't bring up like 7%.
Stop. I can bring that up because it's a case against you, Corey. If the court system was working how it should, there
can
should
address
not
that.
be this many people killing themselves. Well,
Well,
no,
so
you're
I-
extreme. You think if somebody's blind and they're
Okay,
slightly sad,
okay.
they should
I
be
want
able
to
to kill
make
themselves.
sure other people get in on this
Can I-
too.
but
Corey,
can I address some of his
respond,
arguments,
But
or at least-
I want to hear from. I want to hear from.
I just
Brittany
want
on
to
this as well,
clarify
and Lawson here.
Eucharist's position. Okay, I want to make sure I understand your position. So, are you okay with, let's say, California's like oral protocol
No.
of like Okay, so like pretty much you're pretty much. It seems like you're on the WhickTV
Correct.
position of like.
Well, I'm
under
more
no
than Wick.
circum-
I'm extreme. I'm
Yeah,
very extreme.
I'm
Anti-suicide.
curious.
Suicide
I'm
always
also
bad. Yes.
So okay, so I'm curious. I'm also curious of your religious beliefs. So where does Jesus fall in there in suicide?
Well,
Ooh, that's
I
a
would
big
say
theological can of
we would have
worms.
to draw. No, I'm perfectly equipped for this. This is like there are fine lines we can draw between dying
it's
for
nuanced.
something. No, yeah, it is actually.
Of
There are
course.
lines we can draw between dying for something and killing yourself. This has been a line that we have been able to draw, by the way, since Socrates. Okay, so if we want to walk through it, I've got it. We're ready. But
Well, so suicide not always bad. You're
no, that's not what I said. There's a difference between
I think-
suicide and laying down your life for
No,
something.
I think you said. Let's rewind the tape. You said suicide bad.
Yep.
Okay.
I would say there are things that are not suicide, like dying for a cause,
Okay, so
not suicide.
okay.
Very different.
Okay. So martyrdom.
Yeah.
Okay.
different.
Fine. If you want to frame it that way, I think there would be some people that
We can
disagree.
parse. We can parse.
But yeah, that's obviously a separate
Wait,
panel.
do you think, just Corey? Do you think that someone who signs up for the military and they have to hold the line, like everyone's they know it's a suicide mission. We call it colloquially a suicide mission. But do you think that that's the same thing as choosing to kill yourself because you are in immense pain?
Actually, I do in terms of like odds, likely, unless we're talking about attempted suicide versus completed. But yes, I do think sign up
someone
for the
who's
military.
like, I am going to hold the bridge against the 10,000 troops. Like, I am going to buy my troops enough time, right? And they know they're going to die. 100% chance. There's no chance they're getting out of this alive. No quarter, no capture. They know they're going to do. Do you think that's the same thing fundamentally as someone choosing to kill themselves because they were in pain or were suffering, right?
Well, I think the odds calculation are kind of different in terms of assault. Like, I don't know if it's I think that
Can I give
is
you a different
different.
hypothetical?
Yeah,
Do you
sure.
think,
by all
do you think there's any possible moral difference that we could parse between someone who flies a plane into a civilian building and someone who falls on a grenade to protect his battle brothers? Do you think there's any difference we might be able to draw between those two cases?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, I want to finish your point,
but you,
Corey, and
yeah,
then I want to hear from
you.
Simon.
You are against like pretty much like any doctor, even just like prescribing medication, and it's like they leave it up to the patient whether you take this medication to kill, like pretty much like California's oral protocol. That is what you are against.
Yep.
Okay.
Is against all forms of state involvement in euthanasia in any ways. Probably because of like.
But well,
mere
even if
precedent.
state, even so,
Well,
state
I-
involvement or state sanctioned.
I'd say the latter again, because it's like when you have a regime of permissiveness, right? That says, in this case, we will not prosecute you if you do X, Y, Z. That is in a way a thumbs up. That is if we just look at the incentive structure that builds in, right? It changes the game. So there's a professor of mine that likes to talk about what he calls like the thinkability of a thought, and this come up a few times with you all as well when it comes to just like dying in general, right? My grandmother was not depressed because she didn't have access to her iPhone, but if you took my iPhone away now, I might have withdrawal symptoms because I have symptoms of of addiction. It's, you know, all those things, right? There's problems that get introduced when an option is introduced to you that you did not know was an option before. When the government tells me now I have the option to go to a doctor and request that they kill me, that changes the game significantly. It changes my psychological state. It changes my whole life going forward if that is a real option available to me given my medical conditions. Yeah.
Well, specifically, it's a change to precedent of like British common law. I think that's the biggest argument. At least for me, that's like the more compelling argument about a lot of this is that like it's a really weird precedent to essentially having the state signing off and agreeing to helping you kill yourself on your behalf, which can get really fucky if the state basically does that and it turns out that the person maybe later wouldn't have actually killed themselves. So then they're basically like enabling somebody in like a temporary state of like mental illness, which is really weird precedent in British common law. We don't really have it. Not that because I'm still for letting terminally ill people die. It's a precedent in common law that I'm willing to abate, basically.
So I want to hear from Brittany and from Lawson. I know we're going a little overtime, so if you guys need to bail, I understand that. And I know we got people wanting in on this, so yeah, if you don't have time, you need to go do other things. I understand, but I want to keep this conversation going because it's interesting to me. But yeah, Brittany, go ahead. What are your thoughts here?
Well, to be honest, I wish I didn't go to the bathroom right when this was starting because now I feel like I missed out a little bit. But I will say I mean this take it with a grain of salt. I don't believe people who want to deny people choice that they care about them. Period.
Respond to that, you, Chris?
Yeah, I just don't see this as denying a choice. I don't think it's a legitimate choice. There are lots of things that we deny people choice on that we think are illegitimate. You should not have the choice to harm and kill other people, right? There are lines that we draw, and my line that I draw is self-harm. I don't think you should have the right to do that. I value the people, the agents of the state who pull people off of ledges, there was a video that went viral recently. It was an old video of a cop running over a woman who had a gun to her head and was threatening other people and saved her life and other people's lives. I value the people who take that heroic action and save people from harming themselves. So yeah, I think we cut people's choices off all the time because we love them. And even if we don't love them, it's just the thing that we do.
Yeah, I think that that's not always true though, right? I'm sorry. I think you say we don't let people kill people, but we just mentioned the military, right? So like we let people kill people just fine in the right context, and we decide what the context is, right? When it's appropriate.
Yeah.
I think it can be appropriate for an individual to want to die. In the same way that it's appropriate for the government to hire people, my 4 brothers were in the military, to kill people against their consent, right? I think we can justify plenty of things, right? So I think there can be a circumstance, and I'd love to see you being open to that, where an individual could need this care.
I'm open to the idea that it is quite understandable, and I can be quite sympathetic to why someone desires that. I don't think that I need to come to the conclusion that they should have that right. I don't think it's a right that exists. Yeah.
So I think one of the issues that I'm running into with like the comparison of like pulling somebody off a bridge versus like again, I'm going to focus on terminal illness because I'm not advocating for the mental illness stanza at this point. I basically, after looking through Bill C-7, I just kind of reject it. So I'm only going to stand on the terminal illness at this point. And when I say terminal, I'm stretching that not like legal. I think legally terminal is 60 days. I'm including anything with a foreseeable death in the future and a fair bit of suffering up until that point of death. So the issue for me is that I wouldn't want, just like it would be a weird change, it is a weird change of British precedent to basically allow the state to help us kill ourselves. It's also really weird change in British common law precedent, for example, for the state to say, you must do life-saving care, right? So if you have cancer and there's like a 70% survival rate on chemo, but also your quality life is going to suck and potentially might afterwards as well, I'm not really for a situation where the government says you must take chemo, which is in very much more so what we're talking about with terminal illness. So the reason why like somebody trying to jump off a bridge isn't quite analogous to a terminal illness situation is because in this case, it's not so much like somebody trying to jump off the bridge impulsively. It's a case of basically somebody who has a serious condition that will lead to death and the government saying, you must take your chemo. You have no choice. You have to take your chemo or you're going to suffer miserably until your death. And there's no other option in between. That's the precedent that I think is really strange that I can't get behind when it comes to terminal illness.
So I don't think that exists, and I don't think it should exist. So like we have standards already. Like the reason this is a political debate in the United States and why it was a political debate in Canada in 2016 is because we had medical ethical standards of when we can withdraw care and when people can refuse care, which is quite different from intervening to cause a death. So we already draw those lines pretty standardly. There's no state in the union that doesn't let you withdraw care. Nobody's going to compel you to do that, right?
That's why I'm saying your comparison is disanalogous, because your comparison of like you intervening and pulling somebody off the bridge would be analogous to the government saying you must take your chemo. And that's not really what we're talking about, just to be clear. This is why you're...
Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
the reason it's analogous is because it's
hold on. I just want to make this clear for my chat. The reason I'm making this comparison is I'm not saying that you are saying that the state should force chemo. I'm saying that the implication of your analogy would be that if you're pulling somebody off the bridge, that would be equivocal and analogous to the government saying you must take your chemo. That's what we're comparing here. And I'm saying I reject that model.
Yeah, I don't think it's analogous. I don't think it's analogous because the bridge model is one where it's volitional in the same way. It's someone making a choice to do something that's going to bring about their own death in the same way the MAID case is someone making a choice to bring about their own death. The cancer thing we all agree is like this is I did not, maybe I caused it, maybe I smoked, but like I'm not choosing to let my cancer proceed. Maybe I would prefer my cancer does not. The government intervening to force me to live is quite different in that case than the government stopping me from killing myself.
While we have a little bit of a lull, let me get these super chats in. $20 from Lawson Harrison. Thanks for having me on, bud. You're welcome. $10 from Aeon to say, if the human mitochondria is finally hacked through de-aging technology to delay death by centuries, if not indefinitely, should governments force this on people whether they consent or not? And then $5 from Portland is Burning for the anti-side. Should an otherwise healthy person be able to sign a DNR before major surgery? I'm curious your answer on the last one especially.
The otherwise healthy person with a DNR. That's an interesting question. I need to think about that because I'm, obviously, as I've said, I'm fully supportive of people deciding to die well, and that's another assumption that I think carries through some of these conversations that I don't like is that deaths that involve immense pain and suffering can't be good deaths. I don't know if that's true. So I think I've known lots of people who have died in really painful ways, but they've chosen that, or they've chosen to go out how they chose, whether it was taking morphine or not taking morphine, so they were more cogent or not. As far as a DNR for a healthy person, I would say based on what I've talked to, my wife works in the ICU. What I've talked to her about in terms of end of life stuff is that you can be fairly granular with this stuff, which is like in this circumstance, I would like pressors like to keep my blood pressure up, but I don't want to be vented, or I want compressions to restart my heart, but I may not want like you can be pretty granular with this stuff. And so I think that's sort of a wisdom decision more than I would say like the MAID thing is a sort of irreversible choice that like yes, now this thing kill like. But I would need to think about that to make sure I'm being as consistent as I can be.
So I guess what I would maybe you said something here, which was that basically like people having a gruesome death isn't necessarily a bad death. And I would say that's true. Some people can have really painful existences of suffering before they die and render meaning. The issue is that I'm also not comfortable with imposing that people must have a suffering death and are just left to only try to render meaning, and that's their only option. I think in the best case situation, right, people can render meaning from their suffering and have a good death anyways. And I'm for a culture that just has a healthier engagement with death. However, the idea that like because some people who suffer a lot in their death have a good death, therefore like it's pretty reasonable to conclude that if you have two options of deaths, one that's like very, very violent and awful and full of suffering, and one that's really peaceful and surrounded by loved ones, it's reasonable to conclude that probably the peaceful one more often of the time will lead to a more good death if we could quantify it in this way.
I was going to add this topic is so interesting because like we treat a suicidal person the same regardless of the outcome, which is usually like sympathy and like caring. Like we don't call somebody like whose funeral we're at that killed themselves like a coward or something. I mean, some people do when they're like in super grief, but and also while a person's trying to attempt suicide, we still treat. I'm not really wording this very good, but you guys see what I'm saying? Like we don't really change how I think we feel about the person's actions based on the outcome.
What do you like? Can you elaborate on this a little bit? Maybe I'm having a hard time.
I'm trying. I had the thought and then I lost it.
Fair enough. When it comes down to it, right? Like at the end of the day, when to answer the DNR question, I think that you should be able to, like, if you're going to be a vegetable, right? Like, if you're going to be unable to live without the operation of a lot of machines and stuff like that, a DNR in those cases, even for a healthy person, is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But DNR because your heart stops briefly on the operating table, so now the doctors can't even attempt to revive you, even if you'd have 100% chance of being fine with recovery. I think it would be wrong to allow someone to sign that kind of DNR. So yeah,
I agree. I'd be a hard no on that.
Yep.
I guess I would say I don't. Another like moral difference I find coming into these conversations is I don't find the language of compulsion as compelling as some people seem to. That like the idea that just like letting your normal bodily functions keep going is a type of compulsion versus a world where we've sort of imposed an idea of which lives are worth living or are worth opting out of. I don't see that as particularly like compulsory in a way I find morally problematic to just say like, and there are certain circumstances where you can't just decide to off yourself or you can't enlist someone else's support in deciding to off yourself. There are choices that you can make to ease your death. That's another thing that I run into with this a lot is like, I can't remember who said it earlier that it was like, I think a decent, like functioning, compassionate liberal democracy has to have some room for allowing suffering people to ease their time into dying. And we already do that. We have palliative care. It can be less effective for certain conditions, obviously, but like, I just think we're sort of underestimating the way that we deal with this on an ordinary basis for millions and millions of people who don't have access to MAID in cultures where it is practically unthinkable. So, I mean, I always give book recommendations. There's a really good book called Being Mortal by 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙, who's a surgeon. He writes really great books. There's not many doctors that write good books, but Being Mortal does a really good treatment of like how we got in the West to the way that we handle death. We punt them off into other places. We don't look at them. And then sort of how like actual dying works in terms of palliative care. He gives examples of his own life, of palliative care he's given to patients. It's an excellent book that I think like I read that and I'm just like, I don't see the necessity for MAID that so many people seem to see in the dying process.
I'm super curious then, when you look back at like cultures where we were talking about like old people jumping off a cliff. So like when in cultures where when somebody got sickly enough to the point that they felt like they were a burden, their life was quite painful, and they basically were like, yeah, I think I've had enough. There was kind of this like historical cultural right where a person would like walk off. And it was oftentimes from lesson readings, I could be nobilizing history, but my understanding of reading the literature around that was that it was a bit of a like respected tradition. It was viewed as like a good thing. Do you think that essentially these cultures were like barbaric backwards, and you think that that was like a really bad orientation towards death?
So, like I said earlier, I think there are circumstances where we can have deep empathy and understanding for why people choose certain things. So I don't know if I would call it barbaric and backwards necessarily.
Sure, but
I would say
fundamentally, was it immoral?
I would say they just still should not have killed themselves. So the book I just referenced, 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 talks about his grandfather in India who lived until he was 110 years old, and he was able to do that because he had this dramatic extended family who basically oriented their entire existence around their respect and admiration for him to prop up his life in every way that they could. And so he died ultimately traveling into New Delhi on business, falling off a bus that started moving before he got off of it. He's 110 years old and he's going into town doing business. I think that's a model that I would strive for above a model that says, oh yeah, when you get to a certain age and you feel like a certain burden, probably just go walk off a cliff.
It's hard. It's hard for those people. It's like
it's very hard. Yes,
people, it's hard, and it makes me
very
feel
hard.
sad. And so why should I have to?
Well, the issue is it's not
just
hard.
Let them go fucking kill themselves. It's cool.
Well, what you're talking about here is a fundamental shift to the way that our culture engages in like intergenerational relationships. So like, sure, would it be better if we had a better intergenerational relationship across the board in our community? Yes, absolutely. That is true. That doesn't actually necessarily mean to me though, that when I look at the 110-year-old whose entire family life is around like him subsisting, I'm not going to lie, I'm not actually a super big fan of that. I don't think that there's like something deeply noble about this necessarily, like in any way. And so like, I am for an intergenerational, like taking care of each other. I hate the way that we treat our geriatric population, and which is why I'm very hesitant about Bill C7, because I don't want it to just become like, oh, offload your old seniors you don't want to deal with anymore, Bill. Like just off them.
It will, to be clear, Bill C7 specifically will. That is the current trajectory, right, of where MAIDs in Canada is going. And I hope to God that they're able to fix it, right, to roll it back or something. But that is... that, at least all the data I have seen, that's the trajectory. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. I'm not trying to spread misinformation that that's happening right the fuck now, but I'm saying that is the direction that they are heading with these decisions.
And
it makes me think of the Ebenezer Scrooge quote. they should just die and decrease the surplus population.
Yeah.
Can I say something that hasn't been said, but my audience really wants me to say it? And I feel like this is maybe just my bubble, but like, look, my family takes care of our elderly. We do everything we can, but we also have like my mom had 10 kids, my grandma had 17. We have the resources to take care of each other, right? With families who are having 1 or 2 kids, with families who are estranged from their relatives, from the way that old people, from my understanding, are being put in homes, which is like really weird to me in my culture, right? I'm not sure we're admitting out loud that our family units aren't even interested in taking care of our old. So who's going to advocate for them getting the care they need as they age? And if they look for the permission of their families who don't even like them in the first place, like I'm not sure they're going to get the real care that they need. And so I think there's like a little bit of like, maybe I'm missing it here, but there's a little bit of reality here that we're not even talking about. Like the government is a reflection of us, in my opinion.
I think that what you're saying is exactly true, but what I want to grapple with in that reality as well is like, you're exactly right. Like we don't think in these ways and we don't value these things. And so what happens in a world where we don't think in those ways and we don't value those things, where we open the floodgates for those people now feel like a burden and they should just kill themselves. That is a much worse world to me. That is a much worse world to me than one where we strive to restore that sort of morally preferable world where we care for them and they are viewed in this better way.
But also remember, like some of our moms and dads assaulted us as children. Some of us have relationships with bad parents that need to be abandoned or cannot be taken care of by their kids. So it's not like so clear cut, but I agree with you. Ultimately, we want to bring care and compassion back into our family units. I just don't think it's as easy. And I think we're still denying care to the people who need it by worrying about the fact like these are 2 different bubbles. The people who need care now, who are suffering and need assistance into death, they need help now. And like the thing that we want to do is a generational battle. It's gonna take us years and years to fix families and their relationships with each other. But people need care now. I'm gonna need care. Like I'm gonna need that ability. My family will fight for me to live, and I'm gonna need to die later. So you better not stop me, boo. If I have a terminal illness where I need to go. So I'm concerned about those people now who need the care now, right?
And I'm concerned about those people now who should not be killing themselves now, who are going to be encouraged to do so because of these policies, right? So,
but they're killing themselves now.
We're both talking about
high.
we're both talking about potential future worlds, right? One where we restore some of these things, where we fix some of these things. One where we open the floodgates and we have the downstream consequences of letting a bunch of people who would not otherwise have killed themselves, right? So I think both of those, like one of those is a clear winner.
Right, but this isn't like Pascal's wager.
Things. I know it's not. I'm not saying it's Pascal's wager.
But we can't frame it under this language of like it's one or the other, right? I think the issue is like the slippery slope has been a concern, right? I think it is starting to occur in Canada, which is a problem, right? But that the solution to that isn't like a rollback all the way to being like, wasn't it just so much better when we just like lived intergenerationally with all of our family? Number one, most of the time living with family was built out of necessity, right? Even biblically, people misquote this all the time, right? Where it's like blood is thicker than water. It's actually blood of the covenant is thicker than water of the womb, right? Even biblically, there's precedence that like your family isn't the most important thing. It's the people who you choose. So like, this is where I think conservatives fail. Like, there's like this quote that I really love, which is question tradition, but distrust the obvious. Progressives don't distrust the obvious enough, where they're like, oh, it's obvious, just communism. And you're like, no, motherfucker, like think about it more. But I think the issue for conservatives is they don't question tradition enough. In the case of like an intergenerational family, all taking care of each other, so like we have this best intergenerational life, we're presuming this on a background where intergenerational necessity doesn't exist anymore. And so is it actually good to like learn how to like live with your parents and your grandparents? Sometimes, yeah, but I would say it's way better to just learn intergenerationally, regardless of like whether you're blood related. I'd much prefer chosen grandparents than the ones like I necessarily inherited, because all my grandparents fucking sucked. Like, we're awful people, super, super, super highly abusive individuals that I had no interest in interrelating with at all. And so, like, I get what you're saying, but even this like utopia that you're building toward, like this intergenerational community that like takes care of the old, so that like euthanasia isn't the option, is like, even that world isn't that real. It never really was.
I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying it's preferable to the dystopia that actually exists now, or that many people here are pushing for, right? So I'll agree with you 100% that what we could push towards is better communal structures that could be more chosen than given. Like more like I don't think that there's a way for us to directly copy paste the past onto the present. I think there's always going to be a learning from the past to progress into the future. So yes, we could have a more supportive communal structure that doesn't exist now. We need to think about why it doesn't exist. We need to think about the fact that its absence means that more people are killing themselves. And if we give more people the option and the public support to kill themselves, that they will kill themselves, right? That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay, Corey.
Which are
go ahead.
those are valid concerns. I'm just curious, going back to what I posed earlier, where so you said suicide bad, but killing yourself for reasons potentially justified, and that like makes it meaningful, or that makes it like martyrdom. So is someone killing themselves for organ donation, is that justified to you?
I mean, I think where we're
Killing
getting hung
themselves
up
for
on is what you mean by killing themselves. Yeah, I think that's our sticking point.
Yeah, so like, what is the, because you pretty much, at least in my mind, there's this category of suicide that is justified, or like suicide in the name of something. That's why I brought up like Jesus, right?
Right. I would say what Jesus
So what are the
does.
some things that are
I would
good?
say what Jesus does and what Socrates do, both submitting to a state that is punishing them unjustly, is quite different from active suicide. I want to distinguish those things.
So
Just
what
like
is-
when I gave you the moral proposition of like, can we distinguish between jumping on the grenade and flying into the Twin
It's
Towers?
like
You think we can distinguish those things?
someone who is sacrificing themselves so others may live is a much
That's or-
different thing.
Right,
That's
so the
organ
organ donation thing
yeah.
is a good case for this. But yeah, I don't think it's just like I get to decide now. I'm going to take on the role. I'm going to kill myself. So that, like, I don't think that's exactly what's happening. Like, I think it's far more complex than that.
Obviously,
thinking
obviously that's true, right? Like that is there are clear differences, but then there are clear differences between suicide and chosen death, like clear differences,
Yeah.
right?
Chosen-
well,
I
again,
think
I don't know
suicide
what
would
you
be
mean
the
by
motivations, not so much the mechanism.
again, I don't see as much difference between chosen death as I understand that, and maybe I've just misunderstood what you mean, Brittany. It's very possible. This is a brief conversation. There's 6 of us, right? But I do not see a substantive difference between someone who goes through and takes a long time to decide to kill themselves versus someone who spontaneously tries to kill themselves.
Yeah, I think as somebody again who lives in a world where lots of people are attempting, a lot of people are suicidal. I'm one of them, or used to be one of them, used to be. I know the difference. It's a very specific difference in dealing with terminally ill people who are like, hey, I have stage 4 cancer stage. I would like to die with my family. I would like my family around me. Like, it's just completely different. And that's what I'm saying. If you don't know the difference, that's fine. But for those of us who do, it's why we advocate, or it's why we know that it exists. And we want those options to exist for people who might not know they exist. You might not even know it's an option for you, but I'm just saying it
Do you
could
think
be.
maybe, just entertain me for a minute, that perhaps this is kind of like you were making this distinction where there is none in order to justify this desire to be able to die when you want?
Well, but there is a distinction. There is a
See,
difference. I don't have
that's
to
the
make
thing.
it up.
I think there is not. I think this is
Yeah, I
cope.
know that. But like I'm telling you
I
right
think
now,
you
there
fundamentally
is.
don't understand death, and that's the thing. And I'm trying to
I
do
can
this.
I'm not
accept
sure
that there's a
he totally
difference.
understands death,
Wait,
but I
wait,
might
okay.
just be.
Let me just give you 2 scenarios. Would you say that there's a difference between a 19-year-old guy who's got minimal friends, his father abandoned him, he feels like a burden and hopeless, he has no prospects of dating, and he hates himself, and he's standing at the edge of the bridge with a bunch of voices screaming in his head saying, do it, do it, do it, jump. And then he jumps, versus somebody who has been contemplating, they've lived a pretty good life, they have good solid supports and social connections. By and large, when you get checked, they are very mentally well and capable. However, for a number of reasons, let's just say for the sake of this conversation, some sort of illness, chronic illness that they've been living with for the past 20 years, they go, you know what, I've had a good life, I'm fulfilled, I think it's time for me to pass, and I'd love to pass in a peaceful way surrounded by my friends and family. Would you tell me that there is no difference between these two individuals?
Of course there are differences, but there's no it's a difference without a distinction, right? In both cases,
There is a
they're making
distinction.
Okay.
Can you make, what's the
In both
distinction between these
cases-
two?
In both cases, this is why they are similar enough where I can lump them together and say that they are fundamentally at its core, right? Because you're talking about 2 things that are differentiate them: aesthetics and time, right? The time and length of time they take to come to the decision, and then the aesthetics around of what they're doing. But at the end of the day, what they are doing
hold on.
the same.
No. What you're saying, what's the
choosing to
difference
die.
here? Yeah, so yeah, they're both birds, but in the case, we've got a canary and a heron, right? Even though we might say, yeah, both herons and canaries are birds, death is occurring, birds being death, that doesn't mean that canaries are the same as herons. They're still distinct entities. In the case of like the impulsive suicide, we've got a different psychological context, which is like one of the most important things that we're talking about here in the distinction from chosen life is the psychological context preceding and around the concept of death itself. That's why these are fundamentally different.
And also one of the fundamental differences
fundamentally different, very different.
is also like how our Canadian healthcare system deals with these cases. As in, if you show up to the ER and you say you're suicidal or have suicide ideation, They don't offer you MAID. They potentially maybe even temporarily remove your agency, as opposed to someone saying, "Hey, I'm suffering, and I'm getting other doctors to sign off on my medical assistance in death." I think those are two separate cases, and we treat them differently in our healthcare system.
I can agree that they're two separate cases. My first question, Corey, again, going back to my rant at the beginning, is how confident are you that the Canadian system is actually parsing those correctly? Because there seem to be cases of people who have long-term suicidal ideation, who have figured out a way to game the system, who know what the checklist is going to be, right? Yep. Are you confident that we're actually sorting for the right people? And second, why do you think that difference is morally relevant?
Am I highly so just as you brought up, it's granular. So that's why I said when Wick brought up the word based, do I think it's based as a synonym for perfect? No, I don't think it's perfect. But on the whole, I think
based a synonym for. Am I using that word wrong?
Well, that's why I tried to that's why I tried to clarify. I don't know how you use the word. I'm just gonna be an idiot.
Correct. Excellent.
Yeah. But I'm like 70-80% like on board in terms of like I think it's working more or less as intended and as like pretty much not optimally but suboptimally where it's like the issues that you bring up I agree they are moral failings in our society that we need to address, but I see no reason why we can't get to a system that I want where those cases that you're talking about that are clear there in the media that don't occur anymore.
This is my problem here is like the more or less part, right? So again, with by your worldview, okay, and I'm trying to go as by your worldview as much as I can here. Without maids, there would be more suffering, but with maids now there is more death, and I think the death part has the weight of it.
Well, I'm just curious on both of. I think I know, but I'm assuming
death is wrong. Yes.
Just to clarify, I'm assuming both Wick and Eucharist.
You got to be a vegan, Wick. I don't know what to tell you. And you have to be pro-life.
No. Yes, let me be clear. Animals are not humans.
We all agree that, right?
Just to clarify your position, like I'm assuming both Wick and Eucharist, you're both against capital punishment. Is that like a fair assessment?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm mostly in practice, but it's complicated.
Yeah.
We'll talk
about
it.
I can just say yes on that.
I think it's separate, but maybe it's not. Again, I'll say
how confident are you? How confident are you that you
very unconfident? Yeah. So in practice, very like skeptical.
Yeah, because I think there are clear cases where you've like literally killed innocent people.
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely right. So I think that.
So you oppose.
Elizabeth Brunig has a wonderful collection of investigative journalism pieces called On Human Suffering that just came out through Penguin Books that everyone should read. It's very good.
So are you opposed at like a political level, like policy-wise, against the death penalty, since you admit that you don't trust the system to like play out the way that you would ideally like?
Mostly. This is still something I'm working through, but yes, mostly, yes. So
if I could ask you, Chris, this has been a topic in the past. What are your feelings on life sentence inmates opting into, I guess, prison maids or whatever?
Big no. Yeah, I feel like the same institutional incentives we're talking about. Like if we have a system where we're sentencing people to life in prison, what we're doing is we're taking a bunch of people who might just feel like, well, it would be better just not to be alive, and we're incentivizing them to opt into it. Yeah, I severely dislike that.
All the more reason to reform the prison system.
Sure, but so
hold on, you have to make Wick. Eucharist, do you agree that death is evil? I need to get this out there, or is Wick alone in this prescription?
Wrong,
is
not
death
evil. There's a difference between wrong and evil.
Well, I mean, I agree with
not morally. Really,
I agree
but sure.
theologically with what Wick said earlier, which is like that death is the last enemy to be defeated. I think it has been defeated because I'm a Christian. So I don't think it is this thing to dread. I do actually.
So if you physical death.
No, so if you read the Phaedo.
Hold on. No, stop. I'm going to make you just answer the question. Do you think that death is wrong morally?
Wrong.
And an enemy.
I think it feels disordered, and we think it should not happen. I think there will be a corrective afterwards because I believe in the resurrection. So there we go.
Do you think physical death is wrong?
If you're a Christian, you don't believe in death. Except for
well, you believe in physical death. You believe that the body dies.
Yeah,
so do you think physical death is wrong?
It shouldn't happen. Yeah, it's an aberration. You
think physical death shouldn't happen?
It was an aberration. Yeah, it was introduced. Like this is part of the story. It was not there, and then it was introduced. Death came as a result of something, right?
So you think that death is wrong?
Yeah, it shouldn't exist. It's going to be righted. I think I think that's if you want to take the Christian mythical paradigm, that's just it. It's just like there was no death, and then there was death. It was introduced by sin, and then there's something that will come along to right it down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would ever buy into the in the mythology that it's talking about physical death ever. I think it's fundamentally about spiritual death. That before the fall, there was no such thing as a spiritual
they're related,
death.
right? Like the actual death, the actual killing of things is symbolic, right? Something dies in the covenant of atonement in Exodus for me not to die. I deserve death, and something else dies. Like this is a thing that should not happen to me, and it gets put on something else.
I don't know if I agree that theologically there's a stance that physical death itself is wrong, right? I don't know if I believe that. Spiritual death is wrong, which is the problem with Adam and Eve, is that like Adam and Eve, the whole story is that when they bit the apple, they cleaved themselves from the spiritual the spiritual closeness
Death
with God.
was introduced into the
spiritual
world.
death.
Right, that's very clear in the scripture, at least in Bible, that death was introduced to the world. Death did not exist.
Yes, but again, you need to understand what the word death means to an ancient Eastern
think that
group.
But it means both, right? Because
means both.
it's both. It's a both and thing, because there's the physical death, right? And then there's the spiritual death. No, this is very clear in the Gospels and in the epistles.
Yeah,
there's
yes, there
death,
is both
there's
of these
spiritual
things.
death. Physical death presages the resurrection. Like if there is no resurrection, Paul says we are of all people most to be pitied, right? Because death sucks, right? It should suck. I think Wick is right on that. Like, but the only reason we can face death and say it has been defeated is because there's this promise down the road. So we can fight about this another time.
Because spiritual death doesn't occur. But if spiritual death occurs, that is the actual great tragedy. Physical death is not. Physical death is only a problem if it's coincided. No, it's only a problem if it's coincided with spiritual death.
I feel like this is going to get into a spiritual.
Okay, I don't want to get into theology.
I think you're wrong on the resurrection thing. Resurrection involves the reunification of the spirit and the body, right? That is that is resurrection. That it was the death of the body is also a problem. The resurrection.
It's a separation. It's
right?
an unnatural separation of spirit from flesh.
And so this is just scriptural. But anyway, I don't want to get too much into theology.
I don't want to talk at all about how Protestants are terrible at reading scripture. Okay.
Okay. Wait. Hold on. No, I will not. No, I will not take that from you. We can fight about it any time, and I will defend it to the death. I will not take that from you.
The Protestants are bad at reading theology?
Well, no. This what I'm giving is anything like a bad reading of scripture. No, I will defend it to the death. Like I can give you any historical reading. I can give you a biblical reading. Like this is. No, I'm not going to take that. No, but. Separate from that, I'm going to go back to the thing I was trying to ask Corey about. I've lost it already, actually.
This is why I didn't want to get it into a theological sense. Because when religion comes into play, it messes things up, right?
I agree, I think, with Brittany, fundamentally, that there is a difference between the two types of desire toward death that she's talking about. I agree. I think this is something that like you can think about philosophically. It's something that like Durkheim hit on in his On Suicides. He's one of the first people to parse out different types of suicides. I think that's true and reasonable. I don't know why the fact that one type of suicide might be rational and considered versus one being in distress means that one is fine and should be allowed and the other one doesn't. That doesn't, to me, answer that question. But I agree that they are different. I think they totally are. Like when I look at like Camus considering the problem of suicide, it's a question of rational suicide. Like why shouldn't I kill myself if all these things are true? I think that's absolutely. I can distinguish between them. I think they're both bad. So,
do you think Cato the Younger, when he like essentially vivisected himself, that was bad?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Cato the Younger. I mean, I'm not familiar.
It's the warm bath death. It's great. Yeah, probably. We can talk about it.
Okay.
Wait, I had Socrates. Wait, before you quit. Wait, I had Socrates to talk about. No, I think that on the question of fear of death, I really like what Socrates says in the Apology and in the Phaedo, which is that like confidently assuming what comes after death is a claim of knowledge that we don't have. But this is an issue that I had, I think, with what Brittany said early on is like, can we really know when we just want versus when we need death? I think that is a knowledge problem that I don't know if we can solve. And so I'm with Socrates on it, where it's like you shouldn't bring, this is what he says in the Phaedo, it's his argument against suicide, is that you can never truly know when you are ready to die. It sort of has to happen to you. And so in his case, it was imposed by the governing authorities. For other people that he knew in his life, it happened on the battlefield. This is something that just has to come on you. It's not something that you know because it's claiming knowledge you don't have. Yeah.
Okay, gang, this has been a wonderful conversation. We're going to close it out. I want to hear some closing thoughts from everyone, and I know some people want to talk to me afterwards, and we can let them on have that, but I want to let these people escape right? Made
All right.
themselves out of this conversation.
I want Eucharist to square my equation. Help me make it make sense.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get this. We'll get
In
this
my
done.
closing.
We'll get this
So
done.
my closing could go before his because I have a
Yes,
question
yes,
for him
yes.
in my closing.
Fair enough.
Okay.
We'll start with Harrison, and then we'll just circle around like that then, and Chris can go last. Harrison, go ahead. What's your closing thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna take the Blackstone position on this, even though it's messy. Better to force 100 suicide people to live another day than it is to let one person kill themselves that might have regretted it the next day. So,
Okay. Corey Campbell, what do you think? Or first of all, where can people find you, Harrison, if they want to find you?
I'm a nobody. I'm on your server and DGG and some other servers. But yeah.
Okay, well, Wick exclusive, gang. Come and check them out on my server. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. As pretty much the same as my opening statement, there are very clear shortcomings and failings in the system. But to kind of like also address what Eucharist, I guess, posed to me of like, but I do have some faith that we can address these things. Even just like, yeah, the checkbox thing and the lack of oversight. These are all glaring problems that like maybe I'm just too ignorant to recognize it. But I think our government can pretty much address these things. Maybe not tomorrow or even next month or even next year, but I think on a long enough timeline, within a reasonable long enough timeline, that all of these things can be pretty much, be addressed. And that's why I support it. And to use the specific cases, I would not force, let's say, the Gloria Taylors and the Sue Robinsons of the world to like continue living in perpetual suffering until like their body like naturally gives out of all biological functions. I think, as sort of highlighted and touched upon, like death, I think, can be messy. And if you're in an appropriate state of mind, without defining what that is, like you can make a rational choice to kill yourself, as did Cato the Younger, and also Seneca as well. Which I think makes philosophical sense. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now. With that, Wick, I want to thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv @CoreyCam84, on X and Instagram, and YouTube at It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Wick, Eucharist, Not So Erudite, Lawson Harrison, and Brittany Simon, always a pleasure. And yeah, thanks so much.
Oh, thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. I like when people disagree with me strongly and vehemently, and that's one of the reasons I like you, Corey, because almost every time we have very strong disagreements. So I appreciate you coming in, fighting with me. I enjoy it, and I think it's fun. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Brittany, please.
I think ultimately, just speaking for myself and my work, I always want to encourage the individual to have the most joyful experience while existing. And sometimes that is conflicted with existence, so everything outside of them, right? And I think sometimes existence, because it cares, makes individuals suffer through that form of care. And I would like us to get to the point where we cause less suffering, no matter how it's given, through care or malicious intent, right? So ultimately, I want to promote the idea that we can live how we want and die how we want.
Where can people find you?
Brittany Simon on YouTube.
Check her out, gang. Again, I really thank you for coming on. I know we have very different stances on here, and we fight, but I really appreciate your perspective. I do value it, and I'm glad you were able to stand your stance eloquently and passionately in front of my audience and let them decide. My audience doesn't
Thanks for
like my
having me.
stance either.
And everyone else was really nice, especially Eucharist. Is that your name? You're fun. You're fiery. I like it.
Eucharist is great, but we'll get to him. Erudite first, though. Go ahead, not so Erudite.
Sure. So my position is pretty similar to before when it comes to Canadian-made policy specifically, that if there is clear evidence that people are killing themselves due to poverty and disability, it's a problem. And I think that that's pretty self-evident. I would never want the alternative to welfare to be made. I think that that's like really barbaric. And if that's what's happening in Canada, then it needs like a full halt and rollback. And I'm very concerned about that being somewhat the case, and that there being incentive to that being the case with the current policies as they are. My question for Eucharist, however, because I still believe in terminal illness and people with terminal illness being able to access euthanasia. I'm still stand that position. So my question to you is, you've got to square something for me. And this is why I can't be on the side of not allowing terminally ill people to access euthanasia. So we've got an equation, which is that in one case, we have lots and lots of meaningless suffering and then death. And in the other case, we allow death before a large bulk of the meaningless suffering to occur. I I don't know how to square forcing a person essentially to experience meaningless suffering and then die. Yeah, that just doesn't feel. It's just nothing about that feels ethical, basically.
Where can people find you?
Not so erudite everywhere.
Check her out, gang. Thank you for coming. And again, I really appreciate you. I know we disagree on the edges here, but I'm glad at least that you are willing to say that maids as it stands now is kind of weird. Thank you. You, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Brittany, thank you for the kind words. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. We would have had a much more spicy time the whole time. I've been yelling at you guys for an hour longer. So first, I guess, let me see if I can briefly tackle what Not So Erudite put. I would say I might disagree with the idea that in one case the suffering leading to death is necessarily meaningless. It could be. I'm willing to admit that. I'm not willing to say that it is always or that it must be, and so I'm not sure.
I'm just saying in the case that it is. I'm just saying in the case where it is meaningless suffering.
In the case that it's meaningless suffering, I'll say the same thing I said, I think, in our first debate that I say frequently, which is that I think it is a general empathetic human good to alleviate suffering, but there are things that you ought not do even to alleviate suffering, and killing someone, even yourself, is one of those, I think. So I think that's where I would land on. But that would require some time to parse out, I think. I wanted it real quick though, because we got on the religion topic and Corey asked me about religion and Not So Erudite asked me about religion. I told Wick before I got here, I wanted to make sure that I pointed you guys to a source that you realize I'm not just like a crazy right-wing religious person, all right? I wanted to read to you from Alain Badiou's Ethics, an essay on the understanding of evil. Alain Badiou is a radical leftist atheist, the most influential living French philosopher, and he says this: the word euthanasia poses the question very clearly. When and how, in the name of our idea of happiness, may we kill someone? It names the stable core on which ethical sentiment depends. We all know the constant reference ethical thought makes to human dignity, and the combination of being for death, the thing we all are, and dignity constructs precisely the idea of a dignified death. Commissions, reporters, judges, politicians, priests, doctors debate on the ethical definition sanctioned by law of a death administered with dignity. He doesn't like administrative states, if you can't tell. To be sure, suffering and degeneration are not dignified, do not conform to the smooth, young, well-nourished image that we have of man and his rights. Who can fail to see that the debate on euthanasia points above all to the radical poverty of symbols available today for old age and death, to the unbearable character of the latter as a sight for the living? He interprets our debate about euthanasia as our inability to grapple with the fact that we grow old, we suffer, and we die, and we just want those people to kill themselves instead. He goes on to say that Nazism was nothing else if not a thoroughgoing ethic of life, and there's no accident that Nazism supported both eugenics and euthanasia together, that having a correct death for the right people and breeding the right people went hand in hand, and so he's radically opposed to euthanasia, as I am, as a Christian who disagrees with him on almost everything else. So
could you name the book again? My audience wants to hear it.
It is called Ethics, an essay on the understanding of evil, by Alain, that's L-A-A-L-A-I-N, Badiou. I'm not French, so I'm probably saying it wrong. B-A-D-I-O-U. So very good book. I don't stream anymore, but I write stuff on Substack at everythingwasbeautiful.substack.com.
Check him out, gang. Eucharist, my strongest soldier, one who I was sorely missing in the first half, suffering the slings and arrows of my entire panel, holding my own against the fray until the cavalry arrived. But thank you, Eucharist, for being. I will bid thee adieu. If you're watching this on YouTube, or click that like button and subscribe button. If you're watching this on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. Check me out. I'll allow you all to go your separate ways. I know a lot of people wanted to call in about this and talk to me. You're all invited to stay if you want. Up to you. But yeah, caller enters. If you want to jump backstage, I'll start bringing.
I could stay for a bit.
Yeah, okay.
I might hop back on, but I've got to go deal with my children for a little bit. So I'm glad I was able to catch you off a little bit. Yeah.
I'm all out of spoons for the evening, so I'm going to retire.
Thank you again.
Nice.
Thank you again.
Brittanyism. Well done.
Nice hanging out.
I'm glad to for my first panel, it was nice to have all of you guys on. I know most of you, so thank you.
Yeah. Nice meeting you.
Pleasure.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, wait, Kyla, you gave credit to me. They're not me. I didn't make up spoons. It's a real thing.
I know it's a real thing, but you're like the main person in like the DGG orbit that I know,
You know,
who says it.
yeah,
So I
that's
always credit you.
true. That's
I
true. In
credit
my
where I
bubbles,
heard it
it's
first.
yeah, it's like so common where I'm from that I'm like, what? And then I'm like, you know what? Give me credit, girl. I'll take a credit.
Credit where credit's deserved. I'll give it to whoever I hear it from first. All right.
Perfect. Perfect.
So Eucharist, I'm sorry, Ice Beans had questions for Eucharist, but Eucharist had to go take care of his kids, and so I'm not going to force him to be here. But maybe I can answer your questions as well. So 𝕵𝖎𝖎 here and not Eucharist, 𝕵𝖎𝖎 and Ice Beans, welcome. What questions do you have for the panel or for me?
Well, I have a lot of questions for you, Wick, but we can get to them in a second. Your chat's been molding all stream, and I've been sent here as a representative of your chat. Okay.
Ooh.
But
I know my chat hates my takes on this.
Just in case Eucharist is listening, though, I did want to bring it back to whoever asked him about the DNR. Okay, that was genius, because this is the thing. I'm glad that he didn't give a stance on it. Like, he said he was gonna have to think about it, right? The problem is that no matter what his answer is, I'm pretty sure that if he accepts DNRs as they are now, then he is agreeing that there is a way that you can legally commit suicide. So if you accept that, then maybe you want to examine why that's okay, but not someone who is at the end of their rope or like with a terminal illness or something. You want to go ahead and try to like examine, because like DNRs, even very like in the example that whoever brought it up, even a very perfectly healthy person can sign a DNR. No matter what that says in the DNR, I know they can be like have different conditions, but either way, you're saying if I am in this particular state, just don't resurrect me. So I don't know. I think that that's inconsistent if he agrees that DNRs should stay legal, if that's the case.
Well, Eucharist isn't here, and I cannot answer for him. For my take on this, again, like I said, in extremis, in certain conditions, I agree that okay at this point, then fine, but nothing beyond that point. That point being again, imminent death. 6 months out, probably the line I draw. And in cases where you are only going to be kept alive through extreme, like if you are brain dead, right, then you're dead, in my opinion. Like if your body has to be kept alive by machines, by a feeding tube, breathing apparatus.
I'm curious.
Okay.
No other.
Yeah.
Can
No,
I
go
ask
ahead.
a follow-up?
Go ahead. Yeah, go
If
ahead.
we ever get to the place of like floating heads, does this person have the right to off themselves?
If floating heads is in, you are only alive because a body or your body has ceased to function, and the only thing keeping you alive is this artificial machine, then you're not alive.
What if
So
we
can I
lived for,
hit
like,
you with another
2,000 years?
hypothetical?
And, you're not so as in like someone else can if you're not alive, then can someone else also take your life then? If that doesn't exist?
No, I don't think so. Because if you want to live in that state, sure,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, so you can be murdered.
But I don't think it's the same. Like, I think that at this point, I would allow or think it's not immoral for someone to choose to end that level of existence. Before you give me my hypothetical, Pixels going their own way for 25 PLN asks, says, even in Catholic theology, Lucifer is a main theme, that he is the enemy of life. So fair. Okay, thank you for the 25 PLNs.
I can't underscore enough how much I don't want to hear people's fucking backwater theology. I'm so over the line done up here.
So do you want my hot? Do you want my hot take on religion or my theoretical first?
Give me your
which is
theoretical
gonna.
first, please.
I don't want to hear anyone's theology, especially if you're not a Christian. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I have to believe. Okay, don't care.
Can I just say as an aside to this that like there is a difference between euthanasia and assisted suicide or assisted death, right? Because euthanasia is literally what we do to dogs. It is somebody else coming in. Okay, fine, you don't accept that, that's fine. But it is, you understand the difference, right? Where somebody else is coming in and sticking the needle in your IV. versus you deciding that I am going to be able to take like whatever meds I have to take or unplug the thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a difference.
So I understand. I appreciate the theology that that he brought in at the end, but I don't think it was relevant.
Fair
So
enough.
here's a theoretical for you.
Please.
Let's say that you suffer from a condition that is not terminal, but whose primary characteristic is excruciating pain. And the only way to completely alleviate that pain would be to medically induce a coma. Would you say then that you have a duty to basically warehouse people, right? So there you've got a building with, high ceilings and rows of beds full of people on ventilators, right? Because at that level of sedation, mechanical ventilation is required. And because otherwise, if the person is conscious, they are in crippling pain. Literally, they would be screaming nonstop as long as they could draw breath. Would you say that in that case, we have, that person has a moral duty or some sort of requirement to stay alive if all they can experience is pain?
So that's the thing. I don't think there is a case where all anyone ever can experience is pain. I think that that's just a false hypothetical. I think that no matter, even if you have
You don't get
pain,
to say it's a false
chronic-
hypothetical.
Why not?
Because you have to participate with hypotheticals.
Sure.
And
Yes.
so just engage and then outline
Yes,
what you
in
think
the
the hypothetical
hypothetical
is
where
most
you can
analogous.
experience nothing. Sure, in a hypothetical where you experience nothing but pain, fair. Then I'll change my stance. But I don't think that's ever going to exist in the real world. I think that for almost every case, even if you are experiencing pain, you can also experience other positive
No.
emotions on the side to side.
No,
side by side.
wait, no, this is not, no, this is the problem, okay? And somebody brought this up earlier too, okay? It's very funny when everyone's like, oh, boo hoo hoo, it's so awful. Like, it actually tells me that you haven't actually lived through
People,
somebody
okay, stop. People keep saying I
Hold
haven't
on.
lived through this. I've lived
No,
far longer,
look,
and I've
here's
seen
the
more
thing.
death
Here's the
than
thing,
most of you.
okay?
I would bet on
Okay,
that.
that's
No,
fine. Okay,
you haven't.
even if I
I
was even if
guarantee
I
it.
was wrong about this, the problem is, and even Miss Millie started to say this. I wish she had stayed on so that I could have asked her. But the problem is when you especially with Not So Erudite's example of the person who's like, well, do you regret that you didn't pass away earlier? Your answer must be like, oh yeah, well, let's look at their life. How was their life in the last 7 years? That's a hindsight thing. You don't know that. If you've ever had a pet where you've fine, I know we're going back to pets for just a second, but if you've ever had a pet where
pet
you've
human.
let them go, where you've let them gone on for just a little too long, you will realize what you did, right? Because we're sitting there thinking, oh man, I'm not gonna take him in. He's got one more good day in him. And then there will be a point at which it's like, all right, well, either he passes away, at which point it's obviously too late, or they're suffering so much that you actually feel guilty that you could have had the the opportunity to let them go.
I think you're actually touching on a key part of where most of your takes are coming from. You feel guilty, and it's affecting you so much, and you don't want to feel guilty anymore.
No. It's not
It's
about that.
I
am
think it
very
is.
much-
I think
no,
it is. I
no,
think you don't want to
here's-
feel
because
guilty
here's my-
anymore.
no, because
It
here's
makes
my
you feel
position.
bad, so you want to remove
No.
that feeling from your life
No.
by
My
executing
concern-
someone, basically,
my
or allowing
concern
them to
is
execute
with-
themselves.
My concern is with suffering. Okay, it's with suffering. It's
Mine
with
is
the
with
people.
death in the absence of joy.
It's with what people want. Okay, I'm not completely aligned with Brittany and Corey on this. I don't I'm open to the idea, but I'm more aligned to Not So Erudite, where I'm okay with the terminal illnesses, right? And in this case, it's not my example. I'm gonna bring it up anyway. Heem's dad, when he passed away, he had actually applied for MAIDs because he was terminal, and he was denied. He was denied, I think, once or twice, and he was in the process of reapplying when he passed away. And so, if you, these people, I guess, I don't understand how you can kind of look someone in the face and say, no, you gotta endure. Go ahead.
What I can understand.
Sit there
Let's
and
turn this
endure.
off. I don't know
I guess
how you
that's
can
my
look
problem.
someone in the face and say, "Hey, it's okay to
No, it's not
deprive
about
yourself."
me.
But
No, well,
you
well,
are
see,
making
that's
this
the
about
problem.
you.
No,
You are
it's
absolutely
not.
making this about you.
No, it's
You were
not.
saying,
I'm
Well,
giving
you're
them
making it
the-
about
I'm giving-
you.
Yeah, I'm giving
You're denying
them.
them their agency. You're saying you don't know
Yes.
enough. I
And
know better for
again,
you.
there are a
Wick,
lot
Wick,
of places
I
where
know
we
better
deny
for
people their
you.
agency. I'm
But you
saying
are. You're
that
saying
are
you know
don't.
better
denying
than
them their
them.
Yes, I am
agency.
saying
I
that
have
no
a
one.
question.
Go ahead, Stardust. But no,
All right.
before you do, let me finish this. I am saying that no, you do not know. You cannot know. There is no way to know if you are ready for death. There is no way you could
I think you're
possibly know
speaking for
this.
yourself.
No, I think you're
There's
speaking
no
for
one
you.
can
You
know
are
this.
no. This is very much the death anxiety that I think not.
You guys keep trying to pathologize me, and I don't appreciate it. Frankly,
Look,
right?
No, no,
Like,
Wick,
this
just
is
Well,
so you
the
know,
some of us
kind
feel
of
like you're
crap
trying to
that you do.
enforce
okay,
unnecessary
okay,
suffering
can you-
based on your own morality, and we don't
Again,
appreciate
because
that.
what
wait,
you're trying to
wait,
do is
Steph.
force unnecessary, like a taking away of agency entirely.
Wait,
Okay,
wait.
okay,
Can you
wait,
accept
No.
that there are
wait,
some
wait,
people
wait.
who are?
You
who,
think?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's possible that some people are okay with the uncertainty of death?
Yes, they
fine
may
with
be
that.
okay with that, but I am not fine with that,
They're
and
at
I don't think
they're at
society
peace
should
with
be
that.
fine with that, and I
Well,
don't think
you
that
have.
yeah, like
Wait,
even if
you have.
let me ask
No.
you this: if
Yeah.
I'm okay, right? If I'm okay with let's think of a good example here. Okay, yeah, sure. If I'm okay with hurting others, with going out and causing pain to others because it makes me feel better, should that be allowed morally?
Well, I think okay. Can I please? Because I'm the consent
Autonomy
queen.
over your own.
I'm like a consent
Yeah.
queen. Okay. This involves someone else's consent. If the singular person who's consenting in regards to their body wants to consent to die, they're allowed to have that consent considered. But you're talking about going out and hurting others, which violates other people's consent, another consciousness, right? That's different.
You're giving them the opportunity to go out how they want, like peaceful, like even like this is very.
So why
This is
don't
very
you allow?
contentious
Why
thing,
don't
right?
you allow an
Hold on,
8-year-old to do
hold on.
this?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
No, why don't
I'm
you
not.
allow?
I don't want to.
if
No,
the
I don't want. I
8-year-old
don't
is
want to be. No,
terminal,
I don't
maybe.
want. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't want to get dragged into these like disanalogous things. Okay,
It's
and
not
I understand.
disanalogous.
Listen, I understand your issue with your. You don't want the societal repercussions of maids being a thing. I understand that. That is a separate topic, right? I accept that maids as it is has serious problems. You don't want it to be abused. You don't want it to go down very slippery slopes. But the problem that we're facing here is that somehow you think that keeping somebody alive and suffering is like somehow noble and dignified when it's the opposite.
You think that's allowing someone to end their life to take away all their agency, all their joy, all
No,
their
they
happiness.
are choosing to do. They
yes,
are choosing.
you are
Okay, hold
thinking
on.
that
Yes,
that's dignified
because
and
here's
okay.
Death and
because
dignity.
here's then
That's
here's why.
horrific.
Because here's why. Because you okay, and I understand why you think it's wrong. Because you think that you're robbing them of. You said this.
You
That
are
you're robbing
like
them
it's
of their
not.
potential.
I think that it's
You're
you
robbing
are.
them of their. Hold on.
By
You're robbing them
definition.
of the.
Death
Hold on.
is the loss of
Let me
potential.
finish though. Okay. I'm saying that there is no guarantee as to what the ratio of good versus bad days are. There is no
So
guarantee.
why don't you allow an 8-year-old who has no guarantee? An 8-year-old has no guarantee that their life is going to be happy. Their life could be
Okay.
endless suffering. They don't know. Why don't you allow an 8-year-old to off themselves?
Because we have different rules for children.
Because their future
18-year-old,
self
though.
can't
This is
consent to
really
it. Because
easy.
their future
18-year-old.
self can't consent to it.
And again, much the same. Your future self at any age cannot consent
So
to
then
this.
nobody is allowed to consent to
can.
sex ever.
What
Okay.
about like skydiving though?
You
What about
can-
like tattoos? What about all the things I've done in my life that are dangerous? Like I risk death every day, girl.
There's
I
a
risk
difference
death
between
every day.
risk and definite.
Yeah, but
okay?
like not
No,
really. Like
We
you
allow
know,
people to consent to things that might kill them or
Well,
might harm them.
no.
But what we don't allow and should not allow is to consent to someone that will definitely.
what about someone
kill them.
joining the
But you're not-
military and going into combat? Isn't that like a guarantee? Like the death rate is so high. Like I feel like we're not being honest about death and our relationship with it. Like death comes in all shapes and sizes, and there is dignity in death. Like cultures celebrate death. Like all cultures, all religious, there's spiritual cultures. Like I feel like. Do you not know that, or do you just not think
There
people
are,
should
but
be
I
like
think
that?
that's like there are cultures that separate like child marriage too. Doesn't mean it's okay, right?
For
Okay,
sure,
here's the
but
problem.
like
Yeah.
if you even study philosophy, like death, stoicism, like having that existential dread tackled, talking about this is all very basic stuff in philosophy to tackle
Sure,
death.
it's a cope to deal with the inevitability of it, and I understand why they do it.
But it's not
because
a
there is
cope. A
no
cope is like a
option.
Band-Aid,
It's
right?
absolutely a cope.
It's
they
not a
have this
cope.
thing that is going to happen to them no matter what, so they have to figure out a way to cope with it.
Well, no, I disagree.
I
I
have a
think people.
question.
Oh,
Go ahead, Stardust.
Okay, somebody's on their deathbed. They have hours to live, and the options are either they get euthanized, or you suck their dick to cure them of what they have.
I was
Let 'em
gonna,
die.
I was gonna,
Good luck.
I was gonna read that out. I had that on here. That's a testy thing.
Fair enough. So if they wanted me to suck their dick to save their life, I would.
Ugh, Wick,
What if it
why?
was your dad? What if it
Not
was
with
your
those
dad?
snaggletooth you got going
No,
there. Stay
no.
away.
Well,
What
wait,
if it
wait,
was
no,
your dad?
I already
But
answered
let me
this.
let me
I
ask
already
an
answered
honest.
this. If someone has
I want to put in a
outlived,
variable.
then
I want to
I'm
put
I
in.
want to
okay with
ask
it,
an
right?
honest question
Sure,
though.
ask.
How many of the people here have attended someone, have done, like, for example, at-home hospice, have been there through this process with a loved one?
Where they actually died in the end? No. But I knew someone, I did have a family member who we all thought was going to pass away. We had prepped for it.
No,
but
okay.
they pulled
So this is why it's so ridiculous. Here, you ready for the deep truth?
I'm ready. Hit
At
me with
home,
it.
at-home hospice encourages euthanasia, because here's what happens: you are left alone with your loved one, right? Like, the nurse shows up for like the first day. You are left alone with your loved one, and essentially an infinite supply of morphine. You run out to the drugstore in the middle of the night, they refill it in a heartbeat. You're like at day one, you're sitting there acting like you're friggin', like, it's like Breaking Bad, and you're like mixing chemistry, and the nurse is telling you, don't worry about it. If you give him too much and he dies, he's going to die anyway. That's basically what they're telling you. And so I would just like you to ponder the thought that this is happening already way more than you expect to, because
I
when your loved
understand
one
that, and I
passes
think
away
it's
at
wrong.
home. And
Wait.
so why is
Because
so
we don't
why
care.
is the
This is
suffering?
why this is happening is because we don't care about our elderly. Straight up. Like,
No,
the reason that we
if
do
you say-
this is
if
because
you're
we
trying-
just don't
no.
care.
So I know you're not trying to be personal, but what you just said to me is, no, John, you didn't care about your dad. And no, I did care about him very much, and I watched him die. No, I did not kill him. But the fact is that I watched him suffer through the last 2 weeks of life, and from colon cancer. Go get your colonoscopy, kids. And it's a horrific way for people to die. And to pretend like he was conscious and aware at the end, he was not. It was nothing but moaning and grunting and being in pain. And then you up the morphine, and what they tell you is, if he seems to be in pain, you give him more morphine, and you keep on doing that. He did not die anywhere near or close to an administration of morphine. But the reality is that what we are doing is we are just literally, you're just dragging suffering out that is meaningless. He was not coherent. He was not conscious. We were not having
So,
deep, meaningful conversations about the
ask?
nature of life.
So can I
He
ask
was
him?
just,
Can I ask,
yes.
how do you know that he wasn't taking meaning from his suffering? If you couldn't
Because he
communicate
was,
with him, right?
The literal state theory session right here.
Like, no, for
Because-
real. Like, how can you know, right, that he wasn't that this is what at the end, because he wasn't coherent enough to actually communicate to you. I mean,
because he had communicated beforehand that he didn't want it to be this way.
but
I
you
think
understand
Wick-
how people especially under direct, and this is another problem with maids as a system, right? Is that, like, we know the regret rate of people who attempt to commit suicide without maids.
Oh my
and
God,
who,
Wick, no.
And again, that's
This is
completely
once
that's
again,
completely
no,
irrelevant.
everybody's
75%.
telling me, no, you need to listen when people tell you that there is a difference between suicide
There's
and
not a
like
substantive
no, there is.
difference.
There is.
There is not. I
there is.
keep telling
The
you this.
Okay,
and
regret
you keep
wait,
not
wait,
hearing
wait,
this.
wait.
Hold on.
The
Can we
regret
just pause? Can we just pause?
Please.
Pause? Cool down.
Jesus.
Okay. When it comes to studies on specifically attempted suicide, the reason why you can't generalize it super well to MAID is because the sample populace is so different from those individuals applying for and
So
being vetted
the
for MAID.
question then
Right? They're
becomes,
fundamentally different.
it's-
It would be the same as if you just hold on, be the same as if you ran a study on just men and the effects of cardiac effects. It turns out that didn't generalize well to women because it's not a good sample populace. This is why like CTR even like began to be a thing, as we realized you need to have complex demographics in your sample basis to ever generalize it. So there's a massive selection bias in the study. So like I really have to emphasize you can't use that study
then
to
let
talk
me
about
ask,
MAID. It's
and
not
because
comparable.
maybe you know, because I'm not familiar that we have any. What is the regret rate of people who go through maids and it fails, and then we ask them afterwards, like, hey, did you actually still want to go through this? Like, do we know the regret
Probably-
rate of people go through the maids?
Well, we have some evidence coming out about the lack of proper vetting, which I think is probably more important, to be honest. Because I actually don't care as much about whether people regret their choice. It's about whether or not our bureaucracy took liberties that they should have never dared to take to killing people that they shouldn't have been allowed to kill. That's actually the issue for me with 𝕾𝖍. So I do think that there should be some evidence coming out, like the 2022 stats on euthanasia. I don't know where it is. I was hoping it'd be out in July, like the last, like 2021, but it's not out yet. And I'm super curious to see, which is why, just to be clear, I'm very, very reticent. I've already said I don't like the Canadian program, right? I want to throw it all the way back to 2016. I felt very comfortable with 2016, not loving anything since 2021, right? Those are the stats that I think we have, which unfortunately we don't have, right? That's the biggest issue.
And that's kind of my point here, is none of us know whether or not they would have changed their mind. When it comes down, when rubbers meet in the road, we do not know. And we are taking it upon ourselves to make the choice, right? And we could do it for the best of reasons, for the most compassionate of reasons, for the most merciful of reasons. But at the end of the day, we do not know and we cannot know. And thus...
Okay, then you just
Wait,
basically said that no
yeah.
one can ever consent to anything ever.
Yeah, you that's what you've said.
Wait,
like
no,
people have,
why?
No,
Because
that's what you have
sex
said.
won't
Because you might regret it.
As soon as you make a life-altering decision, you're saying that you're like you could not have consented to that.
Almost every other decision you make can be mitigated or changed, but death cannot.
Yes, understand. Okay, look, I'm
That's
not
the fundamental
We're
difference
not-
that makes
we're
it
not
Well, not
dismissing
really
that
though,
concern.
right? Like,
We're
not
not
really.
dismissing
You
No,
that
keep
right?
arguing about me that like you were saying I'm making
hold
disanalogous,
on.
but comparing consenting to
Well,
sex
Wick,
and
I
consenting
actually
to
have to-
suicide
for the
is the
record-
most disanalogous thing I've heard all night.
Okay.
Really
Okay,
quick,
then
I'm sorry, I need-
let's make it a medical consent decision. I just went through a medical procedure. As I indicated, I had my colonoscopy this week. So much fun. First of all, in our medical system, informed consent is bullshit because I did all my research beforehand, handing me a slip of paper that indicates what might happen. I was not truly informed of the potential outcomes, such as a perforated bowel, such as waking up with a colostomy bag, through the medical system. I found all that on my own. Guess what? It's super rare. Didn't happen. No colostomy bag. However, those were possibilities, right? Can I consent? So all these people undergoing these procedures can they consent to something if they regret it afterwards? Does that mean that their consent was invalid? Does that mean that like afterwards you go, okay, so you wake up with a colostomy bag. You're one of the 0.001% that got a perfed bowel. You now have a colostomy bag for 3 months.
Their regret is valid, right? But it doesn't mean they can't consent. I'm saying
No,
that
but
we
in your
don't
model it
know.
says that
Hold on,
in your
hold on,
model it
wait.
says we shouldn't even offer the procedure because they might regret it.
Okay,
That's
hold
not
on, Wick.
true at
You
all,
just
because
said
again, we're looking at percentages and we're looking at what can be done after the fact, what kind of quality of living that can be had after the fact. These all are variables that go into play here. But when it comes to suicide and death, there is no taking it back.
If there are people who are
Actually, no, I'm gonna bite the bullet.
You have removed and trapped yourself you have sold yourself into basically forever slavery. You're dead. You are no longer able to consent to anything because you no longer exist.
Wick. The problem, I'm going to go back to this problem because I do have to peace out, unfortunately, okay?
Well,
The problem is that you are not taking...
I want to
you're
respond to
not-
the call out she gave me
Yes,
before she
yes,
does.
please.
Okay, all right. Look, my thing is that you're not... This is the way I see it, okay? Again, all these issues with maids aside, you are looking at somebody who is saying, I am willing to forego those good days in the future because I know that my terminal illness is going to take me. Okay, so you're basically saying, in this case, it's my wishes against yours. And that's the part that tells me that it's like, it just kind of seems like what you want is that for people to stay alive, and it makes you feel better because in some way it's more noble for you. That's the
Again.
problem that I can't get past with you.
Would you, again, this doesn't make sense simply because you would never say that someone should be able to consent to sell themselves into slavery, would you?
Yes, but here's the other thing, though. Would you
This is
still
so
apply
disanalogous.
would you? Yeah, this is analogous. Would you apply the same logic to trans kids? I'm sorry. I'm doing it, Portland. I'm bringing out your example. So kids or even just like adults who do like who have gender affirming surgery. That is a life-changing decision that they may never be able to go back. Are you saying that they can't do it because
No, because
they
again,
can't consent?
it's not killing them, and in fact, In fact,
But they can't go. No, wait.
it's
It's
to prevent them
irreversible.
from committing suicide in a lot of cases.
Oh my god.
I mean, this is a stat that they bring up to defend, right?
But
So
again, look, in the case of the person with the gender affirming care, in the case of the person with the gender affirming care, you are listening to what they're saying. As an adult, they're saying, "I want this surgery. This is what I want."
Yes, because
this is important for me.
It is not killing themselves.
But
if they wanted to kill themselves, I would say no.
It is in WhickTV's defense, he overvalues life.
Yes.
So the issue that we're running into here with the slavery is in the case of terminal illness, they are going to die no matter what. That is the guaranteed premise here. Because again, at least what we're fighting with on is again terminal illness, right? People who are going to die in the foreseeable future.
6 months. Yeah, 6 months out. I already said I'm okay with that in that. But anything
it's
outside of that, I am no longer okay with it.
I know. It doesn't fit with the rest of your shit, though, Wick.
So what I'm saying is the thing that we have to wrestle with is like you're basically saying you're trying to compare it to like the situation where basically death occurs or it doesn't occur. That's not what's happening. It's the experience that the individual will have leading up to and preceding death that they are going to experience. That's the only thing that is changing between these two different situations, right? So that's why it's not akin to slavery, because slavery is functionally indefinite until I guess eventually you die, but it's not like the death isn't on the table. So what we're really comparing this to is two situations where death is inevitable. And in one case, the person says, I foresee high levels of suffering. I would like to dip out before that. In the other case, they're saying you must endure that suffering until the point of death because death is bad.
What if someone wants
and you're specifically saying, I'm sorry, just to follow, just like as an addendum, you're one of the reasons you're saying that, Wick, is you're saying like, well, you're robbing them of those good days. You are making an assertion that they are going to have good days and that it is somehow going to outweigh any bad days that they have. That's the problem that we're.
So why not allow a terminal case, right? A terminal case, so foreseeable future, all those things, to consent to sell themselves into slavery because they get to choose how they experience it, right? They get to choose how they experience their last years.
Yes, they can consent to it, Wick. Yes, they can consent
I think
to it.
that's wild to me that you would allow this. I think that's
it's not
allowed. Living is more analogous in this case to slavery than choosing death because nobody gets to choose to live or be born. You only get to choose it this way. So in many ways, like this is why the slavery analogy I think is just not a good one to go to, because if anything, what's more analogous to slavery to the suffering person is living because they didn't consent to it and they're being forced to it. Because again, the slavery issues, you don't really have somebody who consents to being slavery. It's kind of like fundamental to slavery is the lack of consent part. Otherwise, we just call it like a really fucked up kink or something like that.
But see, here's the problem with that is, again, death is consenting to slavery. It is consenting to have your choices. Because why is slavery wrong? Because it takes away your choices. Correct?
No, that's not why slavery is wrong.
Why not?
No, we don't. Slavery, so it depends on the framework you want to use, but as sort of a society and utilitarian, number one, we decided that treating not all men as being equal is a really bad, horrific precedent to have. And number two, we don't really like to exist in a society where people feel okay enslaving and abusing other people and treating them as less than. Seems like these are the two reasons that we ended slavery. Not because we're like, oh, they don't have consent.
No, I think those are also those reasons. But yes, I do think that one of the reasons that slavery is immoral is because the person who is within slavery cannot consent. That is one of the reasons that slavery is immoral. You can say it's a small reason.
Okay,
you can say it's
sure.
But that is absolutely one of the reasons it's immoral.
The issue with the consent argument with slavery as to why it's bad is it's like maybe one of the less important arguments that it's not really worth mentioning because guess what? That's not what anybody mentioned when they were trying to end slavery. They were talking about equality of rights across humans and how we don't want a society where people think it's okay to enslave people. Like if consent's part of it, it's fucking 18 steps down to the point where it's not really worth talking about. It's not really analogous in this situation.
One, I don't think that's true. I think 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 absolutely tackled slavery from the extent of freedom and freedom of people to choose and things like that. Frederick Douglass, I believe, was a big proponent of that. I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't have the paper in front of me, but if memory serves, that was his main argument. So yeah, there's that. But you, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You, Chris, I gotta run. Yeah.
I'll deal with the slavery thing afterwards because I want to address. I did hear your call out on the DNR thing, so I want to clarify.
Yes, I do want to
Okay,
hear.
so I wanted to clarify. The reason I was hesitant on the DNR thing is because I want to be careful because I think there are situations existing in our society where a person could make choices that foreseeably lead to their death that I would consider immoral. I don't agree with you that the DNR as it exists now is the same thing as a kind of suicide, because I think I really do want to draw a strong distinction between if my heart is just stopping and we just let it stop versus if we inject me with something that kills me. So I disagree that just like adopting a DNR that says I won't have no compression, I'll have no pressors. I disagree that those are analogous. Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because intervening to cause a death and choosing not to artificially prolong a death are two different things. And there's a reason why in all 50 states, there's a reason why in all 50 states we can withdraw care and we cannot inject people lethally and kill them. That's why it's still an ethical issue.
What do you think about the I can't honestly know how you feel about this. How do you feel about like Jehovah's Witnesses not allowing blood transfusions?
That's complicated.
No, but hold on. That's an acceptable like blood transfusions are very like integral to our care.
Right? Yeah, no, I think they're wrong religiously. I disagree with them. In terms of like causing their own death, yeah, I think it's bad and they shouldn't do that. In terms of policy, in terms of policy, then I'm not like that's we get real thorny on religious.
Hold on, I know you said I know y'all probably talked about this earlier. I think I heard a snippet of it, but like my thing is that you might make a distinction between martyrdom and suicide, but in my view, that is saying if I am incapacitated to this level, like let me die.
I don't know if the DNR is analogous to martyrdom.
I don't see the difference. That's my problem.
Well, I think
because
the difference is pretty obvious.
In this case here, because in this case you could also make an analogy that says, okay, here we're leaving the meds on the table and you can choose whether to take it or not. I think the difference is really easy in states, for example, where we don't have Good Samaritan laws. Someone who chooses not to resuscitate someone they see in a medical emergency is not morally equivalent to someone who whips out a gun and shoots someone in the head who they see in anguish, right? Those are different things. Choosing to let a natural process go, they might still be a bad person. We could parse this out. They might still be a bad person, but choosing to let a natural process go versus intervening to cause a death, I think are clearly different. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree.
So I think
I would agree that they're fundamentally different. Yeah,
you're right. In the doctor scenario, the doctor giving me the drugs is not doing the same thing as the doctor who injects me. You're right; those are different. But I think in both cases they're bad.
But see, this is the other thing too. Is that this is maybe, and this kind of goes back to your what the thing you read about euthanasia. I don't see that we were talking about euthanasia. I disagree with you. I think it's a distinction without a difference between those. I think I think policy.
No, there is a difference.
There is a difference.
Yes, you're right. There's a difference. In one case, I'm requiring a doctor by law to assist in my death and to actively kill me. In another case, we're saying you right now are allowed to kill yourself. I think both of those things are bad. They're for maybe subtly different reasons, but the Venn diagram overlap is tremendous between the two. So if you want to draw a hard distinction, that's fine. I don't think it's a meaningful distinction. I think in both cases, we're allowing people to choose their own death.
We should discontinue at-home hospice then, in your model.
Well, so with what you've given, I would give the same answer that WhickTV gave, which is like, I think you're right. I think you're absolutely true that what we're doing in some ways is sort of passively encouraging and sort of looking the other way when it happens. I would still say it's bad, but the law does not allow you
we should require inpatient hospice, inpatient palliative care admitted by nurses to make sure that we maximize and extend life no matter the level of suffering.
No, that's not what I said. I would never say that we should maximize and extend life no matter the level of suffering. I don't think artificial intervention to prolong life is necessary to hold my ethical stance, which is we should no longer intervene to kill people. Yeah, you can withdraw
You're for natural death, right? You're for a natural death. So like if somebody is dying, you're okay with withdrawing care. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to force people to take care they don't want. I think
but you don't want to.
Hold on a second, but then
you don't want any
level.
That's
maximizing suffering then.
Well, not necessarily. I disagree. I disagree with this. So the example. No, I disagree. So I was talking to my wife about this just now, talking about my own grandmother's situation. Like there are cases. So 𝕵𝖎, your example with your husband's grandmother. There are cases where people who are old and expiring, they are just they're simply not hungry. They don't want to eat anymore. When they don't eat and they die from malnutrition, they're not experiencing immense suffering. They're expiring. Right. This is a thing that just sort of happens, right? So no,
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of maximizing suffering. I'm okay with morphine. I'm okay with palliative care. I think all of these things can be used
Your issue-
effectively,
your
can be
issue,
used
though.
legally, and can be used ethically. Yeah.
But the thing, is it
Fair enough, bro.
not to, okay. The thing is that I see this as a palliative.
The ultimate
care.
Screen
argument.
grab that though. Hella screen grab
yeah.
that, bro. I'm grabbing that.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
look,
I just
the way
oh,
I
sorry,
see
sorry.
no, this is the thing, right? Because like again, I like I don't know if you heard this part, but I'm also for only really in terminal cases. Like for example, when Heem's dad was in the hospital and like literally on his deathbed, but he knew he could potentially be kept alive by machines for weeks, months, and in a debilitated state that he did not want to be in. And
If you
so
don't- if you don't wanna be in that-
mind,
Then we
that
don't
is part of
disagree,
the.
Ice Beans.
So
Then
let
we
me
don't
give you an
disagree.
example.
Hold on a second. No,
Wait.
but you okay? But here's the thing, Wick. No, because you didn't come to that. You didn't. Okay, you
6
came to that
months,
conclusion.
I made a couple things. I made a couple statements here, and I want to reiterate them so we're all clear, so I don't get my positions mixed up. And I feel my positions are getting mixed up. You have to be kept alive on machines like to an extended period, right? Like you're in like some kind of like a machine, an apparatus that breathes for you, basically. And keeps your heart pumping and all these things. And yes, I think then at that point you're just dead already. You're just dead already. And the second place is if you only have months to live, then I think it's okay.
So let me see if I can like analogize in a way that I think might be helpful. So my wife was just telling me about this story of a patient that she had who was over 100 years old. He was mentally cognizant. He was responding to commands. He was not combative. He was just like felt like he was ready to go, right? And so he had a high flow nasal cannula on. He didn't want his oxygen anymore. He's just like, just let me be, basically, right? In that case, I'm fine with that guy saying, yeah, I just don't want this oxygen anymore. That's propping me up. If my body expires when I pull it out, let me go. I'm perfectly fine with that. His wife, on the other hand, wanted him to keep living. Now, let's take the other scenario where he wants to take the nasal cannula out. His wife agrees he should die, and she whips out a gun and shoots him. I don't think that's okay, right? That's the difference.
Not okay, but this is the thing.
And that's the same as the doctor.
I know. I understand you.
Go ahead,
I
yeah,
understand
go
you, Eucharist. The issue for me is this simple. If the difference is basically people withdrawing, right? So this is why I really hate your argument. Because watching Nick's grandma go into delirium because she just had to refuse care was fucking awful and literally a worse death than any pet I've ever had. I'm not for that world. I think it's a better world to be able to offer them because I basically fundamentally, I know the interventionism is the key piece to you because of the precedent change and all sorts of things. I understand that. I think it's a fine precedent change. I'm comfortable with it with the times of technology, as long as there are enough safeguards in place in the policy, which there are not right now, to prevent misuse, right? But I am fine with the idea of basically like, even the idea of like, fucking if we're out in the middle of nowhere in a zombie apocalypse and my significant other gets bit, yeah, if they ask me to, I'm going to shoot them in the head, right? I'm not going to wait until they turn into a zombie and then shoot them in the head unless they are specifically asking to like, wait. Yes, absolutely.
In every zombie movie.
Yeah, in
like,
that
literally happens
I
in
will
every
come
zombie
out
movie.
in the zombie case.
And-
I'm with
Okay,
you. In
Wick's on the zombie
case, I'm with
train.
you. But it's-
And
that works for your
another-
worldview, Wick, because
let me add
hold on,
another
that
book-
works for your worldview
Eucharist.
because you're about an acute terminal life. So that works for you, Wick.
Let me
anyway.
give you another book
Eucharist,
recommendation.
What if,
Oh,
Wick,
sorry.
they were going to turn into a zombie in a year?
Oh my
Oh my
god.
God.
Then wait,
Ice
till,
Beams,
then
please.
wait
Sorry,
6
There's no
months.
guarantee of
Wait
when
until
in the
6
next
months. Wait until 6 months.
But what if there's no guarantee? It's any time in the next year. And they're like,
Oh.
please just take me now.
Well,
I don't
in
want to
the
have to
zombie
suffer.
case,
I don't want
it's
the
because they did-
anxiety of knowing
Sure.
I'm going to change.
The difference in the zombie case is to become a zombie that is going to kill people, right?
High
Like,
risk.
that's
Yeah, I get that. I
that's
get
a-
that. I get that.
That's a
Okay,
difference.
So you're willing to gag him. I know. I'm not pretending there.
So-
I'm just trying to break the tension, okay? There's a lot of
That's
feelings
fine. Like,
going
no,
on,
and I want to.
and I
I just want to say, I
understand.
just
Okay,
want to say,
real
I
quick,
respect
real quick.
people. I know this is a difficult topic, and I appreciate everyone. I know we've gotten really passionate about this, and that's okay. I don't hate any of you. I don't think any of you are bad people for this.
I hate all of
just-
you.
I
You're
just
worst.
think
Staff
that
might
your
have something to
ideas
say about
are
you,
going to
Wick.
lead to suffering and harm.
Okay.
Wait, Ice Beams wants to
Well,
nail me before she leaves. Yeah.
No,
please.
I want to. No, not necessarily you, right? Okay, but like, okay, look, my thing. Here's my thing, right? I know everyone's been poo-pooing pets. I really do empathize with essentially what 𝕾𝖍𝖎𝖙 was saying about the lambs and stuff. I've seen suffering animals, and I've been in the position of having that decision to make. My thing is, if I can do that and give an animal a dignified death, right? If I can do that, how much more important is a human who can actually consent You know, like that idea is there. We have seen people where that they could have consented, they weren't being pressured into it, or like have some like deaths of despair or something. I guess I don't see why we can't provide that to people who like deserve
and I'll
it.
answer this question real quick, because simply by offering this as an option means more people who take it who otherwise wouldn't. So for example, if I was given the option in certain points of my life where it could end my life painfully, I would have pressed that button, I would have taken it. And
So then you
that would
do
have been
agree,
horrific.
and now we're just talking logistics. Got it.
What are you talking about? This is
You're
already been
saying
a
like
logistics
you're
thing.
saying that
My
basically you're
logistics
saying
are
like
simply
basically
very
if there
strict
well no
conditions.
if there are enough, you're okay with the idea. You're just saying that there's not enough safeguards to prevent people who would
No,
prevent
if you
yes.
thought I was okay with offering that and having people accept that offer, you were wrong and you misunderstood me, and maybe I miscommunicated it.
You're just
I
saying
am
no. You
not.
said
I'm not there.
okay. All right. Well,
My
I'll
conditions.
argue with
To
that
say
later,
again,
maybe. Yeah.
and really quickly, right? My conditions are 6 months to live or less, and or being kept alive by machines.
So I want to just point out
All
something
right.
because you bring up that
I gotta head out. But
you bring up that
I
6
swear,
months or
Thank you for the
less.
call out. I
I'll
appreciate
talk to you
it.
later. Bye, everyone.
You bring up that 6 months or less number. I think part of this conversation and in your position in particular is kind of it really shows how badly our society deals with death. And the stat I think that really brings that out is 50% of hospice patients are there for 18 days or less. People enter hospice far too late. We fetishize fighting, right? Like a lot of hospice patients are cancer. You're gonna fight cancer. You're gonna beat cancer. No, you're probably not. If you're stage 4, we are so unwilling to, accept the inevitable that people and it's their choice. Admittedly, no one wants to admit defeat, but I think it's a symptom of a broader societal issue that we are so unwilling to say, listen, the state that you have to get to before your doctor, your oncologist to go, listen, I think it's time to talk to hospice is part of the problem, right? The
I
doctors
agree.
don't want to
Yeah.
give up.
I want to hear
So
from
one
Stardust.
thing
We
I
haven't in
one
a
thing
while.
so I think I have a pretty extreme position actually in comparison to a lot of people on this. But there are cancer patients who have been through cancer, went through chemo 2 times, and going through chemo is like a horrible experience. And they get cancer that third time, and they don't want to do it again. They don't want to live through that again. They don't want to do it. They would rather just wait their time out and pass away, right? And I think that there is I don't think it's right for us to force somebody to go through an excruciating process just because we're uncomfortable with them with them dying. I think that personally, I think that there I would consider allowing people to get help with like euthanasia for more than just 6 months of left to live. They could have 10 years left to live. But if it's a painful life, they are plagued by an illness that is going to cause them pain for the rest of their life, I think it's fine to give them that dignity, allow them to go out on their own terms. Yes, you say that
Is there any, just to interrogate this for a minute, is there any
yes.
conditions which so what if they're blind? What if they go blind? Would you allow them that offer?
I think they would have to be evaluated by a doctor, really. I think it needs to be cleared by a doctor. But I think so I personally I think the blindness thing, like there has to be probably something else going on. But I do
It's a
think
huge decrease in quality of life.
yeah, sure. I do think that there are some mental illnesses. If somebody is like constantly like suicidal, like I don't know, is it if they truly want to go and a doctor evaluates them and clears them, that might be an extreme position though. So
Go ahead, you Chris, take it away.
I wanted to go back to the zombie thing.
Oh.
And give another
No,
look at
Corey's
it's a
got his
that.
hand
meme.
up.
Oh, yeah,
It's a
y'all.
meme. No, don't do
It's
it.
not a meme. It's not a meme. But y'all do.
It is a meme. It's not analogous because after you turn into a zombie, you're a major threat to society. Whereas if you just die of cancer, you're not a threat to people.
Guide it in a different
Otherwise, it's
direction.
analogous.
It's not a meme. I
Okay.
want to guide it in a different direction. But y'all handle the Stardust thing before I go off on that.
yeah,
I also want to go back
Corey's
to
got
the
his
slavery
hand up.
thing though, because I want to go back to that. So one
okay,
second.
we'll put a pin in that. Corey, go ahead, and then I'll give my response.
Well,
to
I have a
Stardust.
question for Eucharist, so it might
Oh, okay.
derail
Well,
or delay.
let me respond to Stardust. The reason why I think that this is terrible, to be frank and clear, is I think that like it leads to this option that people have that we would not. Someone might choose because they went blind to take maids or to take another government assisted death who otherwise would not if the option were not available to them, and then would have a life that would otherwise be something that they would enjoy and that they would enjoy. We can't know at the end of the day, but I think that offering that option puts in incentives and pressures that are undue. The power dynamics that come into play in that case are such that I think that they can no longer properly consent to that choice.
I think that we have to trust people when they have said that they, I mean, we don't have to, but I think that when a doctor evaluates somebody and clears them, and that person has said truly that they are fine with the uncertain, that they are fine with not knowing what is next, and knowing that they're not going to ever experience anything ever again, whether that's joy or sadness, right? If they are ready to go, I think, and a doctor's cleared them, I think that the right thing to do is is to help them, because otherwise you're keeping them, I mean, you're just denying their autonomy. I know you're talking about like power dynamics and things like that, but there are plenty of power dynamics that already exist with people who are artificially keeping alive, or people who are keeping alive against their will, or people who are forcing to go through chemotherapy for a third time that don't want to do it. There's a power dynamic there too. There's somebody out there who doesn't want to do chemotherapy for the third time because of the family pressure they have around them. They're doing it and they are suffering, and maybe they're going to die anyways.
Yeah.
There are power
Can I-
dynamics already in this situation, and I think that possibly the power dynamics that exist are equal or worse than what would be under a system where you're allowed to euthanize yourself.
I want to respond to that, but I want to let Brittany go first. Go ahead, Brittany.
Well, I want to say, like, ultimately, there's so much nuance to be had, and the individual experience is so complicated. But for every person that's going to wrongly die, there's going to be a person that should have. And then the cycle is just going to continue. Ultimately, like, we're going to cause suffering, whether we intend to or not. And so the idea is just harm reduction. It's not like eradicating suffering. That's not how it works. And so I think we all have the best intentions here, but the road to hell is paved in those. So just be careful with that. With that said, thank you for having me. It's almost 4 a.m.
Thank you.
here. I gotta
Pleasure.
go. Thank
Always
you.
a pleasure.
care.
Yeah, thank
Be
you
well.
for
Bye.
coming by, Simon, Brittany. Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Can I follow up with you, Wick, on the 6-month stuff?
Yes.
Is
Like,
attached to that
To be
unbearable
clear,
suffering? I'm
six
assuming?
months is somewhat arbitrary, right?
Yeah, I know. So I
Somewhat
just want to
You
like,
have to draw it somewhere.
I just
right?
want to.
Truly.
So the issue for me as to why, because at first when I was thinking about like the terminal illness, I also wanted to put like a year on it. But like I was like, probably like a year, like if they're gonna die in the next year and it's gonna be like awful, then like yeah. The issue with that is that there's a lot of conditions that are like ticking time bombs, where it's like you could live for the next 15 years, but you also might die in the next 6 months, and there's not really any way to know. But when you do die, it's going to be fucking awful. And the entire time in between, you're going to be in this perpetual mental load of, oh my God, anything I do could like set off this ticking time bomb. And so in those types of conditions, where not only is the suffering that they're experiencing then potentially physical, and that it's like limiting their life and what they can do, say it's a cardiovascular disease, we also have this like psychological burden that we're like requiring them to bear as well, which is like the constant anxiety of what might happen, where might I be, right? Traveling is going to be more difficult because if you have this ticking time bomb in your chest, but you don't want to be in fucking like 𝕵𝖎𝖎𝖙 when your heart goes off so that your family has to deal with it there, right? So there's a whole bunch of like major psychological limiters that get imposed by this, which is why the like timeline answer is dissatisfying, because I'm actually kind of Team Wick as far as like the idea of I want to maximally minimize circumstances where people who otherwise would be grateful to live are put down because we didn't have a good enough vetting system. I think that that's a very bad system. And I'm with you on that one. The issue with like why terminal illness is one I just can't get away from like allowing essentially is because of this like both mental burden and excruciating like meaningless suffering clause that like lots of people exist within that I just don't know if there's any moral prudence I can put on an individual to say you must live through that
I
regardless
understand.
of what you want
I think that
until you die.
Sure. At the end of the day, and I see your super chat. I'll get to it in a second. Don't worry. But at the end of the day, how is that? I understand that the difference may be the risk of it, but none of us are guaranteed the next day. Like any of us at any time could, boom, and that would be it.
But
right?
that's
We
different
don't
though, right?
know.
Like the existential emotional burden of like I'll give me for an example. Okay. So for most of my life after I got my neck injury, I was told by specialists that like any event that I experienced that like hits my brain too hard could lead to me being a quadriplegic or dead. And it was only about 2 years ago that I got reevaluated again. And they're like, that's not actually true. Even though your C-spine is a little bit deviated, it's actually quite stable. You can ski, right? The burden that had on me was that like I had panic attacks when trying to ski. I couldn't do most sports. Like it was this massive emotional burden, even though like, yeah, technically driving, I'm probably more likely to die than like randomly getting smoked on the hill. The reality is like, these are not the same psychological burdens. Like I think we all get used to like, yeah, if I fly, I could die. If I drive, I could die.
I understand that there's this extra on there. There's this layer that doesn't exist normally that is imposed upon things. But that's the problem here is I think that there is a psychological burden that is extra, but I don't think that is extra enough to allow us to make any kind of policy or any kind of to forgive people morally. Maybe that's the wrong way of putting it, but to withdraw
kind of forgive people
moral
morally, extend the grace.
Yeah, extend the grace to allow people who may have 15 years to live or maybe 20, but who might die tomorrow to decide I don't want to live anymore and I'm going to end it. I think that even in those cases, the incentive structures, just from a pragmatic level, become so great. Like, what incentive do we have, right, to fix these issues if people are just going to have an easy way out of these things? Like, and I do disagree.
I think you're presuming way too much of a.
I'm going to address you, Meat, real quick, because your thing that we are, your idea that society, we tell people to fight too much. I 100% disagree with that. I think we should tell people to fight more. Rage, rage, rage against the dying of the light. I think that is good.
No.
I think that we are going backwards when we say,
okay, so then we should end hospice.
The inevitable.
We should end hospice, and we should.
Yes, because the hospice, you said, they already go when they're like 20, 30.
Yeah, no, but get rid of it altogether. Force you to fight all the way to the end until you literally drop dead, no matter how much it hurts, no matter how painful it is. No hospice, no concept of palliative care, just massive, aggressive medical management of your disease.
Once again, I've already stated that there are conditions in which I think it's okay to end your life earlier. So you have a terminal illness,
but that's directly contradictory to what you just said. You directly just contradicted yourself. Because you're saying that on the one hand, if it's okay at 6 months to stop fighting, but then on the other hand, you're saying, no, we have to fight harder. I'm having trouble reconciling. Fight harder
because what I've heard on this panel and off this panel both is there are a lot of people who are just absolutely okay with if someone has an issue that decreases their quality of life, as long as they get doctor's approval, that they can end their life no matter how much life they have ahead of them, which is a fundamental different thing. We are encouraging people to end their lives much, much earlier.
Okay, then you misstated my point. So what I'm saying is that when death is inevitable, when a person has a terminal illness, even then, even in the face of that medical certainty, setting aside supernatural possibilities, we still try to basically guilt people into fighting for their lives, even when it's hopeless, because we are so unprepared to face the reality of death. That's my point.
Go ahead.
And the data that I have to back that up is the fact that the average hospice stay is not 6 months. God bless Jimmy Carter. I don't know what's his deal, But the average
He's
hospice
still
stay,
kicking, man.
I don't even understand it. He is the zombie I want to have in the world.
Yeah.
But the fact is that the average hospice day, 50% of patients stay 18 days or less. The average hospice stay is 21 days.
Yeah.
These
But
are people who
you
should have
would
entered hospice much earlier.
Would you consider
I-
hospice fighting? But anyway, go ahead, you
No.
Chris.
No,
No,
that's the thing.
I agree
Hospice
with-
is not fighting.
Separate the maid stuff we've been talking about. I agree with everything you just said. I'm sorry. I have the Discord update that I can't see your name. So
Meatwad.
Meatwad. I agree with everything you just said. I think you're right. We have a very bad relationship with death, and we don't do it well. And so that was, I think, part of my point this time was like, what we could do better is usher more people into death well, and that would alleviate some of the pressure that people seem to think exists for things like MAID. Like the kind of suffering that people imagine that requires this intervention to kill someone, I think is something that is not ordinary or widespread enough to justify the kind of policy that Canada has. So I think that what we can do is have a better relationship with death that ushers people into death in ways that involve less suffering, that involve less actually intervening to kill people. Like I think all of those things are true.
I think the way we do it today, though, is unfortunately somewhat of an example of what WhickTV is afraid of, in that the current hospice industry, at least in the United States, is one that's structured for maximum cost effectiveness.
Yes. Yeah,
right.
100%,
So because we never saw a nurse again, it was 2 agonizing weeks of being on our own with someone who was dying and very little knowledge of how to proceed. And
I don't know if you heard the part where I was talking about this, but maybe you've read this, maybe you haven't. I really love this book for anyone who's experienced hospice, because I have with multiple grandparents now. Like Atul Gawande's Being Mortal. He talks about these sort of things, and I think he deals with it in a very excellent way. And so yeah, I'm
gonna offer a maybe a hot take, but
please,
because I've heard it mentioned several times. I'm sorry, it's not the same, and I'm not going to consider the experience analogous until it's apparent. Grandparents are one thing, parents are something else.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to.
So
draw
my
an
take
analogy
is
to your experience.
my take is based on watching my father. Now, on the other hand, my mother died in the ICU. We were fighting tooth and nail.
Yeah.
She went in for a procedure. It went badly. She ended up in a coma, intubated. We fought like tooth and nail until literally they withdrew. Right. They withdrew life support. That was a different experience because the diagnosis was not terminal, and I do not regret the over $1 million that was spent on her behalf. But in the case of my dad, I feel like his death was with as much dignity as we could muster, but we were very much left on our own, and that's not what they promise you when you're going into it. So again, it's a great example. I feel like it was very cost effective, right? Because they show up with a cheap looking adjustable bed and a bag of drugs and kind of wish you well. Yeah, like I said, everything, now it may be a bad case, but everything that could go wrong did go wrong. He was brought home with a catheter, which we were promised wouldn't happen, which he proceeded to rip out in the middle of the night like he did in the hospital. So if you haven't, experienced the joy of that, just imagine doing that on your own. If you tell me that someone who is able to rip a balloon out of their urethra is conscious and awake and experiencing a good quality of life, I'm going to disobey with her. Now, that's my experience. You may have different ones. So I feel like, and here's my hot take, and I'm sorry, Erudite, but I feel like we are, as a species, are so bad at facing the concept of non-existence that our belief in the supernatural is a manifestation of that inability to deal with that concept. Okay. And that's just straight up my take on
$10.
I've had such horrible experiences with atheists recently. I don't give a fuck what any atheist thinks about religion at all in any way, and it's totally okay that you think I believe in spaghetti monster. That's fine with me.
$10 from Temperate.
I just don't want to hear it.
$10 from Temperate Takes. I find it interesting.
Well, we heard a lot of religious justifications for what I feel is like suffering in the name of some sort of.
Okay, I'm sorry. The religion was tangential.
Can I make my $10 and then we can do the thing? Okay. I find it interesting that
I don't think Eucharist gave too many religious justifications.
Seem to be operating under the assumption that there's nothing after death. It seems to be stemming more from a fear of the unknown. Again, I don't think there is anything after death, and that is why if I was religious, if I did believe in an afterlife, I would be much more okay. because I would understand that it's not an end, that it's not, it's definitely just a temporary passage of time. And so I would be like, okay, I would have much more laissez-faire kind of system of this. But it's due to my belief, to my suspicion that there is nothing after death, that I think that we need to fight for every inch of ground here. And that is why I advocate why I do. But yeah.
All right.
Go ahead, Eucharist.
So first, I apologize for looking like a sweaty. Our power came back on, but our air conditioning has not worked, and it's over 100 degrees here. It's awful. So I appreciate the distinction you're drawing between a parent and a grandparent dying. I think that what I'm trying to draw with this book that I would love people to read, because I think it was an excellent treatment of these things. Something the author does is treat both his grandfather's death and his father's death, moving into hospice, moving towards the end of his life. I think does it very well and gives like a sort of perspective on like how we treat different end of life care versus, putting people in nursing homes versus assisted living, and how assisted living has changed over time versus at-home care versus hospice versus what we tell people.
Oh, you mean the senior orgy palaces? That's what assisted living is.
Yeah. With people with terminal cancer and all these things, he works through it, and then he ports that into his experience with his dad, and does it very well from both a doctor's perspective and a person's perspective. And so I'm just saying, like, what I experienced in terms of having at-home hospice with my grandparents, like, mapped on to the things I was reading in that book compared to the things that I was talking to my wife about with what she's experienced in the ICU. I wanted to go back to two things really quickly. The slavery analogy and the zombie analogy. The slavery analogy, I think 𝕖𝖓 is right to push back against it in the things that she's supporting, right? Because there's a sort of threshold that she's finding that says, at this point, now it's probably okay to intervene to ease your passage into death. What people like, I don't want to slander you, Corey, but people like Corey or
slander me.
I've argued on the internet with who base their arguments more on autonomy than on imminent death. I think the slavery analogy holds, and this is something that this is super freaking nerdy. I'm sorry, but like John Locke talks about in the Second Treatise on Government, he objects to both.
Yeah,
suicide,
old names. We get it.
Shut up. We can talk another time.
I'm kidding.
John Locke talks about in the Second Treatise on Government, he objects to both suicide and supposedly voluntary slavery for the same reasons, that we have a right to life, to preserve our life, and that both of those things are inimical to that, right? When we quote unquote voluntarily sell ourselves into slavery, we are giving over our lives to the arbitrary control of another person. That's why he opposes tyranny, right? And in the same way, suicide is saying, I'm using my right to life to end it. It's irrational to him. It doesn't make any sense.
In that model though, then how is the soldier who jumps on the grenade ethical?
I don't want to answer for Locke. I think there are choices.
No, reach deep down and channel the dead body, please. Yeah. Please do the necromancy.
No, I think there are choices that you can make that risk your own life for the sake of higher goods that are fine. I would distinguish those from suicide, so we can maybe have a whole other panel about those things.
Can I ask what the justified higher goods are, and what are the unjustified ones then?
I don't know if I have a list. Do you want a list?
Oh yeah, so like again, the made patient that for organ donation.
Okay, no, I don't know. Like if you want a list of things I think are definitely not justified, the person who does autoerotic asphyxiation and tries to hang themselves and might risk their death to get off, I think that's bad. The person who might slit their own throat so they can donate organs, that's closer to the thing that I might think is justified. I don't know. If you want a list, I don't have.
Well, not an exhaustive, but that's why I brought up the example of like these patients. I think
there are situations in extremis where someone can risk their life for a good cause that are justified. I think that's categorically different than what we're talking about with MAID. So, but I want to talk about that. But real quick, the zombie thing. I agree. The zombie thing is not analogous because a person who's about to come into a zombie is risky to everyone else. I want to recommend a book that I think pushes this moral envelope further, which is Cormac McCarthy's The Road, which suggests that not only should you not kill yourself in extremis, not only should you not kill other people in your care in extremis, but there are other things that you should not do morally in extremis, like eating human flesh, and that you should die on that principle so that you can preserve your humanity. I think it's one of the most incredible novels
this is the most perverted.
written.
I hate this. You know what? Another book
no.
I highly recommend that you read. Okay, it's Voltaire's Candide, and it talks about these philosophers that are
that was
so
a great book.
dedicated. You gotta let me talk, all right? They're so dedicated to their philosophical quandaries and their philosophical principles that they waste their entire life and have to get bailed out by the only realistic women the entire time because they're so obsessed. It's literally, have you heard the Simon Sinek story about the guy in communist Russia who like died protecting a sack of peanuts because he wanted to plant them?
No.
And he like died of starvation.
Voltaire is the smartest dumbass that ever existed. Okay, like no, I will not accept this relationship between the two.
And didn't Candide, if I
so cringe.
They ate.
You're
they
basically
ate
being
butt
Candide in Pangloss.
Basically,
No, that was a while ago. The issue with the point of Voltaire and Candide specifically is that it was a conversation about how philosophers can get so lost in their abstract principles that they think themselves into.
This is applied principles. You haven't read the book. It's not abstract principles.
I'm just going to be clear. Not eating dead human flesh when there's no other option is fucking stupid. There's no other way around it. It's the same level of stupidity as the guy who died holding a bag of peanuts because he had a principle of caring for the future. When it's like, bro, you could have taken care of your kids in the future if you fucking ate the peanuts, you idiot.
But in The Road, they weren't eating dead human flesh. They were keeping someone alive to eat them.
Okay, well, that's different. That's like human torture. But like when we're talking about eating human flesh, I think of like the actual crash in Chile or whatever.
Come back. No, this is exactly, actually, I should have referenced this at the very beginning. This is exactly analogous to our conversation because there is no line you can draw between eating dead human flesh and the things that you think are morally impermissible, even in an apocalyptic scenario. That is what the characters draw. That's the line they draw to preserve their humanity. They will not eat even dead human flesh because the people who justify eating dead human flesh start justifying making babies to kill them, start justifying killing other people to eat them. Like all of these things flow from the initial principle, and that's exactly my argument for May the entire time. Okay, so yeah, no, we got to have a reading group.
Like I said, this is Candide logic. There's no world. There's no world. This is the issue with slippery slope. This is the issue with slippery slope.
No, it's not slippery slope.
Hold on.
Pause. No, wait, stop. This is not.
You can absolutely allow. Yes, you have to let me respond. You have to let me respond. You have to do it.
I had questions too.
You can absolutely, this is my whole issue with this slippery slope argument with euthanasia. You can absolutely allow certain levels of it without banning it outright. There are ways.
Not a slippery slope argument. It's a logical entailment argument. Those are two different. What one thing logically entails is different than a slippery slope. A slippery slope says,
I understand
this
the
doesn't
implications.
necessarily
I understand. You're saying that this is a logical implication of this argument. The issue is that there can be extreme circumstances, such as in the case of euthanasia, where you can allow the limited factor without allowing all of the necessary implications that potentially come with it.
I haven't seen one.
Well,
it hasn't happened.
We've tried to do 2016,
it. We tried,
but
and it didn't work. We couldn't stop it.
That doesn't mean that it can't work. That's also really bad logic, just because we've never historically seen it.
No,
First of all, you're probably wrong here. You're probably wrong here that the implications don't always have to come around. I don't know of one off the top of my head, but I'm sure there are instances where people were worried about the possible implications of where this could go, and there are reasonable conclusions about where this could go, that it didn't happen because people had some level of prudence. I believe
the fact that
is
it didn't happen doesn't mean it's not a logical entailment.
I'm not saying that it's not. What I'm saying is that you can have a state that allows limited forms of euthanasia, such in the case of like terminal illness, that doesn't allow this later application of allowing mentally ill people who are just uncomfortable to kill themselves, right? You can have these two things.
I don't think consistently.
I am going to.
This is the philosopher's greatest bin. Is that here's reality. Reality isn't consistent a lot of time.
Reality is fucking killing people in the number of 7 to 8% of total deaths in Quebec right now. Okay, that's what reality is.
We just established.
I think that's bad. Good job. I think that's bad. I also thought that slavery was bad. Okay, there are things that are bad about reality.
I'm arguing in the realm of reality, and you're saying I'm Candide. Like I can't.
Yes.
I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yes. Yes, no, because I'm saying
No,
there
I
can
don't.
be.
I don't.
Because you're saying that if you allow people to eat dead humans to survive in extreme circumstances, that the necessary implications is that they will build a society where they're having children to begin farming them like cattle. That's what I'm saying is silly.
Last
just asked-
word,
that's
last
my
word,
question.
and then we're gonna end this because I'm hungry, and I don't want to start
Okay.
eating babies. I don't want to start eating panelists. I want to make sure that I get food from an ethical source, such as Walmart. But gang,
How do you know it won't be ethical? What if we consent?
it's no. Even if you consent to being killed and eaten, it's unethical to kill and eat you. Sorry. Okay, but with that said, thank you all for coming. This has been a passionate topic. It's one of my favorite topics because I think I disagree with almost all of my community on it, and it's fun to make them mad. No, but I really do think that at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, there is no scenario in which we give the state power to choose who lives and who dies when it comes to sick people, that it doesn't end up becoming a horror, a dystopian nightmare. So I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you all for coming. But for now, we're going to end it and raid out. Are any of you still going to be streaming after this? No? No? Yes or no? Decide now. Stardust.
I don't know.
Okay, well, we're going to raid out into 𝕵𝖎𝖙 We'll go to 𝕵𝖎𝖙. That counts.
Eucharist, stick around.
Oh, okay. I'll hang out.
All right. Bye, guys.
Thanks
for chatting.
for having me.
Take care. Be
Bye-bye.
well.
See
Eat the
ya.
road.
Give it
Bye,
a
sir.
second for this to go off. I wanted you earlier, Eucharist. I was having to
I'm
deal with these
so
arguments from
upset.
every
I'm so
single
upset.
angle.